Chapter 687. On the other side. Battlefield number 4. Xiao Yang, who was also facing an immortal emperor, was not having a good time either. There was blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. The raging flames that were originally lingering around his body had been mostly extinguished, and his power was obviously weaker. Sure enough, no matter how strong a great perfection stage cultivator is, he is far from being a match for an immortal emperor. They are not on the same level at all. If it were me, there would be no need for this battle. I would choose to surrender directly, which would be straightforward. Haven't you noticed that the disciples of the All Heavens shop are very strong? It's a pity that there is a big gap between them and their opponent. In my opinion, even if Xiao Yang and Sun Wukong are defeated today, it's nothing. With their ability, they will also enter the immortal emperor realm one day. At that time, we will know who is stronger between them and Hongjun and Hun Kuan. On the Star Ocean Square, the eyes of all the powerhouses were focused on the two major battlefields, number 4 and number 5. When they saw the situation on the battlefields, they spoke one after another. Even the other battlefields that were originally fiercely fighting had obviously slowed down their attack speed since the start of the battles on the 4th and 5th battlefields. Obviously, they were also very concerned about the situation on these two battlefields. Although the result is already predetermined, if it were us, I'm afraid we wouldn't admit defeat either. Aolai looked at Monkshaw and said, "Of course. There is only defeat, how can there be surrender?" Monkshaw narrowed his eyes and looked at the situation on the 4th and 5th battlefields. There was actually some fighting spirit in his eyes. On the round platform. "Fellow Daoist Chu, are you not going to make a move? If you don't speak, your two disciples will probably continue to fight to the death. Although there is immortal Emperor Lan Hui, and your disciples will not be in danger of dying, if they are seriously injured, it will take at least 10,000 years to recover. To be honest, this is actually an unnecessary battle." The Empress under the moon paced in front of Chu Bei, and her clear voice sounded. "They have already been defeated. This is meaningless." The Genesis primordial spirit looked at Chu Bei. "I am not as good as you, but in terms of training disciples, I win." Chu Bei looked at the Empress under the moon and the Genesis primordial spirit one after another, and smiled faintly. "I don't have to worry about my disciple, you can continue to watch the battle." Upon hearing Chu Bei's words, the Genesis primordial spirit's face turned slightly ugly, and she said, "If my disciple injures your disciple, please don't vent your hatred on me." Chu Bei smiled and no longer paid attention to the Genesis primordial spirit. Instead, he focused his gaze on the disciples on the battlefield. At the same time, he used his divine thought to connect to the system panel. Right at this moment, the bodies of Yi Fan, Chen Nan, Shahao, Tang San, Xiao Yang, Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, Golden Cicada, Monkshaw, and Aolai trembled at the same time. A familiar voice rang out in their sea of consciousness. "Disciples, all of you have already reached the peak stage of the half-immortal Emperor realm, and you are only a step away from the true immortal Emperor realm. Now, I will bestow upon you another opportunity, allowing you to truly step into this realm. Of course, there is a time limit. In this period of time, the more you comprehend, the less time it will take for you to step into this realm in the future." Chu Bei's calm voice reverberated in the minds of the 10. Before Yi Fan, Chen Nan, and the others came back to their senses, they saw a wisp of mysterious light enter their sea of consciousness. In the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. In battlefield number 4, Hongjun had one hand behind his back, and the other hand was constantly waving, casually striking out one attack after another. But even so, under these seemingly careless attacks, Xiao Yang was still forced to retreat, his aura increasing. However, just as another terrifying attack containing the power of an immortal emperor was about to strike Xiao Yang, a wisp of resplendent light inexplicably appeared on the surface of Xiao Yang's body. Kai! With an ear-piercing sound, Hongjuan's attack landed on this resplendent light, and it was as if a wisp of flame entered the sea, instantly annihilated. Hongjun seemed to have sensed that something was amiss, and his eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiao Yang, a hint of confusion between his brows. Rumble. Before Hongjun could figure out the reason, the void above Xiao Yang's head began to stir, and a strange scene appeared. "That's That's the immortal emperor tribulation. How is that possible? The expressions of the immortal emperors on the round platform changed drastically when they saw the ripples in the void above Xiao Yang's head. Rumble. In battlefield number 4, the strange ripples spread out in the distant starry sky, and a dazzling light appeared. Amidst the rumbling, a violent and terrifying aura spread out, and then the emperor's flower fell like snowflakes, with faint drops of red blood appearing. In the next moment, flames of various colors surged out from the gap, accompanied by mysterious runes. Some of the runes carried the aura of life, while others seemed to have come from the 9 Netherworld Palace, filled with the aura of death. Whether it was the former or the latter, they all carried the supreme power of an immortal emperor. The flames surged, accompanied by various mysterious lightning tribulations, and covered the sky and earth. With a loud bang, the area where Xiao Yang was instantly submerged. Ah! Then, Xiao Yang let out a loud cry, and then his figure became blurry. He was resisting the tribulation in the sea of fire and lightning. It's really the immortal emperor tribulation. He has taken that step. What a monster. How did he do it? Could it be that he broke through during the battle? It was Hong Jun who made him. On the Star Ocean Square, all the powerhouses and even the immortal emperors focused their attention on the blurry figure in battlefield number 4, who was resisting the tribulation in the lightning. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Hong Jun stood aside and did not make a move. Like the powerhouses on the square, he stared at Xiao Yang, frowning slightly as if he was thinking about something. As time passed, the distant starry sky turned red, and the roar was deafening. Silver snakes danced wildly, and lightning was everywhere in the sea of fire. It was like a sea of blood. Brontosaurus with the power of an immortal emperor filled the sky. There was not only one, but hundreds and thousands of them. Each lightning was accompanied by a blooming emperor's Dao flower, dancing wildly in the void. At this moment, Xiao Yang stood in the middle of the immortal emperor tribulation and kept shouting excitedly. Looking at him, the flaming pill-shaped object in his body was spinning wildly. While resisting the emperor tribulation, it was also crazily absorbing the energy that could be used for itself. Xiao Yang punched out again and again, bombarding the lightning in the sea of fire. Rumble. However, just as everyone's attention was gathered on Xiao Yang's body, the 5th battlefield had also become chaotic. Look at the top of Sun Wukong's head. How is it possible? It's the immortal emperor tribulation again. Crazy. This has broken my understanding of the world for hundreds of millions of years. Did he also break through during the battle? When they saw the energy ripples above Sun Wukong's head, all the immortal emperors on the round platform stood up abruptly, including immortal Emperor Lan Hui. All of them were in disbelief. Chapter 688. In the previous battle, you clearly didn't show any signs of breaking through, so why did you immediately cross immortal emperor tribulation? Hun Kuan's eyes locked onto Sun Wukong, eyes full of great confusion. Sun Wukong gave Hun Kuan an indifferent look, not giving him a reply. He brandished the golden cudgel, rushing into the heavens, facing that opening that was gradually opening. Under a heart-shaking rumbling noise, immortal emperor tribulation descended. It was different from the immortal emperor tribulation Xiao Yang experienced. Sun Wukong's immortal emperor tribulation was a completely different scene. The void continuously collapsed, wave after wave of mysterious symbols interweaving into millions of chains, instantly wrapping around Sun Wukong. Every single chain seemed to contain endless gravity, crazily tearing at Sun Wukong's entire body. Sun Wukong shouted, his entire body erupting with ash-white radiance. A pill-shaped object appeared behind him, turning into a giant vortex, actually devouring the mysterious power on the chains. Hong Long Long, however, before the experts recovered from their shock, rumbling noises sounded from the other 6 battlefields. When they heard this, all of the experts immediately shifted their eyes, looking towards the other battlefields. When they saw this, including the immortal emperors, everyone's expressions became rigid, becoming numb. Right now, they were no longer immortal emperors, half-immortal emperors, immortal kings, but more like ordinary people who were struck by lightning from a clear sky, as if a bucket of cold water was poured over them from head to toe. Their expressions were absent-minded, a bit sluggish. On the battlefield, Those peak-stage quasi-immortal emperors who were fighting against him sucked in a breath of cold air one after another when they saw their opponents. Their faces were filled with bewilderment and helplessness, as if they were struck by lightning and turned into clay sculptures. In battlefield number 1, above Yi Fan's head, the purest lightning descended, Emperor Dao aura surging. In battlefield number 2, above Chen Nan's head, there was a dazzling expanse. Endless light particles gathered into immortal Emperor Tribulation Light, releasing kai-kai noises. In battlefield number 3, above Shahao's head, a giant hand appeared. When the 5 fingers moved, the heavens were torn apart. In battlefield number 6, above Zhu Baji's head, yellow sand filled the sky, every single grain of yellow sand having Emperor Dao symbols erupting. In battlefield number 7, 2 types of immortal Emperor Tribulations descended. Above Tang San's head, all types of mysterious artifacts carried Emperor might, all of them smashing down murderously. Above Golden Cicada's head, a great Buddha appeared, golden light dazzling, terrifying scriptures in its mouth. There were also 2 types of immortal Emperor Tribulations in battlefield number 8. Above Monk Shaw's head, snowflakes drifted down, freezing the stars and spreading coldness. Above Ao Lai's head, there was a patch of crimson red, and within the red light, there was a vision of ghosts crying and gods howling. Just like Xiao Yang and Sun Wukong, as soon as the immortal Emperor Tribulation descended, Yi Fan, Shahao, and the others went up to face it. 10. They are all undergoing the immortal Emperor Tribulation. What the hell is going on? Are 10 immortal emperors going to be born at the same time today? Why? If Xiao Yang and Sun Wukong were enlightened during the battle with the immortal emperor, how can the others be explained? On the Star Sea Square, although there were experts who came back to their senses one after another, their voices were still trembling. Fellow Daoist Chu, may I ask what happened to your disciples? Why are they all undergoing the immortal Emperor Tribulation all of a sudden? Limitless Immortal Emperor reached out his hand and pointed at the 8 battlefields on the stage. His throat squirmed, and he looked at Chu Bei with incomparable anticipation. Moonlight Empress, Desolation Immortal Emperor, Xingqiong Immortal Emperor, and all the other immortal emperors present, including the Genesis Primordial Spirit and Lan Hui Immortal Emperor, all looked at Chu Bei, eagerly waiting for the other party's reply. Ever since the formation of the Great Domain of Primal Chaos, forget about high heavens, it was extremely difficult for an immortal emperor to appear in the entire Great Domain of Primal Chaos. Normally, the appearance of every immortal emperor would be separated by at least 1,000,000 years. The case of Hong Jun and Hun Kuan from the Genesis Immortal sect becoming immortal emperors in the same year was extremely rare. It could even be said to be the first case. But now, an even more inconceivable scene appeared before their eyes. 10 disciples of the All Heavens Shop were undergoing the immortal Emperor Tribulation at the same time. In the long river of history, whether it was the past or the future, there was absolutely no case of this. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they definitely wouldn't believe that this scene was happening. Even if they were immortal emperors, and their minds had settled down for millions and millions of years, great waves still rose in their hearts. This scene was so inconceivable that they couldn't react in time. Faced with the expectant gazes of the immortal emperors, Chu Bei smiled but didn't give any answer. Rumble. In battlefield number 4, Xiao Yang pointed his finger, and a torrential sea of fire surged and heavenly lightning entered his body. Accompanied by the burning flames and the sound of thunder, an earth-shattering roar reverberated from his body. In an instant, dazzling divine light was released from Xiao Yang's body. His energy and aura rose, and his immortal qi seemed to have advanced to a higher level, becoming more vigorous and vigorous. Around him, emperor flames lingered, containing the power of an immortal emperor. He had reached the immortal emperor realm. In the next moment, in battlefield number 4, the immortal emperor tribulation retreated, and everything calmed down. Xiao Yang's face was expressionless as he absorbed the surrounding emperor flames into his body. Then, he tilted his head to look in Chu Bei's direction and bowed deeply in the air. He did it. Countless experts stared at Xiao Yang. Before their exclamations could dissipate, Sun Wukong and the other 8 cultivators in the other battlefields had also succeeded in their tribulations. Their auras underwent tremendous changes, and different emperor elephants appeared behind them. Their auras were intimidating. Just like Xiao Yang, they immediately knelt in Chu Bei's direction after they succeeded in their tribulations. Their eyes were filled with gratitude. Although the immortal emperor realm was only temporary, it was enough. With the mysterious light that their master had given them, they had personally experienced the immortal emperor tribulation and stood in the immortal emperor realm. They had comprehended a lot. They were confident that they would be able to reach the immortal emperor realm in less than 100 years after they returned. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The birth of the 10 emperors caused rare phenomena in the high heavens. It was colorful and extremely gorgeous. At this moment, not only the experts in the high heavens, but also the experts in the entire chaotic heavens were stunned. They looked in the direction of Qinghai Mountain with astonishment written all over their faces. 10 emperors were born at the same time. What exactly happened in the high heavens? Could it be that a great opportunity has appeared in the high heavens? Otherwise, why would 10 immortal emperors appear in one day? But what kind of opportunity could have led to such an outcome? Which forces did the 10 immortal emperors invest in? In that case, wouldn't the higher heavens position in the 9 strongest domains rise again? In every corner of the chaotic heavens, tyrannical auras burst forth. Countless gazes were cast toward Qinghai Mountain, and their voices were filled with shock. Sky Market. The chaotic heavens was one of the 9 domains, and it was ranked 4th. Heaven Pavilion was located in the central area of Sky Market, and it was ranked 1st among the emperor-level forces. The high heavens. Interesting. Have you noticed that although the Daos of these 10 newly ascended immortal emperors are different, they are somewhat related at the root? They seem to be from the same lineage. You mean, these 10 immortal emperors belong to the same force? Yes or no, we will find out soon. Murmurs could be heard from the main halls of Heaven Pavilion, carrying with them the aura of an emperor. Chapter 689. In a large region in the northwest. In a sacred mountain shrouded in immortal mist and surrounded by a river of stars, a graceful figure stood on the mountain peak. Her eyes were lively, as if they had never been baptized by heaven and earth. Endless great Tao interweaved in her eyes. Is it the all-heavens shop again? How interesting. The graceful woman seemed to be able to see through thousands of large regions with a single glance, comprehending all karma. Her exquisite and flawless features outlined a smile. In a large region in the southeast. In a barren land, there was no life at all. There were only a few broken fallen leaves on the grayish-brown earth, cold and lonely. Desolation and emptiness coexisted. There were some scattered huge rocks on the ground. At first glance, they looked like tombstones. The sky was dim, and the faint black mist added a sense of gloominess to this barren land. Distant and deathly still, there was no sign of life. Let's see how far you can go. In the depths of the boundless earth, a distant and low voice drifted out. In a large region in the far north. Whoosh, this was a boundless sea of blood. It seemed to be the convergence of the blood of a supreme expert after his death, bringing with it a pungent smell. Amidst the terrifying splashing sound, a loud bang suddenly came from the sea of blood. The surface of the sea seemed to have been cut in half by a giant sword. Then, a terrifying aura that surpassed that of an 8-star immortal emperor overflowed, crossing the past, present, and future. The All-Heavens Shop, a power that can produce immortal emperors in batches. A thin figure came out from the depths of the sea. A pair of cold eyes looked at the sky, shaking eternity and collapsing the long river of time. Even in the other most powerful regions, high-level immortal emperors woke up from their seclusion and looked in the direction of Qinghai Mountain. On the other side. On the round platform in the sky above Qinghai Square, Chu Bei nodded slightly to Xiao Yang, Sun Wukong, and the others. Disciples, don't forget that your battle isn't over yet. Chu Bei's smiling voice drifted out. His voice wasn't loud, but it rang clearly in the minds of every expert. The All-Heavens Shop's disciples looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Especially Xiao Yang and Sun Wukong. When they looked at Hong Jun and Hun Kuan again, their faces were no longer as solemn as before. They became very relaxed. Battlefield 1. Yi Fan put his hands behind his back and looked expressionlessly at Jiyu Mo of the Chensang Island. Still want to fight? An indifferent voice filled with emperor's might drifted across the battlefield. Let's give it a try. After all, the opportunity to spar with an immortal emperor is extremely rare, Jiyu Mo said. There was no fighting spirit in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu Mo made his move, unleashing his strongest killing technique. Yi Fan pointed out with his finger, and lightning that contained the power of an immortal emperor instantly annihilated Jiyu Mo's killing technique. Just as the rolling thunder was about to land on Jiyu Mo, immortal Emperor Lan Hui took action and sent Jiyu Mo out of the battlefield. Then, he announced the result of the battle. Battlefield 2. Chen Nan stood on the River of Light and looked calmly at Tian Ruo of Divine Path Mountain. What do you think? The same as him? Tian Ruo looked in Battlefield 1's direction and shook her head. Her face carried helplessness. I was defeated in a single strike. What can I comprehend from this? I think I should just leave on my own. After saying this in self-mockery, Tian Ruo left the battlefield. Battlefield 3. Floating Island Sects WN Bei looked at Shahao. We are both at the great circle of the half-immortal emperor level, yet I am not your opponent. Now, that is even more so not the case. You are extremely strong. If there is a chance, I will find another time to exchange pointers with you. Shahao revealed his pure white teeth. I am looking forward to the day when you grow up. When he heard Shahao's words that sounded like they came from an elder, the corners of WN Bei's lips twitched. After cursing inwardly, he also left the battlefield. Battlefield 6. Dragon Spring Sect's Corpse C didn't say anything. After greeting Zhu Baji with cupped fists, he left the battlefield without any hesitation. You have become an immortal emperor. I can rephrase this battle, saying that you lost to an immortal emperor and not to someone at the great circle of the half-immortal emperor level. A voice that carried arrogance reverberated through the battlefield. As for Battlefield 7 and 8, Tang San, Golden Cicada, Sand Monk and Ao Lai looked at each other and smiled. Then, their eyes moved towards Battlefield 4 and 5. Only now can we be considered to have a truly fair battle. In Battlefield 4, Xiao Yang stood with his hands behind his back, calmly looking at Hong Jun. Xiao Yang's indifferent voice sounded. It was accompanied by a loud sound as his body emitted a glow. An endless amount of flame surged out of his body, transforming into an enormous fire dragon that circled and whistled with Xiao Yang at the middle. The dragon opened its mouth, spitting out endless strands of flames of different shapes. They carried terrifying immortal emperor might, intimidating one's soul. They are both one-star immortal emperors. This is indeed a fair battle. I just don't know which one of them is stronger. The eyes of the spectating powerhouses were fixed on the 4th and 5th battlefields. Their mutterings were filled with anticipation. You are quite confident. Hong Jun looked at Xiao Yang with a solemn expression and a divine light in his eyes as he gave his evaluation. Have you ever heard that the disciples of the All Heavens Shop are invincible in the same realm? Xiao Yang's voice was calm. How arrogant. Hong Jun spoke, his voice filled with supreme power. You will know after the battle. The corners of Xiao Yang's mouth curled up, his words sharp and proud. Your master is very strong, but you are not him. Hong Jun snorted coldly, his voice filled with disdain. I will suppress you with a raise of my hand. Xiao Yang enunciated each word clearly. A sonorous sound came from Battlefield 4, resounding throughout the high heavens. Hongjuan's face darkened slightly, and he no longer responded. His emperor's might spread, and the immortal light of the great Tao surged around his body. Runes flickered. Then, he directly struck out with his palm, pointing directly at Xiao Yang. Great stars swirled in his palm, and strange phenomena appeared. Facing Hongjuan's immortal emperor power again, Xiao Yang was unmoved, and his expression did not change in the slightest. Looking calmly at the incoming emperor palm, Xiao Yang shook his head. Even if his body did not move, he still had a majestic spirit that could swallow mountains and rivers, as if he was the only one in the world. On the battlefield, Xiao Yang's red hair fluttered, and his divine eyes were like lightning, so piercing that it was difficult to look him in the eye, making people tremble with fear. Boom! At this moment, the star field in Xiao Yang's eyes suddenly reversed, and his gaze focused. Suddenly, the vast battlefield 4 collapsed, and the sky cracked. That gaze was even more terrifying than a supreme emperor technique. In an instant, this beam of light met Hong Jun's large palm. At first, the two terrifying attacks that carried the power of an immortal emperor were in a stalemate, but soon, the gaze became sharper and directly penetrated the emperor palm, cutting it into two. Emperor blood shone brightly, flowing across the sky. Hong Jun has lost in the first exchange. Could it be that Hong Jun has not exerted his strength yet? The emperor palm was cut in two. Although it quickly recovered, the bodies of countless experts who were watching the battle suddenly trembled, and their gazes fell on Xiao Yang, full of shock. At the same time, in Battlefield 5, Sun Wukong held the golden cudgel in one hand, and a thick divine light rushed into the sky like magma erupting from a volcano, causing the entire battlefield to be immersed in a blood-red color. The Emperor's power was like a gorgeous light that shot in all directions. Chapter 690. Rumble. There was a loud explosion as layers of pill-shaped objects appeared, causing the universe to tremble. Millions of dazzling lights that carried the might of an immortal emperor fused with the layers of power and turned into a saber, the saber of Dao Severing. At that moment, a small pill-shaped object could be seen rotating in Sun Wukong's body. It seemed to be his Dao-proving weapon, releasing an endless stream of immortal emperor power into the saber. Kai. Sun Wukong used the Rui Jingu Bang as a guide and swung it out. The saber cut through the divine chains of the void on the battlefield, splitting the great Dao runes, and slashed toward Hun Kuan, breaking through all obstacles. Fight. Not far away, a voice roared. It was Hun Kuan's roar. He erupted with boundless killing intent, and there was an explosion there, vaguely like the roar of a peerless monarch. The starry sky shattered, and a terrifying sound came from the void, like the howl of an ancient ghost. Hun Kuan's Dao-proving weapon was a long spear, and the moment it appeared, it suddenly pierced toward the saber. Clang! The saber and the spear collided amidst the metallic vibrations. At the point of collision, white ripples spread across the battlefield. The immortal emperor light was dazzling, and there was an eruption of ocean-like energy waves. After the intertwining divine light flooded the battlefield, it was extremely terrifying, and it made one's soul tremble. Rumble. The battlefield shook violently. The battlefield created by the Origin Theater's energy clone looked like it was about to collapse. Fortunately, just as it was on the verge of collapse, a mysterious force of unknown origin flowed along the boundary of the boundary and strengthened the battlefield. Even so, the power of the collision between Sun Wukong and Hun Kuan still penetrated the boundary of the boundary and spread out. Sensing the pressure of the aura, the expressions of the spectating experts on the Star Ocean Square changed drastically. The divine power in their bodies seemed to be inexplicably suppressed, and they could not mobilize it, feeling suffocated. At that moment, whether it was the fourth or fifth battlefield, a true battle was taking place. It was a battle between immortal emperors. Rumble. As time passed, the battle on the two battlefields became more and more intense, and all kinds of powerful killing techniques were used one after another. However, if one observed carefully, no matter which battlefield it was not an evenly matched battle. Clang. On the fifth battlefield, the sound of metal colliding lingered in the air, and the supreme immortal emperor aura of the two experts faced off against each other. When the immortal light at the point of collision dissipated, countless spectating experts finally woke up from their daze. There's a result. Countless experts cast their gazes on battlefield number 5. When they saw the scene clearly, their pupils shrank. On the battlefield, the spear in Hun Kuan's hand that was releasing emperor light had a gap on one side of the spear. A small crack was extending into the distance. After countless clashes, Hun Kuan's monarch weapon was damaged. Dying in the midst of battle. Pu. Almost at the same time, Hun Kuan's face turned pale, and his aura dropped a level. The monarch weapon was connected to the origin. If the monarch weapon was damaged, the origin would be damaged as well. Hun Kuan, you've lost. If we continue to fight, it will evolve into a fight to the death. Just as Hun Kuan was about to burn his emperor blood essence to increase his battle prowess, an even more terrifying Immortal Emperor power enveloped him. Immortal Emperor Lan Hui made his move. He forcibly bound Hun Kuan and dragged him out of the battlefield. Hun Kuan of the Genesis Immortal Sect versus Sun Wukong of the All Heavens Shop. Sun Wukong wins. Before Hun Kuan could speak, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui announced the result of the competition. At this moment, the result of Battlefield Number 4 was also out. Hongjuan's monarch weapon was pierced through by Xiao Yang's fire dragon, and a huge gap appeared. The difference was that it was not Immortal Emperor Lan Hui who made the move this time, but the Genesis Primordial Spirit. With a faint sigh, she appeared on the battlefield and took Hongjun away. Hongjun of the Genesis Immortal Sect versus Xiao Yang of the All Heavens Shop. Xiao Yang wins. Following that, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui's majestic voice resounded again. It reverberated in the sky with supreme majesty. It's over. Xiao Yang and Sun Wukong have won. In the same realm, the disciples of the All Heavens Shop are indeed invincible. Looking at the two battlefields with only one figure left, the spectating experts came back to their senses. While their faces were filled with shock, they also looked like they wanted to continue. Master, we can still fight. Hun Kuan and Hongjun appeared beside the Genesis Primordial Spirit. They looked at Sun Wukong and Xiao Yang, respectively, with unwillingness on their faces. The Emperor weapon is damaged, so a loss is a loss. If you continue to fight, if no one stops you, there is a possibility of you dying. The Genesis Primordial Spirit glanced at Hun Kuan and Hongjun and said, "You should know how their strength compares to yours." Hearing the Genesis Primordial Spirit's words, Hun Kuan and Hongjun fell silent. Although they were both one-star immortal emperors, there was an inexplicable pressure when they fought with each other. From the beginning of the battle, they were in a state of suppression, constantly retreating until they were truly defeated. Their Tao seems to be stronger. Finally, Hun Kuan spoke. The Genesis Primordial Spirit nodded slightly and responded, "They both obtained the inheritance of the sect master of the All Heavens Shop. Disciple Xiao Yang, Sun Wukong, greets master." When the battle ended, Xiao Yang and Sun Wukong were the last to leave the arena. They stood side by side with Yi Fan, Chen Nan, and the others, bowing to Chu Bei with cupped fists. "Next is the battle between you all. There is no victory or defeat, only the comprehension of each other's Tao." Chu Bei's gaze swept across the disciples in front of him and said indifferently. 15 minutes later. The battle of the top 8 is over. The battle of the top 4 begins. Immortal Emperor Lan Hui's voice sounded. Battlefield number 1, Chen Nan of the All Heavens Shop against Yi Fan of the All Heavens Shop. Battlefield number 2, Shahao of the All Heavens Shop against Xiao Yang of the All Heavens Shop. Battlefield number 3, Sun Wukong of the All Heavens Shop against Zhu Baji of the All Heavens Shop. Battlefield number 4, Tang San of the All Heavens Shop against Ao Lai of the All Heavens Shop. When Immortal Emperor Lan Hui's voice sounded in their ears, a strange expression appeared on the faces of the experts. Who would have thought that this battle of strength would eventually evolve into a battle between the disciples of the All Heavens Shop? Similar voices with laughter sounded in the crowd. On the arena. After Chen Nan, Yi Fan, and the others looked at each other, they cupped their fists and began to spar. At first, the 8 of them fought in pairs according to the rules of the competition, but later on, it directly evolved into a chaotic battle. In the end, Golden Cicada and Sand Monk, who had previously failed to enter the top 8 due to modesty, also joined the battle. In an instant, the so-called battle of the top 8 truly became a chaotic battle between the 10 disciples of the All Heavens Shop. Hong Long Long in the chaotic battlefield, the 10 great pill-shaped objects circled about, releasing terrifying divine abilities one after another. Immortal Emperor Might pervaded the air, continuously colliding with each other, bringing about terrifying and intimidating sounds. When he saw this scene, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui looked in Chu Bei's direction. When he understood the latter's intention, he didn't stop him, as if he didn't care. As for the other immortal emperors on the round platform, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly, but they didn't say anything. After all, the top 8 were all disciples of the All Heavens Shop. Chapter 691. The more they watched the chaotic battle, the more shocked they became. They were clearly just one-star immortal emperors, but the strength they displayed was already limitless. After all, only 2-star immortal emperors had the power and emperor's power fluctuations. What surprised them the most was that the strength of the 10 disciples of the All Heavens shop was really evenly matched. There was no difference in strength. It's about time to end it. When Chu Bei's calm voice sounded, Xiao Yang, Yi Fan, and the others stopped. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield returned to peace. There's no need for the following battles. As for the ranking, you can do as you see fit. Chu Bei looked at Immortal Emperor Lan Hui and said indifferently. When he heard Chu Bei's words, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui was stunned at first, then he shook his head, smiled helplessly, and nodded. This Immortal Emperor announces that this year's battle between the disciples of the All Heavens Above forces has ended. First place is Yi Fan, second place is Shahao, third place is Chen Nan, fourth place is Xiao Yang, fifth place is Tang San, sixth place is Sun Wukong, seventh place is Jubaji, eighth place is Ao Lai, ninth place is Sand Monk, and 10th place is Golden Cicada. As for the 9th and 10th places, do you have any objections? Immortal Emperor Lan Hui's last words were directed at Hong Jun and Hun Kuan. Hong Jun and Hun Kuan were silent. From the previous chaotic battle, Sand Monk and Golden Cicada's strength were comparable to Xiao Yang and Sun Wukong. Naturally, they were above them. After a while, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui smiled and continued to announce the results of the competition. After Immortal Emperor Lan Hui finished announcing the top 200, a huge void projection appeared above the stage. The information on it was the points of the 200 disciples. Yi Fan, who was ranked first, had 100 points, Shahao, 80 points, Chen Nan, 70 points, Xiao Yang, 65 points, Tang San, 60 points, Sun Wukong, 55 points, Jubaji, 50 points, Ao Lai, 45 points, Sand Monk, 40 points, and Golden Cicada, 35 points. After the 10th place, the points began to be separated by 3 points, then 2 points, 1 point, 0. 5 points, 0. 25 points. The final ranking of the Battle of Factions was determined not only by the points of the factions represented by the 200 disciples, but also by the points of the founders of the various factions. In the competition between the founders, the first place would be awarded 300 points, the second place 250 points, the third place 210 points, the fourth place 190 points, the fifth place 180 points, and so on until the 39th place. Currently, the All Heavens shop's disciples had accumulated 600 points. Since the beginning of the Battle of Forces, this is the first time a disciple of a force has obtained 600 points. Can the previous grand competitions be compared to this one? The All Heavens shop appeared out of nowhere, and its disciples took the top 10 spots. They are also 10 immortal emperors. 600 points. Doesn't that mean that even if Gate Master Chu Bei doesn't participate in the founder competition, his All Heavens shop will still be the number 1 faction in the high heaven? According to the rules of the Battle of Forces, that is indeed the case. Looking at the points information above the battle stage, the group of powerhouses calculated in their hearts and exclaimed in surprise. Everyone, although the first place belongs to the All Heavens shop, the second place and the other rankings are still unknown. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui's vigorous voice drifted over the square. Moreover, the second round is the most exciting part of the Battle of Forces. You will be able to witness the battle between immortal emperors. If you can comprehend something or make a breakthrough from their battle, it will be a great blessing. Hearing Immortal Emperor Lan Hui's words, the group of powerhouses fell silent. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Although there were immortal emperors in the previous Battle of Disciples, they were only 1-star immortal emperors who had just broken through. However, the founder competition was a battle between high-level immortal emperors. Although the Battle of Forces did not have the same rewards as the Battle of Immortal Emperors, and the former was not as intense as the latter, it was still a feast for the eyes. In the previous Battle of Immortal Emperors, all the immortal emperors would participate, including the Dragon Spring Sect, Divine Path Mountain, and Thousand Green Island, who were still in seclusion. However, the Battle of Forces was different. These 3 factions only sent their representatives. Clang. Accompanied by the crisp sound of metal, a huge gap appeared. Upon closer inspection, all kinds of phenomena could be seen in the gap. A dazzling golden path extended out. In the next moment, the sound of the great Tao rang out, and a figure slowly walked out. It was a middle-aged man dressed in simple green robes. The moment he arrived, all the Emperor energy fluctuations on the round platform seemed to be confined in an instant. The huge square also fell into silence. The middle-aged man had his hands behind his back. His indifferent gaze first swept across the group of immortal emperors on the round platform, then the powerhouses on the square. He was expressionless. Yuan Di. He's here again. Is he going to watch the battle? Looking at the figure in the sky, the group of immortal emperors on the round platform exclaimed in surprise. Everyone, Lord Yuan Di is just worried that the strength of the battlefield is not enough, so he wants to strengthen it. Immortal Emperor Lan Hui bowed respectfully to Yuan Di before sweeping his gaze across the group of immortal emperors. At the same time, Yuan Di's clone shot out countless rays of emperor light that adhered to the boundary walls around the battle platform. Congratulations. After strengthening it, Yuan Di's clone looked at Chu Bei and said calmly, "Congratulations." Chu Bei nodded slightly in response. The battles between all of you will be the same as before. You will fight in pairs to determine the final ranking. Immortal Emperor Lan Hui glanced at the group of immortal emperors on the round platform. With a wave of his hand, several mysterious halos appeared. The group of immortal emperors on the stage only needed a glance to know their opponents. Cai Cheung Immortal Emperor vs. Bai Lan Immortal Emperor. Mu Bai Immortal Emperor vs. He Wu Immortal Emperor. Wu Ji Immortal Emperor vs. Yi Huang Immortal Emperor. Genesis Immortal Emperor vs. Xing Cheung Immortal Emperor. Other than the 7-star Immortal Emperor representing the 1,000 Green Island, the information of the other 38 Immortal Emperors was quickly projected on the round platform. They were divided into 19 battlefields. Rumble. As soon as the battle started, several battlefields entered a state of intense battle. However, if one looked closely, no immortal emperors on any of the battlefields were fighting with their lives on the line. It was as if they were really just friendly sparring sessions. Even so, these 19 battlefields were far more terrifying than the previous battles between disciples. Especially in some of the battlefields, Source Heaven energy had appeared. It was a power that surpassed ordinary immortal emperors. On the 7th battlefield. Daoist Chu, I'm a little unlucky. Why did I pick you? The Moonlight Empress blinked her beautiful eyes at Chu Bei with a helpless expression. So, are we going to fight or not? Chu Bei smiled knowingly. Although his strength had returned to the level of a 3-star immortal emperor, it was still enough to deal with the 2-star Empress of the Moonlight. Chapter 692. Fellow Daoist Chu, do you really want to bully me? The Empress of the Moonlight rolled her eyes and rebuked Chu Bei. Chu Bei shuddered inexplicably when he heard the Empress of the Moonlight's coquettish voice and looked at her demure demeanor. He didn't dare to speak again. The Empress of the Moonlight clearly wanted to become his cultivation partner, but he didn't have the slightest intention of doing so. Anyone who could step into the immortal Emperor realm was no pushover. Forget it. I'm sure fellow Daoist Chu understands what I mean. Think about it carefully. I'm the only female immortal emperor in the high heavens. The Empress of the Moonlight's soft voice rang out. She looked at Immortal Emperor Lan Hui and said, I admit defeat. With the Empress of the Moonlight's surrender, Chu Bei successfully entered the next round. 4 hours later, the results of all the battles were announced. Limitless Immortal Emperor vs. White Orchid Immortal Emperor. Genesis Immortal Emperor vs. Floating Island Immortal Emperor. Flowing Sky Immortal Emperor vs. Nether Immortal Emperor. The top 20 battles began. On the 4th battlefield. Fellow Daoist Chu, that guy under the moonlight was very wise. I've personally experienced your methods, and I owe you a great favor in the Emperor Fallen Sea. I don't think this battle is necessary either, He Wu Immortal Emperor said to Chu Bei. He had fought with He Wu Immortal Emperor during the first battle for the Source Heavenstone Mine. However, He Wu Immortal Emperor had held back and only used a drop of Source Heaven power. In the Emperor Fallen Sea, He Wu Immortal Emperor and Nether Immortal Emperor were trapped in the formation. After He Wu Immortal Emperor surrendered without a fight, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui immediately announced the results. As time passed, the results of the battles were announced. The third battle was the top 10 battle. Limitless Immortal Emperor vs Genesis Immortal Emperor. Flowing Sky Immortal Emperor vs Owner of All Heaven's Shop. Bai Ling Immortal Emperor vs Dragon Puppet Immortal Emperor. When Immortal Emperor Lan Hui announced the start of the battle, Flowing Sky Immortal Emperor glanced at Chu Bei, shook his head, and left the battlefield without a word. Immortal Emperor Lan Hui was stunned at first, but when he came back to his senses, he immediately announced the results. The All Heaven's Shop's headmaster won again without a fight. Oh my god. Why was it like this again? I'd like to see the All Heaven's Shop's shopmaster make a move. He entered the top 5 just like that. I haven't seen him move at all. What? Could it be that if it were you, would you still fight with him? The All Heaven's Shopmaster defeated Immortal Emperor Yang Tian in the Tao of the Sword. Being able to use 120 drops of Genesis Heaven power at the same time is the mark of an 8-star Immortal Emperor. I'm afraid that only Immortal Emperor Lan Hui of the Origin Sky Pavilion can fight him. Furthermore, the All Heaven's shopmaster is like a bottomless pit. Perhaps he still has some hidden trump cards. In the square, discussions broke out, and the topic was all about Chu Bei. Rumble on the battle stage, Genesis Heaven power rippled as terrifying sound waves spread in all directions, shaking one's soul. 6 hours later, the results of the 5 battlefields were announced. Immortal Emperor Lan Hui coughed lightly as he swept his gaze across the experts in the square with a smile. The top 5 are out. They are Immortal Emperor Han Ying representing the Dragon Spring sect, Immortal Emperor He Luo representing the Divine Path Mountain, Immortal Emperor Bai Ling representing the Thousand Green Island, Immortal Emperor Wu Ji representing the Limitless Immortal sect, and the All Heaven's shopmaster. Although these 4 Immortal Emperors haven't entered the 8-star stage, they're all at the peak of the 7-star stage. Even if they're not the All Heaven's shopmaster's match, they'll still dare to fight him. We can finally see the All Heaven's shopmaster in action again. Hearing Immortal Emperor Lan Hui's words, almost all the experts were boiling with excitement. Everyone, you will be taking turns to fight in twos. Immortal Emperor Han Ying will watch the first battle. Immortal Emperor He Luo will fight against Immortal Emperor Wu Ji on the first battlefield. Immortal Emperor Bai Ling will fight against the All Heaven's shopmaster on the second battlefield, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui announced. Fellow Daoist Chu, although I know I'll lose, I still want to experience your skills. Immortal Emperor Bai Ling, who represented the Thousand Green Island, cupped his fists at Chu Bei. He was at the peak of the 7-star stage and had yet to enter the 8-star stage. I'm tired and don't want to fight anymore. I'll let you win. However, just as everyone was looking at Chu Bei expectantly, Chu Bei spat out a light voice from his mouth. Don't want to fight anymore? What do you mean? Is the All Heaven's shopmaster going to surrender without a fight? How can this be? It wasn't easy to wait for an Immortal Emperor to fight him, but fellow Daoist Chu doesn't want to fight anymore. Isn't fellow Daoist Chu afraid of being judged as inferior? What a joke. Everyone has seen fellow Daoist Chu's strength. He's already an 8-star Immortal Emperor, who told him to take first place in terms of points. This is fellow Daoist Chu's choice. If he wants to fight, then he'll fight. If he doesn't want to fight, then he won't fight. I like such a casual personality, Chu Bei's calm voice sounded. It was like a bolt from the blue, shocking all of the cultivators in the high heavens until they were stupefied. Immortal Emperor Bai Ling, who was his opponent, was also stunned when he heard Chu Bei's words. His expression suddenly became rigid. Master is really carefree. That's right. I'm still hoping to comprehend something from his Tao. It seems like we can only wait for the next opportunity. When do you think we can catch up to Master's footsteps? Even at our current cultivation realm, we still feel that we are far from Master. Xiao Yang, Yi Fan, Shi Hao, and the others looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. Fellow Daoist Chu, you really choose to give up. Even immortal Emperor Lan Hui cast over a look of surprise. I'm tired. Moreover, this battle has no meaning for me. Chu Bei smiled knowingly. His hands were behind his back. He raised his head at a 45-degree angle and looked into the distance. His eyes were deep, giving off a mysterious feeling. If it wasn't for the fact that the effects of the level 22 goods had expired, Chu Bei naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to defeat the other party. However, with his current strength of 3 stars, he was far from being the other party's match. If he used 150 drops of Source Heaven power, it would be too much of a waste. He might as well choose not to fight. In any case, the first place had already fallen into the All Heavens shop's hands. This battle, regardless of whether you fight or not, you have to fight. At this moment, a vigorous voice carrying a Supreme Emperor's might sounded from the distance. It instantly filled the entire Star Sea Plaza, causing everyone to tremble. Who is speaking? It's from the direction of the 1,000 Green Island. Hearing this, all the experts, including the immortal emperors, immediately turned their gazes towards the 1,000 Green Island. Amidst the buzzing sounds, a huge halo of light appeared above the depths of the 1,000 Green Island. Resplendent divine light shot out from the halo, and a silver path extended out. An imposing figure was faintly discernible. Chapter 693. It was a middle-aged man in a white robe. His hands were crossed behind his back. The moment he took a step forward, resplendent divine light surged around him. Strands of unparalleled immortal emperor aura surged into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man had already appeared above the round platform. His cold gaze swept across the experts on the square below. His face was expressionless. It really is immortal Emperor Qian Kang. Why did he come out of seclusion? What did he mean by that? Could it be that he wants to fight against the All Heavens shop's sect master? What terrifying power! Just a beam of light from his eyes made the divine force in my body feel like it has been imprisoned. On the square, when the experts met the middle-aged man's gaze, they only felt an indescribable chill rise in their hearts. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Just now, a terrifying power shot out from the middle-aged man's eyes and instantly seeped into their bodies, imprisoning their immortal force, making them unable to move. He's very strong. Perhaps we can still see Master take action again. Xiao Yang, Yi Fan, Shahao, and the others sensed the middle-aged man's aura fluctuation. Their expressions were slightly stunned at first, and then they looked at Chu Bei again. There was only anticipation on their faces, not any worry. Qian Kang, you broke through? Immortal Emperor Bai Ling looked at the middle-aged man and asked with suspicion between her brows. I failed. The middle-aged man looked at Immortal Emperor Bai Ling, shook his head, and said, however, it's not like I didn't gain anything. The next time I go into seclusion, I'll definitely succeed. That's good. Immortal Emperor Bai Ling nodded slightly. Since you're here, then there's nothing for me to do here. I'll just be a spectator. Immortal Emperor Qian Kang no longer responded to Immortal Emperor Bai Ling. Instead, he looked at Chu Bei. Dao friend Qian Kang, Dao friend Chu has already given up on this battle. You've already won, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui said. You haven't even fought yet. How did you win? Immortal Emperor Qian Kang's gaze landed on Immortal Emperor Lan Hui. Dao friend Chu has already stated that according to the rules, you can't attack him again, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui replied. What if I insist on fighting him? Immortal Emperor Qian Kang's eyes narrowed. Don't tell me you want to go against the Origin Sky Pavilion? Immortal Emperor Lan Hui's expression darkened as his aura began to rise. Don't worry, fellow Daoist Lan Hui. Immortal Emperor Qian Kang suddenly smiled and said, then I won't attack him in the name of a faction battle, but as an individual. Will your Origin Sky Pavilion still care? This, upon hearing Celestial Emperor Qian Kang's words, Celestial Emperor Lan Hui frowned. Then, he glanced at Chu Bei and retreated to the side. He said, it's none of our business. I don't remember having any interactions with you. Chu Bei looked at Immortal Emperor Qian Kang calmly. Those personal disciples of this emperor were all defeated by those disciples of yours. As his master, I have to save some face. Immortal Emperor Qian Kang stared coldly at Chu Bei. Chu Bei was silent for a moment. After a faint sigh, he looked at Immortal Emperor Lan Hui and said, "Since a battle is unavoidable, then I take back my previous words of giving up. This battle will be a faction battle. Since the sect master has said so, I'll naturally listen to you." Immortal Emperor Lan Hui pointed at the battle stage and said, "However, even if Origin Sky Pavilion has strengthened it, I'm afraid that battle stage still won't be able to accommodate your battle." "It's fine." Chu Bei smiled knowingly. "When the time comes, I'll strengthen it during the battle." As his calm voice faded, Chu Bei took a step forward and directly appeared on the fighting stage. Immortal Emperor Qian Kang followed closely behind and appeared on the battle stage at almost the same time. Their gazes met, and the atmosphere suddenly turned eerie and deathly silent. Rumble. With a deafening explosion, terrifying Immortal Emperor power burst out of Immortal Emperor Qian Kang's body and swept across the entire battlefield in an instant. What a series of twists and turns! Who would have expected Immortal Emperor Qian Kang to come out of seclusion? Immortal Emperor Qian Kang versus the sect master of the All Heavens Shop. As a veteran 8-star Immortal Emperor Qian Kang was able to use 130 drops of Genesis Heaven power in the previous Immortal Emperor ranking battle. In the previous battle against Immortal Emperor Yang Tian, the sect master of the All Heavens Shop only used 120 drops. They're both 8-star Immortal Emperors, but there's still a gap between them. Immortal Emperor Qian Kang has already entered the intermediate stage, while fellow Daoist Chu has just entered this stage. On the Star Ocean Plaza, the crowd of experts was filled with excitement and anticipation as they fixed their gazes on the battle stage. "Let's fight. Let this emperor see just how strong you are, a fellow who has only appeared in this world for 100 years. Immortal Emperor Qian Kang's emotionless voice sounded from the battlefield. With a loud boom, his right hand bloomed with dazzling divine light and stirred the void that contained Origin Sky Pavilion's energy. A small octagonal cauldron appeared in his palm. Kai. Immortal Emperor Qian Kang tossed his right hand, and the small octagonal cauldron, which was originally the size of a palm, rapidly expanded and hovered above his head. At the same time, an incomparably heart-palpitating aura spread out from his body. It was the energy fluctuation of Genesis Heaven power. Dao Verification Emperor Weapon, Thousand Heaven Cauldron. Immortal Emperor Qian Kang summoned the Thousand Heaven Cauldron before the battle even started. It seems that even he values the sect master of the All Heavens Shop very much. Don't forget, the sect master of the All Heavens Shop is also an 8-star Immortal Emperor. Even if he's not as strong as Immortal Emperor Qian Kang, he's not that far off. Even if Immortal Emperor Qian Kang wins, it won't be easy. On the Star Ocean Plaza, the crowd of experts stared blankly at the octagonal cauldron above Immortal Emperor Qian Kang, their hearts throbbing inexplicably. Qian Kang Island was once the third great emperor-level force in the high heavens, second only to the Dragon Spring Sect and Divine Path Mountain. Its name came from the thousands of islands that circled around the Great Emperor Province. Each island had its own mysteries and contained a supreme great Tao. It was said that when these islands were formed, a baby boy was born out of thin air. This baby boy was Immortal Emperor Qian Kang. Unlike Immortal Emperor Yang Tian and Limitless Immortal Emperor Qian Kang was ranked 94th on the Immortal Emperor ranking of the entire Chaos Great Heavens. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Qian Kang was quietly hovering in the middle of the battlefield. Although he didn't make any moves, just the energy ripples released by the combination of his Genesis Heaven power and the Thousand Heaven Cauldron were enough to cause the battlefield's barrier to tremble. This was something that had never happened in a battle between immortal emperors before. Yi Fan, his attainments in the cauldron are higher than yours. On the plaza, Xiao Yang, Chen Nan, and the others tilted their heads and looked at Yi Fan. Indeed. I still have a long way to go. Yi Fan didn't deny it. Although his myriad Qi cauldron and the divine pill's power complemented each other, it was still far inferior to the Thousand Heaven Cauldron's might on the battlefield. As for Chu Bei, who was also on the battlefield, his expression didn't change at all when he sensed the terrifying cauldron's might that was deliberately targeting him. Chapter 694. Fight! Immortal Emperor Qian Kang's roar shook the battlefield. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the cauldron legs, then threw it toward Chu Bei without any hesitation. A terrifying energy storm swept out in an instant. Genesis heaven power rose and fell where the 1,000 firmament cauldron passed. Interesting. I didn't expect Qian Kang to come out of seclusion. We don't know the origin of the All Heavens shop master. It's good that he's here. At least we can find out his strength. When the All Heavens shop was established, who would have thought the All Heavens shopmaster had already stepped into the 8-star stage? Above the sky, several immortal emperors from the other great regions were watching the situation on the battlefield. On the battlefield, Chu Bei gazed ahead in silence, not uttering a single word. However, just as the 1,000 firmament cauldron was about to crush him, terrifying energy rippled around Chu Bei's body. A similar scene played out again. First, a strangely shaped ancient tree exuding an ancient aura appeared. There were tens of thousands of core-shaped objects growing on it. These objects were the same size, but their colors and shapes were different. Each had their own unique characteristics. The branches and leaves swayed, and with a buzzing sound, thousands of different colors rippled above the ancient tree, occasionally changing into various shapes. An extremely dense and refreshing aura that caused one's mind to be refreshed diffused out from the thousands upon thousands of pill-shaped objects, and it rippled through the battlefield and transformed into a miraculous scene. Then, a baby jumped above the ancient tree, its small white hands constantly waving as if controlling the ancient tree under its feet. In addition to the body ancient tree, the path understanding tree, the nether tree, and the world tree appeared one after another. They were in 4 directions, with the body ancient tree as the center. The branches swayed as they changed positions, and the body ancient tree was the leader. Hum. With a rumble, the path understanding tree, the nether tree, and the world tree merged into the body ancient tree. In addition, there was also a ball of energy wrapped in primal chaos. In the end, the 4 ancient trees fused together and evolved into a 5-colored cauldron. Unlike the 1,000 firmament cauldron, the 5-colored cauldron had no horns. If it weren't for its 3 square legs, it would have looked like a water tank. Chu Bei smiled and reached out with his right hand, grabbing one of the 5-colored cauldron's legs. Millions of rays of dazzling divine light shot out from the 5-colored cauldron, merging with the Genesis heaven power released from Chu Bei's body. In an instant, a crisp sound that made one's heart tremble sounded from the 5-colored cauldron, as if a slumbering beast had suddenly awakened. It's not a sword. How's that? Didn't the owner of the All Heavens shop stow? Why is it a cauldron? It's a cauldron's is Heaven's cauldron. Could it be that the owner of the All Heavens shop used both the sword and cauldron to prove his Tao? Kang GGGGS? This was the Tao of an immortal emperor. Since ancient times, no one has been able to prove 2 Taos and enter the immortal emperor realm. Looking at the 5-colored cauldron above Chu Bei, the experts watching the battle on the Star Ocean Plaza suddenly rose to their feet. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Judging from the cauldron's aura, only a Tao verification emperor weapon could have such power. However, in the battle between the All Heavens shop's owner and immortal emperor Yang Tian, the latter had clearly used a long sword. What's going on? 2 Tao verification emperor weapons. How did he do it? The All Heavens shop's owner has many secrets. Outside of High Heavens, immortal emperors from other regions expressed their confusion. It's because of the tree from before. What you're saying is that his true Tao is related to that tree. Whether it's the sword or the cauldron, they both evolved from that tree? That's not right. His true Tao should be that strange and mysterious energy. How can there be such an Emperor Tao? Can it derive other Emperor Taos? If that's the case, how terrifying would that be? Some immortal emperors speculated, but it was because of this that they hoped even more that Chu Bei had attained 2 Emperor Taos. At this moment, all immortal emperors who were not in closed-door cultivation in the Chaos Multiverse focused their attention on the battle between immortal Emperor Qian Kang and Chu Bei. On the battlefield, Chu Bei did something similar to what immortal Emperor Qian Kang had done. With a flick of his right hand, the billions of rays of divine light around the 5-colored cauldron were drawn into the cauldron's mouth. Then, they turned into a rainbow that streaked across the sky like a meteor and flashed towards the immortal Emperor Qian Kang. Amidst the soul-stirring buzzing, the dim battlefield suddenly became gorgeous, giving people a dazzling feeling. Clang! Two cauldrons with completely different appearances, each containing terrifying Genesis heaven power and different Emperor Daos, slammed into each other. When the two cauldrons collided on the battlefield, the eyes of all the experts on the Star Ocean Square widened. In an instant, their vision was filled with white light, and the dazzling light waves directly robbed them of their normal vision. Even with immortal Qi protecting their bodies, they could still feel a faint stabbing pain in their eyes, and even their consciousness felt like it was being pricked by needles. Fortunately, this was only temporary, and they were soon able to see the scene on the battlefield clearly again. The Emperor Daos of the two cauldrons collided, and endless immortal Emperor power wrapped around the Genesis heaven power and compressed it together violently. At the point of collision, a new vast world seemed to have been opened up, containing surging galaxies, boundless starfields, and enormous stars. It was a frightening sight. The owner of the All Heavens Shop's cauldron blocked the immortal Emperor Qian Kang. It shouldn't be. Immortal Emperor Qian Kang had already reached the intermediate 8-star stage in the last Immortal Emperor ranking battle, while the All Heavens Shop owner was only at the initial 8-star stage. Logically speaking, the Immortal Emperor Qian Kang should have the upper hand. What's going on? Could it be that there's no difference between the intermediate 8-star stage and the initial 8-star stage? Impossible. Even a 7-star realm cultivator would have to spend tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years to advance a minor stage. After the breakthrough, the increase in combat strength was not just a little bit, let alone the 8-stars realm. Looking at the two equally matched cauldrons in the battlefield, the spectators, including the Immortal Emperor, were all surprised. It was as if this result was beyond their expectations. However, accompanied by a rumbling sound, a scene that made them even more surprised and even shocked them to the point that they lost their composure occurred. In just 2 seconds, the stalemate was broken. One of the cauldrons was actually sent flying. The cauldron that was sent flying was not Chu Bei's 5-colored cauldron, but Immortal Emperor Qian Kang's 1000 firmament cauldron. The 1000 firmament cauldron flew away. How could this be? Immortal Emperor Qian Kang used his cauldron to prove his Dao, and his cultivation base has reached the intermediate 8-star Immortal Emperor. Why is this happening? Could it be that his cauldron Dao is superior to Immortal Emperor Qian Kang? All the spectators were dumbfounded as they stared at the battlefield in a daze. Chapter 695. No, the 1000 firmament cauldron didn't lose on the cauldron path. Instead, he lost to Genesis heaven power. The limitless Immortal Emperor exclaimed as if he had realized something. What? Lost on the power of Genesis heaven? What do you mean? Immortal Emperor Qian Kang is an intermediate 8-star expert and can mobilize 135 drops of Genesis heaven power at the same time. While the All Heavens Shop owner is a beginner 8-star expert, he can only mobilize 120 drops of Genesis heaven power. How can the 1000 firmament cauldron lose on the power of Genesis heaven? Are you sure the All Heavens Shop owner can only mobilize 120 drops of Genesis heaven power at most? You mean, the All Heavens Shop owner's cultivation is not at the beginner 8-star stage, but above Immortal Emperor Qian Kang? Hearing the limitless Celestial Emperor's words, some of the Celestial Emperors reacted in shock. It was at this moment that the Genesis heaven power around the two cauldrons appeared before everyone's eyes. 135 drops of Genesis heaven power floated around the 1000 firmament cauldron. And around the 5-color cauldron, 10 drops, 20 drops, 30 drops, 40 drops, 50 drops, a total of 150 drop. As I expected, 150 drops of Genesis heaven power, advanced 8-star. The All Heavens Shop owner's cultivation is above Immortal Emperor Qian Kang. In the entire high heavens, only the two from the Dragon Spring sect and Divine Path Mountain have reached the advanced 8-star stage. Who can give me a clear answer? What cultivation level is the All Heavens Shop owner at? You can ask the All Heavens Shop owner yourself. Even if someone tells me that the All Heavens Shop owner is stronger than Genesis Heaven, I will believe it. After confirming the amount of Genesis heaven power around the five-color cauldron, the eyes of all the experts widened sharply. After witnessing this scene, they could no longer use words to describe their inner feelings. It's the same again. Every time, he brings out strength that is only slightly higher than his opponent. On the round platform, the Genesis Yuan spirit looked at Chu Bei, who was standing calmly with his hands behind his back, and muttered to himself. 3 years ago, Duan Ling Tian's strength was at the early stage of the 7-star celestial realm. Before the grand competition, Duan Ling Tian's strength was at the early stage of the 8-star celestial realm. Now, Duan Ling Tian's strength was at the advanced stage of the 8-star celestial realm. No matter which battle it was, the All Heavens shop had only used slightly more strength than their opponents. It was impossible to know their true strength. From the beginning to the end, he gave off an incomparably mysterious feeling, like a bottomless pit. Immortal Emperor Yang Tian was silent. Based on his personal experience, his inner world was the same as the Genesis primordial spirit. At the same time, those immortal emperors who were spectating all fell silent. It was unknown what they were thinking. I didn't expect you to have already reached the heights of Long Quan and Shen Dao. Immortal Emperor Qian Kang stared at Chu Bei. The smile on his face disappeared and his expression became serious. Chu Bei didn't respond to Immortal Emperor Qian Kang. Instead, he reached out and grabbed the 5-colored cauldron again. Then, he directly slammed the cauldron toward Immortal Emperor Qian Kang. Immortal Emperor Qian Kang didn't dare to underestimate the 5-colored cauldron when he sensed that the cauldron's might had been strengthened again. He channeled all of his Genesis heaven power and held the cauldron with both hands to meet Duan Ling Tian's attack. Rumble. Under the control of Chu Bei and Immortal Emperor Qian Kang, the two cauldrons separated upon contact. The terrifying aftershock of the collision tore several cracks in the battlefield that Emperor Yuan had reinforced. Fortunately, the battlefield could repair itself and soon returned to its original state. However, as the two continued to exchange blows, the battlefield's repair speed gradually couldn't keep up with the speed of the cracks. In the end, Chu Bei and Immortal Emperor Qian Kang left the battlefield that Emperor Yuan had created above the Star Ocean Plaza. The two continued to fight while creating their own battlefield. Every time a battlefield was destroyed, a new one would take its place. The cycle repeated. The two figures intertwined in the vast Star Ocean battlefield. Although they weren't in the same space-time, it gave the spectators the illusion that they were standing very close to each other. However, if one took a closer look, they would feel that they were incomparably ethereal and difficult to capture. It was as if their bodies had merged with the vast starry sky. As time passed, in addition to the collision of the two cauldrons, Chu Bei and Immortal Emperor Qian Kang also began their so-called hand-to-hand combat. The two supreme existences exchanged fists and palms in a straightforward and direct manner. Every time their fists and palms collided, it would bring about a destructive force. Under the aftershock, the starry sky around them disappeared without a trace. After an unknown period of time, a figure was finally sent flying in the midst of a fusion. He spat out golden blood, and the energy contained in the power of the blood actually crushed that part of the battlefield. Immortal Emperor Qian Kang is bleeding. Witnessing this scene, the spectating experts gulped. Someone was injured, which meant that the battle wasn't far from ending. Immortal Emperor Qian Kang lost in the end. All the spectators exclaimed when they saw Immortal Emperor Qian Kang vomiting blood on the battlefield. Although this was within their expectations, witnessing this scene with their own eyes still made their hearts tremble. However, just when everyone thought the battle was over, they found that the All Heavens shop master didn't stop attacking. Instead, he took advantage of Immortal Emperor Qian Kang's weakened state to charge forward, held the 5-colored cauldron with both hands, and attacked continuously. Although each of Chu Bei's attacks appeared incomparably simple, they contained his strongest power and he did not hold back in the slightest. He had already been forced to use 150 drops of source heaven power, so how could he let Immortal Emperor Qian Kang go so easily? Since he wanted to fight, he had to beat his opponent until he was afraid. Bang! 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 Under Chu Bei's fierce attacks, Immortal Emperor Qian Kang was repeatedly hit by the 5-colored cauldron even though he tried to block it. Gradually, Immortal Emperor Qian Kang's aura began to become chaotic, and the amount of source heaven power he could mobilize began to decrease from 135 drops to 120 drops. Immortal Emperor Qian Kang's injuries are getting more and more serious. The result of the battle is obvious. Why isn't the owner of the All Heavens shop stopping? Is this going to turn into a life-and-death battle? No. Immortal Emperor Qian Kang is an 8-star Immortal Emperor. If he dies, it will be a great loss to the high heavens. Many experts were worried when they saw Immortal Emperor Qian Kang's injuries worsening, but they didn't dare to stop Chu Bei. Pu. Immortal Emperor Qian Kang spat out another mouthful of blood essence. Immortal Emperor Qian Kang's emotions were complicated. He had thought the All Heavens shopmaster was a beginner 8-star Immortal Emperor, so he wanted to save face for his direct disciple, who knew he would fail miserably in the end. The All Heavens shopmaster was an advanced 8-star Immortal Emperor. Immortal Emperor Qian Kang wanted to admit defeat, but he couldn't because of his face. After suffering another heavy blow, Immortal Emperor Qian Kang looked at Immortal Emperor Lan Hui. Chapter 696. Faced with Immortal Emperor Qian Kang's gaze, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui was taken aback at first, but he quickly understood what Immortal Emperor Qian Kang meant. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to the battlefield. Daoist Chu, Daoist Qian Kang has already admitted defeat. Please stop. I didn't hear him say that. Chu Bei's lips curved into a mocking smile, and the frequency of his attacks increased. Immortal Emperor Qian Kang's expression turned ugly when he heard Chu Bei's words. Chu Bei was clearly not giving him a way out. But in the short few seconds he hesitated, Chu Bei's fierce attacks landed on his body several times. Origin heaven power turned into a torrential river, invading every part of his body and crazily tearing at him. I've lost this battle. I admit defeat. Immortal Emperor Qian Kang could no longer bear it. He stared at Chu Bei, and his unyielding voice drifted out from the battlefield, echoing throughout high heavens. Chu Bei held the 5-colored cauldron and ruthlessly struck Immortal Emperor Qian Kang again. Then, his gaze fell on Immortal Emperor Lan Hui. Immortal Emperor Lan Hui immediately understood and announced, the All Heavens Shop's Sect Master versus Immortal Emperor Qian Kang. The winner is the All Heavens Shop's Sect Master. Immortal Emperor Qian Kang will be spectating the second battle. Immortal Emperor Han Ying versus Immortal Emperor Wu Ji on the first battlefield. Immortal Emperor He Luo versus the All Heavens Shop's Sect Master on the second battlefield. There's no need to fight. I admit defeat. Before Immortal Emperor Lan Hui could announce the start of the second battle, Immortal Emperor He Luo, who was the representative of Divine Path Mountain, chose to forfeit. The experts were not surprised by the He Luo Celestial Emperor's decision. In their opinion, Immortal Emperor He Luo had made a wise choice. After all, even Immortal Emperor Qian Kang was no match for the All Heavens Shop's Sect Master, let alone 7-star Immortal Emperors like them. When it came to the third battle, Immortal Emperor Han Ying, who was the representative of the Dragon Spring sect, made the same choice. Everyone, this means that the battle between the top experts of the various Emperor-grade factions has come to an end. The All Heavens Shop's Sect Master is the strongest, followed by Immortal Emperor Qian Kang, and Immortal Emperor Han Ying, who represents the Dragon Spring sect. The end of the Battle of the Pinnacle Experts also signifies the end of the battle of the Emperor-level factions. Based on the overall ranking, I announce that the number 1 faction in High Heavens is All Heavens Shop, the number 2 faction is Chensang Island, the number 3 faction is World Creator Immortal Sect, the number 4 faction is Dragon Spring Sect, and the number 5 faction is Divine Path Mountain. At the edge of the round platform, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui glanced at the experts on the Star Ocean Square with a smile and a loud voice. Compared to the original ranking, there's a big change. Yeah, the All Heavens Shop is a dark horse. Just the disciples alone had 10 Immortal Emperors. The All Heavens Shop's Gate Master is even a high 8-star expert. The All Heavens Shop is the undisputed number 1. However, the Dragon Spring Sect and Divine Dao Mountain's rankings fell because Immortal Emperor Dragon Spring and Immortal Emperor Divine Dao went into seclusion. Otherwise, he should be 2nd or 3rd. As for the Genesis Immortal Sect, They have Hong Junhun Kuan, who has become a martial emperor. Although they don't live up to their name, they can still make it into the top 5. Hearing Immortal Emperor Lan Hui announce the result of the battle between the forces, the group of experts immediately began to discuss and clamor. Buzz buzz buzz. When Immortal Emperor Lan Hui finished announcing the rankings of the emperor-level factions in the high heavens appeared above every city in the Emperor Province of the Great Heavens. Look! The rankings are out. The All Heavens shop. It's actually number 1. How is that possible? The Dragon Spring Sect and Divine Dao Mountain are actually ranked 3rd and 4th. Who can tell me the details of the Battle of the Forces in the high heavens? How did the All Heavens shop, which was just established within 100 years, suddenly become the number 1 faction? Outside the high heavens, the experts with average strength were all stunned when they saw the rankings in the sky. When they saw the name of the faction that occupied the number 1 position, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. The Chaos Great Heavens could be divided into 10,008 regions. Although the Netherworld Great Heavens shop wasn't one of the 9 strongest regions, it was still one of the top 100 regions. There were 24 immortal emperors in the Netherworld Great Heavens shop. The 1 Yuan Emperor Province was one of the 24 emperor provinces in the Netherworld Great Heavens shop. This immortal emperor was known as Emperor Yuan. The Heavenly Peak Mountain was located in the center of the 1 Yuan Emperor Province. It was a mountain peak suspended in the starry sky, and it was densely forested. As far as the eye could see, the mountain peak was surrounded by dense immortal qi. Even the dense forest inside had become overflowing with life. Lord Emperor Yuan, the battle of the rankings in the high heavens is out. The first place is actually the All Heavens shop. I just received news that the sect master of the All Heavens shop even defeated Immortal Emperor Qian Kang and is an 8-star advanced Immortal Emperor. A quasi-immortal emperor appeared above the Heavenly Peak Mountain with a respectful expression. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. How can I get the method to return to the slope of origin from him? An ethereal voice with a sigh sounded as soon as the quasi-immortal emperor finished speaking. Then, a layer of ripples appeared in the void, and a man in a white robe appeared. He looked in the direction of the Star Ocean Square as if he already knew everything about the Battle of the Forces before the quasi-immortal emperor reported it. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Chu. The Moonlight Empress, Immortal Emperor Yi Huang, Immortal Emperor Xing Qiong, and the others came to Chu Bei one after another and congratulated him. Chu Bei nodded slightly at the Moonlight Empress and the others. Fellow Daoist Chu, Lord Emperor Yuan just came. If you have time, you're welcome to the pavilion. Lord Emperor Yuan has already arranged a meal for you. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui also appeared in front of Chu Bei. What? Even Lord Emperor Yuan invited fellow Daoist Chu. As far as I know, millions of years ago, Immortal Emperor Long Quan came to the Origin Sky Pavilion and wanted to discuss the Tao with Lord Emperor Yuan, but he was rejected in the end. Now, Immortal Emperor Long Quan actually took the initiative to invite fellow Daoist Chu to be a guest. Don't forget that the Zero faction also sent an invitation to fellow Daoist Chu. Hearing Immortal Emperor Lan Hui's words, some experts were shocked, while others were relieved. Tell Lord Emperor Yuan that I will definitely be a guest when I have time, Chu Bei said with a faint smile. The All Heavens shop obtained first place in the Battle of the Emperors of the High Heavens. Host's mission is complete. Reward, 150 drops of Origin Heaven Power to maintain, 200 drops of Origin Heaven Power. New mission activated. The Origin Tool Catalog is about to appear. Host must obtain the Origin Tool Catalog. The region where the Origin Tool Catalog will appear, Sky Market. Just as Chu Bei finished replying to Immortal Emperor Lan Hui, the system's voice rang in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, Chu Bei noticed that the funnel on the system's interface regarding Origin Heaven Power had changed. Previously, the 150 drops of Origin Heaven Power were blue in color and resembled water droplets. However, when the number was increased to 200 drops, the Origin Heaven Power seemed to have undergone a qualitative change and turned into a bright gold color. If it weren't for the fact that it could only be used once, Chu Bei really wanted to use the Origin Heaven Power to see what was different about it. After calming down, Chubei's attention returned to the new mission. Chapter 697. Origin Tool Catalog? Chubei murmured and frowned. There were two reasons why he frowned. First, he did not know much about the so-called Origin Tool Catalog. Second, the system's desire for the Origin Tool Catalog had even exceeded its need for the Source Heavenstone Mine. It seems like I have to pay attention to Sky Market. Chubei narrowed his eyes. Sky Market was one of the 9 strongest regions, just like High Heavens. Moreover, it was ranked 4th, above the former. Since the battle has ended, I'll take my leave. Immortal Emperor Lan Hui waved at the experts. Before he left, he looked at Chubei again. Brother Chu, remember to come to Origin Sky Pavilion when you're free. Lord Origin Emperor is waiting for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui disappeared along with the huge battle stage. After Immortal Emperor Lan Hui left, the other experts looked at each other and left one after another. Because they had won first place in the faction battle, the entire Emperor district was immersed in a joyous atmosphere. In particular, the All Heavens shop held a large-scale carnival. It was exceptionally lively. Brother Sun, Brother Zhu, what's wrong with your auras? In the main hall of the All Heavens shop, the primordial dragon phoenix was puzzled when he sensed Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, Yi Fan, and the others' auras had fallen. When they were in the Star Ocean Plaza, they were still immortal emperors. However, not long after they returned to the All Heavens shop, their cultivation had fallen back to the peak of the quasi-immortal emperor realm. Sun Wukong, Xiao Yang, and the others smiled when they heard the primordial dragon phoenix's words. To be honest, Brother Dragon Phoenix, we didn't break through. As for the immortal emperor realm, it was given to us by Master. It has a time limit. After that time, our cultivation will naturally return. Of course, it's very beneficial for us to enter the immortal emperor realm in advance. Perhaps we can truly enter the immortal emperor realm in less than 100 years. What? Enter the immortal emperor realm for a short period of time? The primordial dragon phoenix's pupils suddenly shrank when he heard that. He looked at Chubei in shock and disbelief. Even as an ancient race with inherited ancient memories, he had never heard of such a thing. They could enter the immortal emperor realm for a short period of time. At this thought, the primordial dragon phoenix looked at Chubei with even more reverence. Disciples, you can stay in the All Heavens shop for a few more days. Let's use this period of time to spar with each other. Chubei's gaze swept over Xiao Yang, Yi Fan, and the others as he spoke in a calm voice. Yes, Master. Xiao Yang, Yi Fan, and the others nodded in agreement. In the next few days, the All Heavens shop was still very lively, with people coming and going. Not only did the leaders of the various forces in the High Heavens come to congratulate Chubei, but even the experts from the other regions came to offer gifts, wanting to form a good relationship with Chubei. As for Chubei, after greeting the experts who came to congratulate him, he spent most of his time guiding the disciples. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the 4th major region's Sky Market. At first, there were no unusual movements in the Sky Market. However, on the 7th day, it suddenly became the focus of the entire chaotic heavens. Have you all heard? It's about the Sky Market. I only know that the Sky Market has been sealed, but I don't know the details. It's said that the 4 Symbols Sect, Boundless Peak, and Brahma Temple have officially started a war. How is that possible? They have been living in harmony for hundreds of millions of years. How can a war break out so suddenly? Who knows? However, they released the news that the Sky Market has been sealed because of this. It shouldn't be. If there's a war, then there's a war. Why would they seal the Sky Market? Are they worried that the aftermath of the war will harm the other major regions? There's no reason for them to be worried about this. Anyway, that's all there is to know. If you want to know more, I'm afraid only the people in the Sky Market will know. However, the Sky Market has been sealed by all the Celestial Emperors in the Sky Market. Even 7-star Celestial Emperors and 8-star Celestial Emperors can't enter, let alone us. I have a feeling that things aren't that simple. The so-called war might just be a cover for the outside world. No matter what, something big has happened in the Sky Market. For a time, All the cultivators in the major regions of the Chaos Heavens were discussing the sky market intensely. At the same time, the celestial emperors in the major regions looked at the sky market with terrifying gazes. Wisps of divine consciousness that contained celestial emperor power shrouded the sky market, and there was no lack of energy ripples that contained origin heaven power. However, not a single wisp of divine consciousness could enter the sky market. All of them were blocked by the sealing formation outside the sky market. Celestial Emperor Luo Sai, you've always been on good terms with the Boundless Peak Master. Didn't he tell you anything? An emperor's voice sounded. You're also on good terms with the abbot of the Burning Heaven Temple. Did he tell you anything? Another emperor's voice replied. If that's the case, the sky market is really going to change. The emperor's voice spread faintly. In the All Heavens shop, Chu Bei stood up from his chair. His eyes moved slightly, and his figure disappeared. Where did Master go? It should be related to the sky market. It must be. As long as there is a lively place, Master's figure is always there. But according to the outside world, isn't the sky market already sealed? Given Master's means, are you still worried that he can't enter? In the All Heavens shop, Xiao Yang, Chen Nan, and the others were discussing and speculating when they noticed that Chu Bei had left. At the same time, outside the vast sky market, there were experts from various major regions. There were celestial kings, quasi-immortal emperors, and there was no lack of perfection celestial emperors. These top experts were scattered in different locations outside the sky market. What they had in common was that they were trying to use their spiritual force to pass through the massive sealing array. Unfortunately, even if they were celestial emperors, no matter how hard they tried, they could not even send a strand of their divine consciousness into the sealing grand formation, let alone the interior of the sky market. Southwest of the sky market, a layer of void rippled, and a man in a purple robe appeared. Isn't that the All Heavens shop master from the high heavens? He's here too. Do you think he can enter the sky market with his strength? It's very possible. Unlike us, he's an advanced 8-star celestial emperor. It's useless. Celestial Emperor Minute Bay from the Hengshui region tried before. He's also an advanced 8-star celestial emperor, but the result was the same as ours. He couldn't even send his divine consciousness in, let alone enter. When the experts saw the purple-robed man's appearance, they were shocked at first, but they quickly retreated. Chu Bei ignored the gazes of the experts around him. He clenched his right fist and threw a punch at the light shield created by the sealing formation. Subsequently, one could hear a low and deep muffled sound coming from the spot where Chu Bei's fist had struck. However, not even a ripple was formed on the light barrier that contained a frightening strength. Chapter 698. Chu Bei frowned slightly. Although he hadn't used all of his Source Heaven's power, his probing punch had at least reached the level of a 7-star immortal emperor. Interesting, Chu Bei murmured. If the rumors were true and even an 8-star immortal emperor couldn't break the formation, then he wouldn't even be able to pass the first hurdle, let alone complete the mission. Fellow Daoist Chu, anyone with a discerning eye can tell that the news released by Sky Market is just a cover. Although the Four Symbols sect, Boundless Peak, and Brahma Temple don't get along well with each other and have small conflicts, it's impossible for a large-scale battle to erupt, let alone to the extent of sealing off a major region. However, this formation was formed by all the immortal emperors in the sky ruins. We have tried, but we can't enter. At this moment, an ethereal emperor's voice sounded. Upon hearing this, Chu Bei's expression changed. The person who spoke was at the very least an 8-star mid-stage immortal emperor. Fellow Daoist Chu, it's impossible for you to break the formation by yourself. Why don't we join forces and give it a try? That's a good idea, but it'll take some time even if we join forces. I wonder what's happening in Sky Market. Perhaps the formation will break on its own before we can break it. Several immortal emperor voices from different major regions sounded again. Just as Chu Bei was about to respond, the system panel in his spiritual sea buzzed. In the next moment, Chu Bei felt as if an unknown mysterious energy had been injected into his body, and his body gradually became transparent. Inexplicably, Chu Bei suddenly felt as if he had reached an incomparable degree of compatibility with the great formation of the sky market. Chu Bei subconsciously walked toward the light barrier formed by the formation. Kai kai kai, amidst a strange burning sound, Chu Bei's semi-translucent body began to pass through the light barrier until it disappeared. Did you see that? The All Heavens shop master went in. How is that possible? How did he do it? As an 8-star Immortal Emperor Minute Bei had tried all sorts of methods to enter the Grand Formation, yet he was unable to do so. However, the All Heaven Shop's Gate Master was able to enter so easily. It was as if the Grand Formation did not exist to him. After Chu Bei successfully entered Sky Market, the surrounding experts were stunned for a moment before they exclaimed in surprise. As expected of the All Heavens Shop Master, no wonder he was invited by the Zero Faction and Yuan Emperor. Yeah, we can't understand his methods. He's too mysterious. At the same time, the immortal emperors from various major regions also exclaimed in surprise. The Fallen Corpse Mountain, in the Ghost Emperor province in the southwest of Sky Market. Due to the terrain, the yin qi in this place was extremely dense, and the yin qi was mixed with dense corpse qi. As the name suggested, the Fallen Corpse Mountain Range was a strange mountain range formed by tombs. There were rumors that countless experts were buried in this mountain range. There were immortal kings, half-immortal emperors, and even immortal emperors. Due to the mountain TT, the fallen ancient immortal mountain range of the mountains B. However, if an expert were to investigate carefully, they would discover that there was a mystery hidden in the forest. These trees that were surrounded by corpse qi actually formed a large formation. At the center of the formation, there was actually a space barrier that led to another small world. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the sky above the mountain range, and a figure emerged from the ripple. As soon as Chu Bei arrived at the Fallen Corpse Mountain Range, he noticed the abnormality. In just a few breaths, he found the entrance to the small world. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Bei changed his appearance and passed through the spatial barrier. When he arrived at the small world, he saw an extremely high and steep slope. At the end of the slope was a huge valley surrounded by mountains, and within the valley was an incomparably huge black hole. It was like a primordial ferocious beast that was hiding in the darkness, and it was suffused with a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to turn cold. In the depths of the Black Palace was a huge square. On the plaza, black stone pillars that pierced straight into the starry sky were erected one after another. Each of the stone pillars was covered with countless strange runes. Numerous pitch-black chains extended from the stone pillars, intersecting and outlining the air of the square. At the end of these chains, there were bound figures, each with a painful expression, as if they were suffering some kind of unbearable torture. At this moment, the most mournful howl of pain came from the center of the square. A huge 8 trigrams furnace was suspended in the center. The furnace had 8 corners, and each corner was engraved with a different divine beast pattern. Black runes could be faintly seen, emitting a hair-raising light. The most mournful wail came from within the cauldron. Upon closer inspection, although it looked like an alchemy cauldron, what was being refined was not a pill, but a living person. It was a middle-aged man. His whole body was bound by strange runes, and 9 different kinds of flames continued to burn his body. His struggling body, twisted expression, and even his divine soul could be faintly seen slowly leaving his body. What do you think Lord Ku he did wrong for His Majesty to treat him like this? This has nothing to do with us. Don't ask too much. Just do what His Majesty ordered. Could it be related to the sealing of Sky Market? What happened in the outside world? Even His Majesty left. Around the furnace, 18 figures stood in an orderly manner, each in a direction, and all of their immortal qi was poured into the furnace. Judging from the fluctuations of their auras, they were all immortal emperors above the 7th heaven. Heng Wu, you invited me to join your force 3 times back then. Now, you're treating me like this. In the furnace, the middle-aged man roared. His roar was filled with unwillingness, and his eyes were filled with hatred. After roaring, the middle-aged man seemed to have made a painful decision. He no longer resisted, and instead, he absorbed the 9 colored flames into his body. In an instant, his body began to expand. Oh no. Lord Ku, he is going to self-destruct. Stop him. His Majesty ordered us not to let him die. No. It's too late. The 18 figures sensed the abnormality in the furnace, and their expressions changed abruptly. They hurriedly changed the seals in their hands, looking extremely flustered. If I'm lucky enough not to die and enter the cycle of reincarnation, I'll definitely come back after billions of years. The middle-aged man's resentful voice floated in the square. However, just as his body and divine soul were on the verge of collapse and about to explode, an external force suppressed them. Lord Ku, his power has been suppressed. That's great. Take this opportunity to strengthen the seal. Who on earth helped us? In the furnace, the middle-aged man's self-destruction was stopped, and the 18 figures immediately looked happy. However, just as they hurriedly cast layers of seals into the furnace, their expressions turned ugly. This was because they realized that not only did the seals they cast just now not land on Ku his body, but even the seals that His Majesty had placed on Ku his body before had disappeared. Chapter 699. The seal is gone. What? What's going on? The 18 quasi-immortal emperors looked at each other in dismay, their faces full of shock. At the same time, Ku he, who was in the furnace, also had a look of disbelief. Although his self-destruction had been suppressed, the seal that was originally placed on him by the immortal emperor had also disappeared. Who? With a bang, the pill furnace exploded, and Ku he flew out from it. Then, he released his divine sense and scanned the surroundings. I was passing by and saw that you were pitiful, so I did it on the way. A calm voice sounded, and a young man in a green robe appeared. This young man was naturally Chu Bei, but he had changed his appearance. Who are you? Ku he frowned slightly and sized up Chu Bei warily. In this world, only immortal emperors could casually break the seal of an immortal emperor. The reason why his expression was so serious was because the aura of the man in front of him did not belong to any immortal emperor that he knew of in the sky market. If the other party came from another large region, it would be even more unbelievable. The sky market array was formed by gathering all the immortal emperors. Immortal emperors from other large regions could not enter at all. No matter who he is, take him down first. Seeing the newcomer, the 18 quasi-immortal emperors shouted and burst out with majestic immortal power at the same time. However, just as they attacked, their bodies flew out inexplicably with a bang, as if they were severely injured by an invisible force. Immediately, they spat out blood and could not move. Immortal. Immortal Emperor. The 18 quasi-immortal emperors' faces turned pale, and they collapsed on the ground. After looking at each other, their gazes landed on Chu Bei again, and there was some fear between their brows. Chu Bei ignored the 18 quasi-immortal emperors. Instead, he looked at Ku he with a playful look in his eyes. I'm very curious. You are from the same sect as them. Why did they treat you like this? Ku he stared at Chu Bei warily and did not make any reply. I heard your roar in the furnace earlier. It seemed that you wanted to kill the guy who sealed you. Perhaps, I can help you along the way. The corners of Chu Bei's lips curled into a smile. His words turned cold as he said, but if you continue to remain silent, I don't mind sealing you in place of the person you want to kill. Meeting Chu Bei's cold gaze, Ku his expression changed slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, Sir Immortal Emperor, are you from outside the sky market? That's right. Chu Bei nodded. But as far as I know, the sky market has already been sealed off. Powerhouses from other regions cannot enter at all. I am very curious, Your Excellency the Immortal Emperor, how did you get in here? Ku his face was filled with confusion. Answer my question, not make me answer yours. Chu Bei's expression grew colder. Hearing this, Ku he turned to look at the 18 quasi-immortal emperors. After sealing the 18 of them, he looked at Chu Bei and said, Lord Immortal Emperor, you must have entered the sky market because of the sealing array. To the outside world, the news released by Sky Market was that the Four Symbols Sect, Boundless Peak, and Brahma Temple were at war. In reality, it was not that the forces were at war, but that an Emperor artifact had appeared in the Sky Market. Although I don't know what this Emperor artifact is, it must be extremely important. When this Emperor artifact appeared, even the 6-star, 7-star, and 8-star immortal emperors who were in seclusion all moved out. From this, we can see the value of this Emperor artifact. After listening to Chu Bei already knew in his heart that this Emperor artifact was the origin artifact list that the system wanted. We are all from the same sect. Why did they restrain you? Chu Bei stretched out his hand and pointed at the 18 quasi-immortal emperors who were sealed. It was an order from the corpse ghost immortal emperor. The reason why he did this was probably because he was worried that I would leak the information about the Emperor artifact. After all, before I joined the corpse ghost immortal emperor, I did not belong to the sky market. I came from another large region. However, I did not expect that he would use the method of refining my soul to seal my mouth. His expression became more and more unsightly, and the killing intent in his eyes became more intense. Do you know where this Emperor artifact is now? Chu Bei asked and went straight to the point. Three-Finger Emperor Province, Bloody Spectre Mountain. He hesitated for a moment and said the name of the place. I understand. Chu Bei nodded and replied. He sent a wisp of divine consciousness into the consciousness of the 18 Emperor Province's people. After stripping their memories, he turned around and left. Seeing that Chu Bei had left, he was stunned for a moment. After undoing the seals on his subordinates in the square, he also disappeared. Three-Finger Emperor Province, the 4th Emperor Province in the Sky Market. The master of this province was the Three-Finger Immortal Emperor. His strength was second only to the sect master of the Four Symbols sect, the peak master of the Boundless Peak, and the abbot of the Brahma Temple. He was the 4th strongest immortal emperor in the Sky Market. It was said that the Three-Finger Immortal Emperor had the strongest 3 fingers. These 3 fingers did not refer to fingers, but the 3 strongest killing emperor techniques. What was even more terrifying was that the 3 killing techniques of the Three-Finger Immortal Emperor complemented each other, and their power could be multiplied. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! Just as Chu Bei entered the Three-Finger Emperor Province, he heard a loud explosion. Accompanied by this explosion, a blood-purple rainbow light lit up in the southeastern area of the Emperor Province. Immediately after, a strange aura spread out from the blood-purple rainbow light and instantly swept to the area where Chu Bei was. That's the root cause of the Sky Market's lockdown this time, an Emperor artifact that's about to be born. He appeared behind Chu Bei and pointed at the location of the blood-purple rainbow light. Why did you follow me? Chu Bei glanced at he indifferently and frowned slightly. From the looks of it, Sir Immortal Emperor, you should want to obtain this Emperor artifact. The Celestial Emperor helped me escape. If you encounter any trouble in the future, I can offer my meager help to show my gratitude. He saluted Chu Bei with his fists clasped. He was very respectful. When that time comes, I'm afraid you'll run away faster than this king. Chu Bei no longer paid any attention to this perfected quasi-immortal emperor behind him who was obviously here to watch the show. According to his detection, there were 61 immortal emperors in the direction of the blood-purple rainbow light. Among them, there were 5 auras that were even stronger than Immortal Emperor Qian Kang. In other words, there were 5 immortal emperors above the intermediate 8-star stage scattered around the blood-purple rainbow light. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Bei restrained his aura to the extreme and took a step forward. In an instant, Chu Bei crossed the mountains and rivers that contained mysterious power and arrived at a vast flat area. Although there were very few trees here, the spirit qi that filled the air was even denser. Looking around, this area that should have been incomparably prosperous had almost turned into ruins. From the piles of rubble that were piled up like small mountains, one could vaguely feel an extremely strange residual power. The reason this place became like this is all because of the energy shock wave brought about by the birth of the Emperor artifact, he said again. At the same time, he pointed to the southeast. That mountain is the Bloody Ghost Mountain. Chapter 700. In the direction that he was pointing at, a blood-red mountain covered in ripples was faintly discernible. Looking closely, there were no trees or beasts in the mountain. Above the circular mountain pass was the so-called Emperor treasure. As for the surroundings of the mountain pass, There were countless powerful figures gathered. Even the weakest among them had already entered the sixth heaven of the immortal king realm. Half of them were quasi-immortal emperors. It could be said that the top experts of the entire sky market were gathered around the Bloody Spectre Mountain. Of course, from the way these experts were dressed, they could be divided into nearly 100 factions. Some of the experts wore robes with a ferocious white tiger with its bloody mouth open on the back. Some of the experts wore robes with a fierce long sword on the chest. Some of the experts wore robes with a crimson divine dragon on the back. Some of the experts wore robes with an ancient mammoth with a tortoise shell on its back. All of them were different. Among the 100 or so forces, there were 5 that attracted the most attention. Among these 5 factions, other than the founder whose aura was above Immortal Emperor Qian Kang's, there were also other high-level Immortal Emperors. Immortal Emperor, you should be very familiar with the Sky Market. Four Symbols Sect, Boundless Peak, Brahma Temple, Three-Finger Immortal Sect, and Nether Sea Valley are the 5 strongest factions in the Sky Market. Especially the leaders of the top 3 forces. It is said that they have already reached the peak of the 8 Stars realm and are only 1 step away from entering the 9 Stars realm. Ku He stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of the 5 forces as he spoke to Chu Bei. Chu Bei glanced indifferently at Ku He. He did not respond. He quietly hid himself in the army of one of the powers. He watched the movements of the blood-purple light above the mountain pass and waited quietly. Immortal Emperor, are you waiting for the right time to attack? Ku He came to Chu Bei's side. Immortal Emperor, this sky market can no longer accommodate me. Can I join your faction? If you continue to talk, I don't mind making you unable to open your mouth forever. Hearing Ku He's chattering, Chu Bei's face darkened, and a cold killing intent surged in his eyes. Hearing this, Ku He immediately shut his mouth and did not say another word. What do you think it is? You can actually block our attack. A voice came from the direction of Boundless Peak, the second most powerful force in Sky Market. The person who spoke was a tall and thin old man. He looked like a javelin, and his hair and beard were all dark green. He stood there quietly, his entire being giving off an illusory feeling, as if he was an illusion. The old man's monarch title was Boundless. He was the Peak Master of Boundless Peak, the second strongest person in Sky Market. There are no records about it. Perhaps we can only find out when it fully emerges. In the direction of the Burning Heaven Temple, a fat old man with a bald head and a resplendent Dharma idol behind him responded. He was the abbot of the Burning Heaven Temple, the third strongest expert in the Sky Market. Do you think those guys outside will believe our excuses? The person who spoke was a middle-aged man in a red robe. His face was expressionless, or rather, his face was completely stiff, and his cheeks were sunken. However, if one were to look closely, they would discover that there were 3 fingers on his right hand that were emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. He was Immortal Emperor 3 Fingers, the Lord of the Emperor State and the 4th strongest expert in the Sky Market. Even Yuan Di wouldn't be able to break the seal in a short period of time. By the time the seal is broken, we will have obtained this item. It doesn't matter whether they believe our excuses or not. At this moment, an old man with silver hair and a goatee spoke. He narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on the blood-purple light above the Bloody Spectre Mountain. He was the sect master of the Four Symbols Sect, the strongest expert in the Sky Market, and the 6th strongest on the Immortal Emperor leaderboard in the entire chaotic universe. Buzz buzz, suddenly, the blood-purple light above the mountain entrance let out a buzzing sound. It's moving. It's moving. The light of the Emperor artifact is fading. We can vaguely see it. A brick. The Emperor artifact is actually a brick. Gradually, the blood-purple light disappeared, revealing the appearance of the object inside. However, the moment they saw the object's appearance, the eyes of the experts around the Bloody Spectre Mountain shrank, and they could not help but exclaim. Even the sect master of the Four Symbols Sect, Immortal Emperor Wu Ya, Immortal Emperor 3 Fingers, and the others had a strange expression. They looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. The so-called Emperor artifact was actually a pitch-black stone brick. There must be something strange about it. The sect master of the Four Symbols Sect frowned. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to grab the black brick. Boom. However, just as the sect master of the Four Symbols sect's hand was about to land on the black brick, a light shield appeared on the surface of the black brick and blocked the huge hand. Accompanied by a low muffled sound, the mysterious power on the light shield actually repelled the huge hand. The Origin artifact catalog has appeared. Host must obtain it. At this moment, the system's voice rang in Chu Bei's mind again. What kind of power is that? It's the Four Symbols Immortal Emperor, the strongest expert in the sky market. He's someone who is infinitely close to being 9 stars. Even he can't get the brick. Judging from this brick is definitely an Emperor artifact. And it's a peerless Emperor artifact. Seeing the Four Symbols Immortal Emperor's huge hand being repelled, the expert's expressions became even more shocked. Let's attack together and take it down. After we study it thoroughly, we'll decide who it belongs to. The Four Symbols Immortal Emperor swept his gaze across the other Immortal Emperors. Okay. Since these Immortal Emperors had experienced the terrifying defense of the blood-purple light ball before, they all nodded in agreement when the Four Symbols Immortal Emperor spoke. Rumble, in the next moment, dozens of Immortal Emperor auras burst forth from the surroundings of the Bloody Spectre Mountain. Including the Four Symbols Immortal Emperor, a total of 61 Immortal Emperors attacked at the same time. Amidst the booming sounds, 61 terrifying beams of light carrying the Immortal Emperor's power shot toward the light shield outside the black brick from all directions. Among them, there was no lack of source heaven energy. Damn it! It's actually so sturdy. Looking at the light shield that was still intact even after combining all the Immortal Emperor's powers, one of the Immortal Emperors cried out. Perhaps this item is a blessing for the sky market. The Four Symbols Immortal Emperor said, before the seal is broken, we must obtain this Emperor artifact. When those fellows outside come in, I'm afraid this Emperor artifact will no longer belong to the sky market. Lord Immortal Emperor, do you see that? All the Immortal Emperors in the sky market can't do anything to that Emperor artifact. You can imagine how terrifying it is. He pointed at the black brick as he tilted his head to look at Chu Bei. Chu Bei still ignored He. His attention was completely focused on the black brick. When he confirmed that the black brick was the Origin artifact catalog that the system wanted, he had mixed feelings. In his opinion, since it was a catalog, it should be from a sheepskin scroll or a book. Unexpectedly, it was a huge black brick. All of you, attack together. At this moment, the Four Symbols Immortal Emperor ordered the experts below the Immortal Emperor stage. Upon hearing this, the other experts around the Bloody Spectre Mountain did not dare to hesitate. They immediately gathered their strongest power and landed it on the light shield outside the black brick. Chapter 701. Kai. Time ticked by. It's working. There's a crack. One of the Celestial Emperors exclaimed excitedly after some time had passed. A crack had appeared on the surface of the black brick, and the crack was spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom. Another 15 minutes passed. Finally, with a loud explosion, the light barrier around the black brick completely exploded. At the same time, the terrifying energy from the explosion instantly destroyed all the attacks from the Celestial Emperors. There are flashing runes on it. These runes are very strange. I can't help but feel my heart palpitate when I look at them. Let's take it first and study it when we get back. When the light barrier broke, the Celestial Emperors, including the 4 phenomenon Celestial Emperors, sensed the aura flowing on the black brick and the pulsating mysterious runes. However, just as they were about to grab the black brick, a terrifying surge of Genesis Heaven energy suddenly surged out from the black brick. In the next instant, a huge hand appeared out of thin air. Who's there? The 4 phenomenon Celestial Emperors bellowed when they saw the huge hand. Then, they attacked together with the other Celestial Emperors. At the same time, the huge hand that appeared out of thin air also released an unparalleled surge of Genesis Heaven energy. Instantly, 2 terrifying forces collided at the location of the black brick. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as the 2 forces cancelled each other out. Subsequently, a young man in a green robe appeared on top of the black brick. Who's that? Where did he come from? He managed to block the 4 phenomenon Celestial Emperor's attack. No, to be precise, his the joint attack of all the Celestial Emperors in the Sky Market. The Sky Market experts began to discuss among themselves when they saw the unfamiliar young man on top of the black brick. Cultivator Chu, do you think I won't recognize you just because you changed your appearance? The 4 phenomenon Celestial Emperors frowned as they stared at the young man with an ugly expression. Apart from him, Wu Ya, Sanji, and the other Celestial Emperors also recognized Chu Bei. Their expressions turned solemn. Seeing that the 4 phenomenon Celestial Emperors had recognized him, Chu Bei no longer concealed himself. He changed his appearance and revealed his true appearance. It's really the All Heavens shop leader. Sky Market is sealed. How did he get in? Moreover, even if he's an 8-star advanced cultivator, he won't be able to easily withstand the combined attacks of all the Immortal Emperors. Moreover, the 4 phenomenon Immortal Emperor Wu Ya, and the Brahma Heaven Immortal Emperor are infinitely close to the 9 stars. Any one of them should be stronger than the All Heavens shop's shopmaster. After Chu Bei revealed his true appearance, the expressions of the group of Sky Market powerhouses changed with a whoosh. The weakest among the people present was already at the 6th heaven of the Immortal King realm. They were especially concerned about the great domain of the chaos. They were naturally aware of Chu Bei's performance in the battle in the high heavens. I didn't expect this to be your true strength. You were still hiding something during the battle with Qian Kang. You should have already stepped into the realm of 9 stars. The 4 phenomenon Celestial Emperors, Wu Ya Celestial Emperor, Brahma Heaven Celestial Emperor, and other top experts fixed their eyes on Chu Bei. What? The All Heavens shop's shopmaster has stepped into the realm of 9 stars. Doesn't that mean he's stronger than the 4 phenomenon Celestial Emperors? No wonder Emperor Yuan invited him to the Origin Sky Pavilion. The other experts were shocked when they heard the 4 phenomenon Celestial Emperor's words. The person who saved me is the All Heavens shop's shopmaster. In the sea of people, He stared at Chu Bei in a daze. His expression was somewhat absent-minded. He's even a 9 stars Celestial Emperor. If he joins the All Heavens shop. After regaining his senses, an excited expression appeared on His face. I've lost this item before, so I need to take it away. I hope you won't stop me. Chu Bei glanced at the 4 phenomenon Celestial Emperors and the others as he pointed at the black brick. You lost it. Fellow Daoist Chu, you must be joking. The 4 phenomenon Celestial Emperor sneered. You're not the only one who witnessed its birth. Wu Ya Celestial Emperor said, Fellow Daoist Chu, isn't this reason a little too far-fetched? I don't care what you think, but I must take this item away. Chu Bei said coldly. So what if you're a 9 stars Celestial Emperor? Do you think you can take the Emperor artifact from all the Celestial Emperors in Sky Market by yourself? The 4 phenomenon Celestial Emperor stared coldly at Chu Bei. His aura began to rise as 190 drops of Genesis Heaven power appeared around him. At the same time, 180 drops of Genesis Heaven power appeared around Wu Ya Celestial Emperor and the Brahma Heaven Celestial Emperor. As for Celestial Emperor Three Fingers, he had 160 drops of Genesis Heaven power. Chu Bei narrowed his eyes when he sensed the auras surging toward him. Sky Market was indeed stronger than High Heavens. The Celestial Emperors in Sky Market stared coldly at Chu Bei from above Bloodspectre Mountain. The 4 phenomenon Celestial Emperor frowned and no longer spoke. Instead, he pointed his right hand at Chu Bei. With a buzzing sound, 9 dazzling rays of divine light shot out from his palm. Every ray of divine light was composed of Genesis Heaven power. The moment they shot out, the 9 azure divine lights intertwined together, releasing a terrifying aura that soared after they fused. At the same time, Wu Ya Celestial Emperor, the Brahma Heaven Celestial Emperor, and the other Celestial Emperors also attacked. Terrifying killing techniques that contained Genesis Heaven power blasted toward Chu Bei. Rumble. On the battlefield, all the Celestial Emperors in Sky Market were targeting Chu Bei. The majestic Genesis Heaven aura was suffocating. The experts below the Immortal Emperor realm stared blankly at the battlefield. They held their breaths and stared unblinkingly at Chu Bei, who remained unmoved. However, just as the terrifying attacks led by the four phenomenon celestial emperors were about to land on Chu Bei from all directions, a golden river suddenly gushed out from his body. Splash! The golden river blocked the joint attack of the four phenomenon celestial emperors and the other powerhouses amidst the sound of surging water. He blocked it. He blocked the attacks of all the celestial emperors in Sky Market by himself. Has the All Heavens Shop store master already become this powerful? Was that Genesis heaven power? But why is it golden? The experts who were watching the battle stared at the battlefield in a daze. The battlefield had calmed down, but they had yet to recover from the shock of the collision between the two terrifying forces. Golden Genesis heaven power. You've entered the 9 stars stage. And the advanced stage. The pupils of the four phenomenon celestial emperors, Wu Ya celestial emperor, and the other celestial emperors suddenly shrank. Their expressions grew increasingly solemn as they stared at the golden river surrounding Chu Bei. When a celestial emperor broke through the 8 stars stage and entered the 9 stars stage, the Genesis heaven power would undergo a qualitative change. Its color would change from blue to gold. Chapter 702. I'll definitely take away what's mine. If any of you want to stop me, feel free to try. Chu Bei swept his gaze across the four phenomenon celestial emperors and the others. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand in the air, emitting a faint glow. The surrounding Genesis heaven power immediately transformed into a giant hand that grabbed at the pitch-black brick below. This belongs to Heavenly Market. Even if you're at the 9 stars stage, you won't be able to take it away, the four phenomenon celestial emperors said coldly. Then, they joined forces with the other celestial emperors and attacked together to prevent Chu Bei from taking the black brick away. Buzz buzz, however, this time, when the two terrifying Genesis heaven energy collided with the black brick, the latter suddenly trembled and emitted a strange buzzing sound. In the next instant, it spewed out a black divine light that shrouded the entire three-fingered emperor province and quickly spread to the entire heavenly market. In an instant, the originally bright heavenly market turned into a world of endless darkness. It was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Food, all of you will be my food. Delicious food. Before the heavenly market experts could react to what had happened, a deep voice that seemed to come from the abyss rang in their minds, causing their hearts to palpitate. At that moment, in the endless darkness, they saw a pair of incomparably huge and strange eyes at the spot where the black brick was located. The eyes were blood red and had mysterious runes that made one's heart tremble. What's going on? Was it talking just now? Where did it come from? What does it have to do with the Emperor artifact? The group of celestial emperors stared blankly at the pair of blood-red eyes, their faces filled with confusion. They extended their divine consciousness, only to discover that the moment their divine consciousness came into contact with the blood-red eyes, it would mysteriously disappear. It was extremely strange. So, it's guarding it. At that moment, in addition to the deep voice that seemed to come from the abyss, another voice rang in Chu Bei's mind. When Chu Bei heard the voice, he shuddered. It was as though his entire body had been injected with a bone-chilling cold that could not be resisted. Ever since the system was activated, every sound it made was extremely stiff, just like a machine. However, this time, it sounded like an ordinary creature was speaking. This was something that had never happened before. Host, its appearance is beyond my expectations. Maybe I'll have to sleep for a while. The system's voice once again rang out in Chu Bei's mind, but before the confused Chu Bei could open his mouth to ask anything, the system interface flew out of his mind. Which one are you? At this moment, the pair of crimson eyes above the black brick seemed to have noticed something and immediately looked in the direction of the golden disc transformed from the system interface. It was as if it had found an old friend, but it wasn't sure which one it was. As his voice rang out, a terrifying power far superior to Genesis heaven power shot out from his blood-red eyes. The hearts of the four phenomenon's immortal emperors and the other experts sank when they sensed the spreading aura. Their bodies seemed to be imprisoned, and they couldn't move at all. At the same time, the golden disk and the system interface erupted with a terrifying power that Chu Bei had never imagined, instantly enveloping the power released from the blood-red eyes. In the outside world. Look. What's happening in Tianshu? It's so chaotic. What's going on? Are the three great forces really at war? No matter how fierce the battle between the three great forces is, it shouldn't have caused such a situation in a major region. The experts' expressions changed drastically as they stared at Tianshu, which had suddenly turned into a black ball of light. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Two forces are intertwining. They're filling the entire Tianshu. These two forces seem to be from the same source, and their auras are even stronger than Genesis heaven power. What are the four phenomenons and boundless doing? The immortal emperors of the 8 stars and above seemed to have sensed something, and their faces darkened. Rumble. Before the immortal emperor's divine consciousness could penetrate Tianshu trembled and exploded with a loud bang. It was this explosion that caused the entire grand domain of chaos to be immersed in a deathly silence. It took a few seconds for them to recover from their shock, but the fear on their faces was still there. Since Tianshu had exploded, the sealing array naturally disappeared. In the starry sky, immortal emperors from the various major regions descended on Tianshu and used various methods to drive away the endless darkness. After an unknown period of time, the darkness finally disappeared. However, as far as the eye could see, only a few figures were left in the vast sky market. The four phenomenons Immortal Emperors, Immortal Emperor Wu Ya, Immortal Emperor Three Fingers, and the others were all 8-star Immortal Emperors. Besides them, there was no one else in Tianshu. Where did the people of Tianshu go? Who can tell me what's going on? Why are there so few people left in Tianshu, one of the 9 most powerful regions? Where are the others? Could it be that they all died in the previous explosion? But what's with the explosion? Even an Origin Emperor can't destroy an entire major region in one strike. Every major region is supported by laws that surpass the power of Origin Heaven. Even an 8-star or 9 stars Immortal Emperor would have to spend at least a few years to destroy these laws in order to destroy a major region. Looking at the empty Tianshu apart from the 12 figures, the experts were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Although they had seen it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe their eyes. This was completely beyond their understanding. Perhaps an 8-star or 9 stars Immortal Emperor could destroy everything in a major region in a short period of time, but it was impossible for them to destroy a major region's barrier. This was because every major region was supported by laws that surpassed the power of Origin Heaven. This was why, after hundreds of millions of years, some lost major regions with no traces of life were born. 4 phenomenons, boundless, what happened? What are you hiding? Several Immortal Emperors questioned the 4 phenomenons Immortal Emperor and the others. Dead. Everyone below the 8-star level is dead. The All Heavens Shopmaster is also dead. They're all dead. That's not an Emperor artifact. It's the source of destruction. The 4 phenomenons Immortal Emperor, Boundless Immortal Emperor, and the others muttered to themselves as they looked at the Tianshu that no longer existed. At this moment, their auras were chaotic and extremely weak. They gave off the feeling that they were in their twilight years and were on the verge of collapsing. Under the urging of the other major regions, one of the 12 surviving Immortal Emperors recounted what had happened in Tianshu and quickly spread the news. It didn't take long for the entire chaotic heavens to stir. Chapter 703. Have you heard about what happened in Sky Market? The news has already spread. Of course we know. I didn't expect Sky Market to suffer such a calamity this time. Everyone below the 8 stars Celestial Emperor realm is dead. In billions of years, Sky Market is probably the first great region to truly wither away. Even the realm wall is destroyed. But speaking of which, what are those blood-red eyes that the 4 phenomenon Celestial Emperors mentioned? They're even more terrifying than 9 stars Celestial Emperors. Speaking of 9 stars Celestial Emperors, who would have thought that the All-Heaven Shop Sect Master was at this realm? He's already at the same level as Lord Origin Emperor. It's a pity that even an existence like the All Heaven Shop's sect master died under those blood-red eyes. But what makes me depressed is that even the All Heaven Shop's sect master died. How did the four phenomenon celestial emperors, Immortal Emperor Wu Ya, and the others survive? Also, where did the blood-red eyes, the golden disc, and the brick-like emperor artifact go? Experts in every corner of the primal chaos great regions were discussing intensely. 9 stars celestial emperors, fellow Daoist Chu really hid his strength well. Fortunately, our cultivation realm isn't high enough, so we can't ignore the ceiling formation like he did. Otherwise, we might have died in that explosion too. Immortal Emperor experts' divine wills intertwined as they communicated with each other. Above high heavens. All Heaven Shop's Emperor Province, fellow Daoist Chu's palace. Master can't have died. It's impossible. When Yi Fan, Chen Nan, Shahao, and the others heard the news, their faces immediately turned grey, and their bodies inexplicably staggered. Master's strength is unfathomable. It's impossible to estimate. How could he die in an explosion? That's right. Moreover, even the 4 phenomenon celestial emperors and Immortal Emperor Wu Ya didn't die. Master is stronger than them, so how could he die? In my opinion, Master must have killed the blood-red eyes and left with the Brick Emperor artifact. Xiao Yang, Tang San, and the other personal disciples couldn't accept this news, and they all spoke out one after another. However, not long after they finished speaking, their faces became even darker. This was because they suddenly realized that the force that had summoned them back to the chaotic heavens was slowly disappearing. This vast world was beginning to reject them. Gradually, Xiao Yang, Tang San, Chen Nan, Yi Fan, Shahao, Junmo Xie, Luo Feng, and Linli's bodies gradually became transparent. With a wong sound, they disappeared. Brother Xiao, Brother Tang, and the others have been sent back to their respective spacetime. Master's power has disappeared. Could it be that the old man has really fallen? No, that won't happen. Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, Monk Sand, the Golden Cicada, and Ao Lai looked at each other and mumbled to themselves as they watched Xiao Yang, Yi Fan, and the others disappear. On this day, the 9 stars celestial emperors from the Zero faction found the 4 phenomenon celestial emperors and took him away. Apart from the Zero faction, many other mysterious factions that transcended the emperor-level ranking appeared one after another. They each chose the 8 stars celestial emperors who survived the sky market explosion and took them away. After witnessing this scene, the great beings of the chaotic heavens became even more aware of how terrifying these mysterious factions were. Yuan Di, 9 stars, number 1 on the Celestial Emperor ranking. Unexpectedly, these transcendent factions could actually send 9 stars Celestial Emperors. Moreover, it seemed like these 9 stars Celestial Emperors weren't the strongest of these transcendent factions. The appearance of these mysterious factions also allowed all the great beings to vaguely understand the other side of the chaotic heavens. Although the 12 celestial emperors of the sky market were taken away, the discussions about the sky market were still intense. In the sky market explosion, a total of 62 celestial emperors, including the leader of the All Heavens Shop, died, and only 12 survived. For this reason, this day was also known as the Day of the Fallen Emperors. At the same time, in a strange and mysterious azure spacetime tunnel, a young man in a purple robe was lying on his back in a long river of runes. His eyes were tightly shut, and if it weren't for the faintly discernible aura fluctuations, one would think that he was a corpse. Around his body, a pitch-black brick was floating up and down, emitting a faint light. On the surface of the brick, runes jumped and intertwined, continuously forming 18 mysterious illusions. It was very magical. Under the scouring of the long river of runes, the pitch-black brick slowly approached the young man's head and finally sank into his glabella. This young man was naturally Chu Bei, who died in the sky market explosion. When the pitch-black brick completely sank into Chu Bei's glabella, the azure spacetime tunnel suddenly trembled and shook violently as if it could collapse at any time. After an unknown period of time, a ray of white light finally appeared in the spacetime tunnel, as if it was the end of the tunnel. Chu Bei's body was slowly pushed into the white light as if he had been hit by an invisible force. In a remote mountain village in a continuous mountain range. In a shabby wooden house, a young man in a purple robe was lying horizontally. Creak. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of the bed, the young man slowly opened his eyes. Hiss. When the young man woke up, he subconsciously wanted to get up. However, before he could support his hands on the bed, a tearing pain came from all over his body. This pain seemed to come from every cell in his body, and it was unbearable for ordinary people. The young man inhaled a breath of cold air and could only give up struggling. He turned his neck slightly and looked around. This was a very simple and crude room. Apart from some wooden furniture, there was also a small iron kettle that was steaming with rust. He really survived. The young man was none other than Chu Bei. Before the Sky Market explosion, he only knew that the system in his sea of consciousness had fought with the owner of the pair of blood-red eyes. It was only one collision that caused the explosion. As for the owner of the pair of blood-red eyes, he did not know where he went. However, the system had fallen into a long slumber. His sea of consciousness was now in chaos. The system interface, the body tree, the path understanding tree, the world seed, and everything else seemed to have been sealed. Only the black brick-like origin tool chart was floating up and down in his sea of consciousness, bringing with it mysterious runes from time to time. The most frightening thing was that not only did everything given by the system return to zero, but he also lost control of his own strength, as if it had been sealed and imprisoned. This feeling was as if his body had turned into a boundless and enormous energy reservoir, and this energy reservoir was sealed by a door, and he needed a key to open this door. Coincidentally, he did not know where to get this key. Even my divine consciousness can't leave my body. Where do I go from here? After checking the condition of his body, Chu Bei shook his head and sighed. There was a hint of self-mockery in his words. Chapter 704. On the wooden bed, Chu Bei pondered over his next course of action. He tried his best to endure the pain and raise his head. At this moment, he realized that he had been wrapped in white cloth and had turned into a mummy. The thick and pungent smell of herbs was wafting out from the cloth. Did some kind-hearted person do this? But they used it in the wrong place. Chu Bei smiled knowingly as he looked at the layers of cloth covering his body. At this moment, the wooden door was gently pushed open with a creak. A petite figure appeared in Chu Bei's line of sight. "Ah, you're finally awake." A clear and pleasant voice filled with excitement entered Chu Bei's ears. It was a 16 or 17-year-old girl wearing a long pink dress. She gave off a pure and pleasant feeling. She had a head of naturally flowing jet-black hair, fair skin, and a pair of extremely clear big eyes. When she saw that Chu Bei had woken up, the girl in pink hurried over to the bed and carefully supported his back. The corners of her lips curled into an angelic smile. "You're finally awake. You've been unconscious for 3 months. That day, Da Shaw and I went up the mountain to pick herbs. When we saw you lying on the ground without moving at all and couldn't wake you up no matter how hard we tried, Da Shaw and I decided to bring you back. However, it's strange. There are many jackals and wolves in the mountain, but you don't have a single wound on your body." At this point, the girl in pink bit her lip gently. "You were unconscious, but there were no wounds on your body. I couldn't use any medicine on you, so I could only wrap your entire body up. 3 months have passed and everyone in the village said that you couldn't be saved and would never wake up. They said that we shouldn't waste any more time and should find a mountain to bury you. However, I had a feeling that you would wake up. It's a good thing that you really did wake up. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. Thank you." For some reason, Chu Bei wanted to reach out and touch the girl in pink's forehead. However, the moment he raised his arm, a piercing pain rose. Immediately, there was another round of gasps. In the end, Chu Bei could only spit out these 2 simple words. "You haven't recovered yet, you can't move." Seeing Chu Bei's pained expression, the girl in pink was clearly anxious. She hurriedly said, "Continue lying down. I'll get Grandpa Moo's wheelchair for you. If you want to go out and get some fresh air, I'll push you." The girl in pink calmly placed Chu Bei back on the bed and quickly left. He's even worse off than an ordinary person. Looking at the back of the girl in pink, Chu Bei let out another sigh. At that moment, The system fell into a deep slumber. His body was in a condition and he couldn't even use his spiritual sense. This directly caused him to become an ordinary person. Due to the fact that he could not move at all, he was even worse than an ordinary person. Da. Just as Chu Bei was deep in thought about life once again, the girl in pink returned with cheerful steps. At the same time, she brought with her a pure wooden wheelchair. Looking at the wooden grain on the wheelchair, it seemed to have been there for a few days and months. My name is Xiao He. What's your name? Where are you from? Why did you faint in the mountains? Were you there to pick herbs too? The pure and beautiful girl in pink struggled to lift Chu Bei onto the wheelchair. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and two sweet little dimples appeared on her cheeks. At the same time, her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Chu Bei. Meeting the girl in pink's gaze, Chu Bei's lips moved slightly. Where I came from and why I fainted, I can't remember. Ah! Don't tell me you lost your memory. Hearing Chu Bei's words, the girl in pink's mouth opened wide. Her big, watery eyes were filled with astonishment. After a long while, she calmed down and continued, since you don't know where you came from, you can continue to stay with me. You look older than me, so I'll call you Big Brother Chu from now on. Chu Bei nodded slightly and said, Xiao He, where is this? How much do you know about this world? Xiao He pondered for a moment, then told him everything she knew. Is that all you know? Chu Bei continued. Yes. Xiao He nodded her head seriously. This was a small mountain village with the surname Mu as the main surname. 90% of the villagers had the surname Mu. The full name of the girl in pink in front of him was Mu He. The mountain range outside the village was called the Broken Chi Mountains and was thousands of kilometers wide. Due to its vast area, the villagers had lived here for generations and were unable to walk out of the mountain range. However, Chu Bei learned from Xiao He that there were still traces of cultivators in this world. At the very least, the immortals who could fly were cultivators. As long as he could find cultivators, he would truly understand this world. You've been unconscious for so long. Let me push you outside to get some fresh air. With that, before Chu Bei could respond, Xiao He had already pushed Chu Bei out of the house. After leaving the house, Chu Bei looked around. Just as Xiao He said, there were towering mountains and forests in the distance. As for the mountain village he was in, there were wooden houses everywhere. Although they were simple and crude, they were neatly arranged. Not long after Xiao He pushed Chu Bei out of the house, a group of children who were playing on a spacious mountainous area not far away immediately ran over. Sister Xiao He, he's awake. Father even said that you're stupid. He said you brought back a living dead. Are his legs crippled? Why is he sitting in Grandpa Mu's wheelchair? A group of 6 or 7-year-old children immediately surrounded Chu Bei and chattered non-stop. It was also at this moment that an incomparably tall and sturdy man hopped over from the east. He's awake. Xiao He, he's really awake. Our medicine is still effective. The tall man's face was filled with excitement. He held a blade of grass in his hand and put it in his mouth. This is the big fool I mentioned to you. Don't be fooled by his big body, his intelligence is still a child. Little he pulled the big tall man to her side and said while looking at Chu Bei. Thud, thud, thud. At this time, there was a sudden rush of footsteps not far away, and the dust on the ground rose. Then several big men, each holding a hoe and a sickle, ran over quickly. Hurry up. We can't let that animal hurt our villagers, the leader shouted. Hey, you're alive. Look at you. It's obviously not recovered from a serious illness. It's windy outside. Go back to the house. Yes, your life is Xiao He's. Don't go back to sleep after waking up. When the group of big men saw Chu Bei, they talked one after another. Uncle Ghazi, what's going on? What are you doing in such a hurry with knives in your hands? Xiao He asked quickly when she saw the big men fully armed. Chapter 705. A ferocious beast just ran down from the mountain. It seemed to be extremely hungry and came to our village to eat people. Fortunately, someone discovered it in time. Otherwise, Who knows how many children would have been hurt? We are now rushing over to help. I won't talk to you anymore. It won't be good if we delay the time. You newcomer, wait for us to slaughter that beast. Tonight, we will hold a beast feast. At that time, we will let you have a taste of our village's barbecue skills. As they spoke, the group of burly men hurriedly ran in a direction. Sister Xiao He, we are going to watch the show. The group of children dispersed in a hubbub. Are we going? Da Shou looked at Xiao He. Xiao He hesitated for a moment and then lowered her head to look at Chu Bei in the wheelchair. Big brother Chu, let me push you back to the house first. No, since all of you are going, push me as well, Chu Bei said. Okay. Meeting Chu Bei's determined gaze, Xiao He lightly bit her lips and agreed. However, in order to save time, the person pushing the wheelchair was changed to Da Shou. After turning around a few village paths, Chu Bei saw a group of people in his line of sight. At this moment, the men, women, and children of the village were gathered on a spacious flat ground. From time to time, the angry shouts of humans and the roars of ferocious beasts could be heard. Coming to the crowd, Chu Bei saw several burly men fighting with a ferocious beast. He saw that the ferocious beast's body was extremely huge. It was twice the size of an ordinary lion or tiger. Its body was incomparably sturdy. One could see the bulging muscles on its thick limbs. When it opened its mouth to roar, its sharp teeth emitted a cold light, causing people's hearts to palpitate. However, in the face of such a ferocious beast, the burly men did not have the slightest trace of fear on their faces. Each of them tightly gripped their hoes and sickles as they confronted the beast. Roar. As if it saw more and more people watching, the ferocious beast's roar became more urgent. In the next moment, it went crazy and pounced on one of the burly men as if it did not care about its life. Swish. The burly man hurriedly swung the hoe in his hand, successfully leaving a large wound on the ferocious beast. Although the big man had injured the ferocious beast had successfully gotten close to the big man. It endured the pain and slapped the big man away. When the large man was sent flying, the vicious beast immediately found an opening in that direction. It roared and jumped up, its eyes faintly glowing with a bloody light. Looking at the ferocious beast that had escaped from the encirclement, the group of burly men's faces suddenly changed. As for the surrounding villagers, they saw a pitch-black and enormous beast figure explosively rush out from the flying sand. Roar. A powerful beastly roar rang out. It seemed to carry a terrifying might that could shake one's soul, causing everyone's thoughts to momentarily pause. Xiao He, who was facing the ferocious beast, looked at the ferocious beast that was pouncing towards her, and her delicate face instantly turned pale. In her line of sight, the sharp claws that flickered with a cold light were rapidly enlarging, getting closer and closer. The ferocious beast was very fast, and the wind pressure brought about by its enormous body swept away the dust on the ground. The biting cold wind from its claws seemed to have turned into a sharp blade, cutting through the air with a sizzling sound. It was about to tear Xiao He's delicate body into several pieces. Not good. Its target is Xiao He. Xiao He, dodge. It's over. It's too late. Looking at the direction where the ferocious beast's claws were swinging, the villagers who finally reacted cried out in alarm. Their voices were filled with panic and anxiety. It was as if they could already foresee the bloody scene that was about to happen to Xiao He. At this moment, Xiao He was in despair. Looking at the enormous figure that was getting closer and closer, Xiao He's petite body trembled continuously. In the end, she closed her eyes as if she had accepted her fate. Am I going to die like this? Sob sob, being scratched by those claws must be very, very painful. It's a good thing that it chose me. If it was someone else, their family would definitely be very sad. Xiao He muttered to herself. Bam! However, just as Xiao He was feeling disheartened and all the villagers covered their eyes with their hands, unable to bear to see Xiao He being scratched to death, a low, muffled sound rang out. In the next moment, a scorching hot liquid splashed onto the faces of Xiao He and the villagers around her. Smelling the stench of blood and feeling the sticky liquid on their faces, Xiao He and the villagers opened their eyes again. With one look, they were all dumbfounded. Looking at the scene in front of them, they were all in a daze. Their mouths were wide open, as if they had turned into wooden men who could not think. The enormous ferocious beast was nowhere to be seen. All that was left was a ghastly pile of bloody mud. However, judging from the position of the bloody mud and the faintly visible bone fragments, they could tell that this was the ferocious beast from before. What's going on? Why did that beast suddenly become like this? The villagers came back to their senses and looked at each other in dismay. Xiaohe, are you all right? The villagers came back to their senses and hurriedly asked. I'm fine. Xiaohe was stunned and stammered. She was still in a state of shock. The immortals in heaven must be protecting us. He couldn't bear to see Xiaohe being killed by that beast, so he sent down the punishment. A villager said. Then, the villagers knelt on the ground at the same time. They put their hands together and prayed to the sky with great devotion. Brother Chu, did you feel a gust of wind just now? It was when that ferocious beast pounced on you. Xiaohe seemed to have thought of something. She stretched out her hand and pointed at the pile of flesh on the ground in front of her. Then, she looked at Chu Bei, who was sitting in the wheelchair closest to her. Just now, when the sharp claws were about to land on her body, she felt a sudden gust of wind behind her. Then, when she opened her eyes, the ferocious beast had turned into a bloody mud. There was no wind. You must have been mistaken. Chu Bei smiled knowingly. The death of the ferocious beast was naturally caused by him. That invisible force also burst out from his body. At that time, when he saw that the sharp claws were about to penetrate Xiaohe, he was eager to stand up and kill the ferocious beast. However, no matter how much he shouted in his heart, he could only move his head. The majestic force in his body was not for him to use at all. However, just when he was unwilling to give up, a wisp of energy shot out from his body and killed the ferocious beast at the critical moment. Brother Chu, why are all the gauze wrapped around your body broken and falling off? Looking at the pile of rags under Chu Bei's wheelchair, Xiaohe reacted with a puzzled look on her face. This. Chu Bei's expression froze. After hesitating for a moment, he hurriedly said, maybe it was caused by the aftermath of the force that saved you. Then I'll bandage you again later, Xiaohe said very seriously. Young friend, I originally wanted to give you a beast feast. But now it seems that we can only wait for the next opportunity. The village man patted Chu Bei's shoulder and began to clean up the flesh on the ground. Chapter 706. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, Chu Bei had been in this small mountain village for 3 months. He was still sitting in a wheelchair. Only his head could move, and the energy in his body could not be mobilized. Every day, Xiaohe pushed and served him. He did not know when it started, but he even forgot his identity as the owner of the All Heavens shop and really began to integrate into the life of this mountain village. Although the mountain village was remote, it was quiet. In addition, the village was simple and the villagers got along very warmly and harmoniously, giving Chu Bei a sense of home. Including the children and old women, there were 308 people in this village. In 3 months, Chu Bei had met all of them face to face and could call out each of their names. As for what he did every day, it was nothing more than telling the village children stories about the outside world. Sometimes, some adults would come to listen, but they would just laugh it off. Big Brother Chu, where did all these stories come from? Is the outside world really so big? And those immortals you mentioned, can they really destroy our broken Qi mountain with a single thought? Xiaohe's mouth was wide open, and her little face was full of shock. The eyes of the group of children sitting around Chu Bei shone brightly. They supported their chins with their hands and stared at Chu Bei excitedly. If you believe it, it's true. If you don't, it's false. Chu Bei glanced at Xiaohe and the group of children and pretended to be profound. Thud, 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 bandits are coming. Everyone, pick up your weapons. At this moment, there was a rush of horse hooves in the distance, followed by the frightened screams of the villagers. Looking over, in the direction of the village entrance, a black shadow was quickly approaching, bringing up a cloud of dust. After a while, the black shadow appeared in an open space at the entrance of the mountain village. As for the burly men in the village, they all picked up their hoes and sickles and gathered together. TSK, I didn't expect a mountain village to be hidden here. Haha, it seems that we're going to make a fortune again. Among the bandits, the leader was a stocky one-eyed man. There were several knife scars on his face, hands, and back. Obviously, he had experienced many fierce battles. Behind him, there were close to 30 bandits. All of them held large machetes in their hands and looked ferocious. Our village is very poor, please let us go. A burly man from the village stepped forward and looked at the one-eyed man in the lead with pleading eyes. Do you think I'll pity you? The one-eyed man in the lead grinned and sneered. He suddenly waved the machete in his hand, creating a sonic boom. With that, the one-eyed man waved his hand at the bandits behind him. The bandit who received the order immediately dismounted and rushed towards the burly villager. At the same time, the bandit waved the machete in his hand. In a few breaths, he had already arrived in front of the burly man and slashed at him. The villager's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly raised his hoe to block. However, these bandits were obviously well trained, and the strength in their hands was not something the villagers could compare with. With a bang, the machete in his hand knocked away the hoe in the village man's hand. Kyla. The sharp tip of the machete cut across the burly man's chest, instantly creating a shocking wound. Blood flowed out. Under the huge impact, the burly man flew out as if he had been hit by a ferocious beast. He landed heavily on the ground. His face was pale, and he howled in pain. Blood stained the ground. Daeshu. Father. A group of villagers hurriedly ran to the unconscious burly man and took out all kinds of bandages to stop his bleeding. Among these people, a 6 or 7-year-old chubby boy cried the most sadly. His eyes were red and swollen. You are all bad people. You will be punished by the Celestial King and Celestial Emperor. They can kill you with just a thought. The chubby boy clenched his fists and stared at the bandits fiercely. What Celestial King and Celestial Emperor? What nonsense. The one-eyed man in the lead looked at the chubby boy with contempt. He waved to the 30 bandits behind him and said coldly, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." Hearing the one-eyed man's words, the faces of the villagers turned grey. Fear appeared in their eyes. These bandits were very efficient. After receiving the one-eyed man's order, they did not hesitate at all. They immediately dismounted from their horses and charged at the villagers with machetes. Instantly, the villagers screamed in fear. Among them were the excited cries of the bandits and the painful howls of the villagers. As the machetes in the hands of the bandits fell, more and more villagers fell. Blood gathered into a river and dyed the ground red. Fresh lives were turned into corpses. Some of them still had their eyes open, and their eyes were filled with hatred and anger towards the bandits. In the process of this massacre, there were also villagers who held sickles to resist. However, they were no match for these bandits who had been walking on the edge of the blade all year round. They were killed in a single blow. In the small mountain village, there were endless screams. The bandits slaughtered crazily. Their faces were filled with excitement and their eyes were bloodthirsty. They ignored the villagers' pleas for mercy and swung their machetes again and again. The machetes were covered in blood. None of you will have a good ending. The villagers fled in panic and screamed angrily. However, they could not get rid of the machetes in the hands of the bandits who caught up with them. Big fool. Looking at the big and tall corpse lying on the ground, Xiao he cried. However, she did not forget to push the wheelchair and tried her best to escape. Finally, a bandit targeted Xiao he after killing an old woman. He caught up with her in a few steps. In the laughter of cold in the forest, he raised his machete and swung it down. Xiao he fell into a pool of blood. The wheelchair was also kicked down by the bandit. Brother Chu. Xiao his face became paler. Her white dress was cut open from the back. Blood flowed from the big wound and dyed Chu Bei's body. Even at this time, her hands were still firmly grasping the wheelchair's handle and did not let go. As time went by, more and more villagers fell into the pool of blood. After a while, they died. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. It was nauseating. Gradually, the open space became quiet. As far as the eye could see, the villagers had all fallen. Only a few were dying. They were not far from death. "Boss, it's all done." A bandit licked the blood on his machete. After kicking away the old woman he had just killed, he put away his machete and looked at the one-eyed man who was the leader. "There is still a fish that escaped the net. A paralyzed good-for-nothing." A bandit in red pointed his machete at Chubei and said to the other bandits, "Then what are you waiting for? Don't tell me you pity him." Another bandit laughed and said, "He is under my machete. There is no such thing as pity." The bandit in red laughed. However, just as he was about to swing his machete and meet Chubei's eyes, his body inexplicably shivered and a chill rose. Chapter 707. He had killed no less than 100 people, but he had never seen anyone who was as calm as Chubei before death. There was no fear on his face, and he was incomparably calm. He was so calm that he could not describe it. Lin Fan looked at him quietly. There was no anger in his eyes. There was only an indescribable indifference, as if he was already dead. "Why aren't you attacking?" the one-eyed leader on the horse said coldly. Hearing the leader's words, the bandit in red came back to his senses. He glared at Chubei fiercely and said, "Damn it, what's with that look?" After saying that, the bandit in red swung his knife at Chubei. Clang. However, just as the blade in the red-clothed bandit's hand was about to land on Chubei's neck, there was a clear clang. The machete seemed to have been hit by an invisible shockwave and shattered into thousands of pieces. The next moment, before the bandit in red could react, the invisible shockwave engulfed his body and turned his clothes into a bloody mess. What's going on? Why did Crimson 9 die all of a sudden? What happened to him? Witnessing this scene, all the bandits were stunned. Their eyes widened as they stared at the bloody mess on the ground. Their eyes were filled with fear of the unknown. Even the one-eyed leader unsheathed the knife at his waist. He was extremely vigilant. One of them is related to that paralyzed trash. Yes, it must be him. Crimson 9 wanted to kill him just now. He knows sorcery. He killed Crimson 9. Who's going to avenge Crimson 9? His sorcery can only be used once. The bandits focused their attention on Chubei. Their suspicions were mixed with hatred, but no one dared to step forward. "All of you, attack together," the one-eyed leader said coldly as he glanced at the bandits closest to Chubei. The 6 bandits who received the one-eyed man's order looked at each other. After communicating with their eyes, they walked toward Chubei with their knives in hand. "Kill. Avenge Crimson 9. 6 bandits surrounded Chubei. Amidst their shouts, they chopped down with their machetes. Bang! A similar scene played out again. Before the 6 bandits' machetes could even touch Chubei's body, it was as if they had come into contact with some kind of terrifying taboo. Under an invisible force, their bodies exploded one by one, turning into a rain of blood that filled the sky. Dead again. Something's wrong. That guy really knows sorcery. You can't go any further. This time, the fear on the faces of the bandits became even more apparent. Those who were slightly closer to Chubei could not help but take a few steps back. Retreat. The one-eyed man in the lead was obviously frightened. After glancing at Chubei again, he hesitated for a moment and made a gesture to retreat. Ta. Soon, the sound of horses galloping could be heard. The bandits turned around and left. Looking at the backs of these bandits, Chubei was expressionless. There was no anger, no roar, only an abnormal calmness. But when his gaze fell on the bloodless face of Xiao He, there was an obvious change in his eyes, which were like stagnant water. Looking at the corpses around him, every detail of the past 3 months in the village appeared in his mind. Scenes kept flashing through his mind. In the end, Chubei closed his eyes and let the pungent smell of blood in the air linger at the tip of his nose. He let the blood on the ground soak into his body. It started to rain. Perhaps it was the mercy of the heavens, but the rain became heavier and heavier, causing landslides to occur. Rolling mud and stones poured down like a river, covering the corpses one after another. Spring went and autumn came. Chubei did not know how long he had been buried in the mud. He was still unable to mobilize his strength, and the system did not respond. As for his body, except for his neck and above, he could not move any part of his body. Until one day. "Mother, why did you stop?" This was a group of foxes. To be exact, a group of foxes that could speak human language. "There's the breath of a living creature below." The leading fox stretched out its claws and pointed at its feet. A living creature? Could it be a sleeping great demon? A little fat fox shrunk its neck. "Mother, let's go quickly. Otherwise, what if it breaks through the mud and eats us?" "Silly child, his breath is very weak. It's not even as strong as you." The leading fox smiled, then its tail danced as if it was accumulating power. Boom! The fox's tail fell to the ground, accompanied by a loud explosion, and a black shadow broke through the ground. "Mother, look. He's out. He's a human." Seeing Chu Bei's appearance, the little fox screamed out. The leading big fox was stunned, but soon calmed down. "We are the fiery fox clan of the Chi-Duan mountain range. Who are you? Why are you buried underground?" Chu Bei glanced at the foxes indifferently. There was no joy on his face, and his expression did not change at all. "Mother, he's mute." The little fat fox pointed at Chu Bei and said. Deep in the Chi-Duan mountain range, the expressionless Chu Bei's eyes suddenly twitched slightly. "What's going on?" "Intuition?" Chu Bei seemed to realize something and muttered. Inexplicably, he felt a pain in his heart. He was blown out of the ground by the fiery fox and was finally taken away by the other party's demonic arts. But before they could go far, the group of fiery fox encountered their natural enemy in the mountain. In the battle, Chu Bei witnessed the greatness of a mother's love. Even in the demon fox clan, in order to protect her child, a mother did not hesitate to use her life to delay her natural enemy, just to give her child enough time to escape. The leading fiery fox was brutally killed by its natural enemy, and the group of young fiery fox fled sobbing, leaving Chu Bei behind. Time passed, and the continents collided. Not long after, the Chi-Duan mountain disappeared. In the chaos, Chu Bei experienced one unfamiliar place after another. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, the world changed. During these years, Chu Bei's body was still in the same condition. He had witnessed the killing of tens of millions of troops on the battlefield, witnessed the separation of families, witnessed the separation of life and death, and seen too much. Chaotic great heaven's domain. In the 88th year since Chu Bei disappeared, Xiao Yang entered the immortal emperor realm, truly stepping into the great heaven's domain and guarding the great heaven's store. In the same year, Yi Fan, Chen Nan, Tang San, and Shi Hao also entered the immortal emperor realm and gathered in the great heaven's store. Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, Golden Cicada, Sand Monk, and Ao Lai broke through at the same time, crossing the final hurdle and becoming immortal emperors. In the 89th year, the ancient dragon phoenix also broke through again, becoming the 12th immortal emperor after Chu Bei, Xiao Yang, and the others. Is there still no news of Master? In the great heaven's store's main hall, a group of disciples gathered together. No. But I still don't believe that Master has fallen. That's right. With Master's divine abilities, forget about killing him, a trifling emperor artifact might not even be able to injure him. There will be a day when we can find Master. Xiao Yang, Yi Fan, Shi Hao, and the others' eyes were incomparably resolute. Chapter 708. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Bei didn't know how long he had been drifting in this strange world. To him, time was meaningless. He was immortal, but he couldn't do anything. He could only watch everything he experienced, he couldn't participate. On this day, he drifted into a bamboo forest along with the wind. Unlike ordinary bamboo, the bamboo here was blood purple and every single one was thick and lush. At first, Chu Bei didn't recognize these bamboos because they were too big. Every single one of them was like a small mountain. When Chu Bei realized what was going on, he was truly surprised. It turned out that these bamboos weren't rooted in the soil, but grew in the sea. It was very strange. Looking closely, there were layers of purple seaweed floating below the bamboos. Every single strand looked like it was made of blue gold and flowed with brilliant divine light. What kind of world is this? Chu Bei looked around and murmured. The blue sea was boundless and the purple bamboos were everywhere. The scene was magnificent and dense spiritual energy spread. It was really amazing. Whoosh, just as Chu Bei was using his gaze to explore the bamboo forest on the sea, a huge wave suddenly appeared not far away. The blue waves surged violently, as if they had been split apart by a giant axe. The waves rolled to both sides, and the seawater surged. Amidst the frightening sound of the seawater, an incomparably huge shadow rose from the sea. It rode the wind and broke the waves, looking very mighty. Its giant horn was like a mountain, like a dragon and like a phoenix. It carried with it a shocking Emperor Qi. A hint of surprise flashed across Chu Bei's eyes when he recognized the identity of this huge figure. An immortal emperor realm primordial dragon phoenix. However, before Chu Bei could calm himself down, a ripple suddenly appeared in the calm space before a black-clothed man with a sword on his back slowly walked out from it. Another immortal emperor. Seeing the man in black and determining his cultivation level, Chu Bei's pupils shrank. The black-robed man and the ancient dragon phoenix exchanged glances and greeted each other. It was as if they had known each other for a long time. They didn't seem to notice Chu Bei's existence as they flew towards the depths of the bamboo forest. At this moment, Chu Bei suddenly discovered that his body had inexplicably moved along with his spiritual sense, and he was also moving towards the depths of the bamboo sea. In an instant, Chu Bei saw land in the central region of the bamboo sea. It was a land filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds. A jade sea surrounded this place, and purple bamboo interweaved. At the center was an immortal island that floated in midair. White mists pervaded the air, and immortal energy rose. It was indescribably pure and holy. At this moment, there were already many people on the immortal island. There were men and women, old and young, but they were all very peaceful. There was no killing intent, nor were there any disputes. They all carried satisfied smiles as they chatted. There were numerous jade tables and chairs on the island, and all sorts of fruits and fine wine were placed on them. All of them were rare immortal treasures. The white mist flowed and submerged the kneecaps of these people. The immortal lotus bloomed and took root in the void. Whether it was the leaves or the flowers, they were all golden and contained Emperor Dao runes. On the immortal island, divine beasts could be seen everywhere. There was a 7-colored divine deer with a jade plate on its head, offering fruits to everyone. There was a white ape with Emperor Dao runes doing its job and pouring wine for everyone. Even the weakest divine beast had the strength of an immortal king. At a glance, this was more like a gathering of supreme experts. It was far away from the hustle and bustle of the mortal world and was peaceful. Looking at the people on the immortal island, Chu Bei's state of mind that had been calm for countless years was suddenly shattered. These immortal emperors on the island were the ones who were with him. Unfortunately, these people seemed to not notice Chu Bei's existence, or perhaps they just ignored him. Could it all be an illusion? Chu Bei sensed that something was wrong. No matter how loudly he shouted, the people on the immortal island wouldn't even look at him. He began to doubt whether what he saw was real or fake. Kai. Suddenly, above the bamboo sea, immortal clouds and auspicious light shone brightly. In the distant sky, a dazzling golden path extended rapidly and landed on the immortal island. Then, a hazy figure whose face couldn't be seen clearly appeared. He was silent, but there was a majestic aura around him as he walked on the dazzling path. Blue Spear Emperor. On the immortal island, a group of experts stood up to welcome him. The appearance of this figure caused a series of exclamations. Chu Bei's gaze was also fixed on this figure. The other party's aura fluctuation had actually entered the 9 stars immortal emperor realm. After this figure, the sky was inexplicably filled with raging flames. Then, several divine rainbows streaked across the sky like shooting stars. The light was so dazzling that it was difficult to open one's eyes. It must be the Inferno Emperor. Billions of years have passed, but he is still as naughty as a child. Someone on the immortal island laughed. In the next moment, a burst of laughter came from the raging flames. A red-haired old man appeared. He waved his hand and all the blazing flames disappeared. Then, He sat down on the immortal island. It's another 9 stars immortal emperor. Chu Bei glanced at the red-haired old man. After determining his cultivation level, he couldn't help but gasp. Even in the chaotic lands, 9 stars immortal emperors were already in the top 3 of the total immortal emperor rankings. They were supreme figures who were on par with the origin emperor. But here, Chu Bei actually saw 2 of them all at once. Where exactly is this place? Chu Bei couldn't calm down. Then, with a thought, his body actually moved again. Chu Bei came to the immortal island and even floated around these experts. However, no matter how he swayed in front of these experts, they didn't even look at him. At this point, he was completely sure that even 9 stars immortal emperors couldn't detect his presence. As he floated around these experts, Chu Bei realized that these experts gathered together to discuss the Tao of cultivation. These experts didn't forget to make some gestures as they discussed the Tao. A female immortal emperor stretched out her slender hand. Her fingertips glowed. With a whoosh, a seed shot out. It took root and sprouted in the void, releasing an ancient and mysterious aura. It was a Tao seed. It evolved in the void, absorbed supreme power, and then released the aura of the great Tao. Another immortal emperor made a move. He shot out a bolt of lightning with a flick of his finger. It was simple and direct. The thunder rumbled and turned into a pagoda. It hummed faintly and wrapped around endless stars. On the immortal Tao, various emperor techniques evolved layer by layer. A group of experts discussed the Tao and exchanged pointers. During this process, Chu Bei continued to observe, and his expression changed continuously. Every expert seemed to represent a different cultivation system from a different time and space. Each of them had their own mysteries, causing Chu Bei to be moved and shocked. Perhaps because he was immersed in the past, Chu Bei didn't even realize that while he was observing the Emperor Tao of these immortal emperors, the sealed energy in his body was slowly reconnecting with his divine consciousness. Chapter 709. As time passed, a total of 18 9 stars celestial emperors gathered on the island. This number completely shocked Chu Bei. The 18 9 stars celestial emperors formed a circle of their own, discussing the even more profound emperor's Tao. Chu Bei naturally joined this circle. He couldn't influence them, and they couldn't discover him. He became a listener, listening to the 9 stars celestial emperors talk about the emperor's Tao. But as he listened, Chu Bei's expression changed. His eyes were filled with deep shock and disbelief. They were talking about a supreme emperor. This supreme emperor's Tao was to prove one's Tao through commerce. It had millions of treasures, and millions of emperor's Taos. Chu Bei was stunned. Wasn't this so-called commerce very similar to the all-heavens commerce city that the system had given him? Using commerce to prove one's Tao, didn't the so-called treasures refer to the treasures of the all-heaven mall? But he was absolutely certain that the 18 9 stars celestial emperors weren't talking about him, because from what they said, the master of this emperor's Tao had long since broken through the 9 stars realm and stepped into an even higher, illusory realm. Chu Bei was puzzled. Perhaps this question could only be answered when the system woke up. Hum hum hum, suddenly, amidst a strange buzzing sound, light runes appeared around Chu Bei. Everything in his line of sight began to crack. So we're not in the same space-time, and not in the same era. Chu Bei saw the river of time and space-time runes. Gradually, he came to understand that he and the Bamboo Sea Island had only coincidentally overlapped space-time, or it could be said that he had mistakenly entered the front end of the river of time. However, the power of time was something that even 9 stars celestial emperors couldn't detect. Whoosh, the sea churned, the bamboo forest bobbed, and the island gradually became illusory. The figures of the celestial emperors discussing Tao on the island became transparent, and disappeared with laughter. Everything returned to normal. It was like a dream, but it was so real. Chu Bei continued to float in the sea, following the waves aimlessly. No one knew where he was going. The river of time surged. Just like that, Chu Bei didn't know how much time had passed before he accidentally entered another space-time. Just like the immortal islands he had encountered before, the immortal emperors he encountered this time were also discussing the Tao. There were 9 stars immortal emperors among them. They were pursuing a higher realm above the 9 stars. Time passed. Every 100,000 years, Chu Bei would enter such a space-time. Personally experiencing everything in that space-time would not affect the normal flow of that space-time. Even a 9-star celestial emperor would not be able to detect his presence. It wasn't until the 99th space-time that Chu Bei found that he could move his limbs again. He had successfully stood up. Although he still couldn't mobilize the power in his body, and the system had not awakened, he was happier than when he had received the reward of 200 drops of source heaven power. Where are these powerhouses? Chu Bei muttered to himself as he recalled the 9 stars celestial emperors he had seen. Becoming a true immortal meant one could exist forever with heaven and earth, let alone a 9-star celestial emperor. At this realm, even if they killed each other, they should not have disappeared in the long river of time. Even if they had passed away, there should be ancient legends in the records of the great domain of the chaos heavens. However, the truth was that there was no information about these celestial emperors in the records of the great domain of the chaos heavens. Could it be related to the great catastrophe? Chu Bei seemed to recall something, and his pupils suddenly shrank. In the battle above high heavens, Celestial Emperor Yang Tian and Celestial Emperor Qian Kang had mentioned the great catastrophe, but they were quite afraid and did not disclose it. The great domain of the chaos heavens. It had been 100,000 years since Chu Bei disappeared. In the past 100,000 years, the structure of the great domain of the chaos heavens had not changed much except for the great change in the sky market, which was one of the strongest 9 domains. However, there was an earth-shattering change in high heavens. On the list of forces, the All Heavens shop was still ranked first, but in fact, after 100,000 years, the number 1 force had become the floating island, which was ranked 33rd on the list of forces. All of this was because a mysterious transcendent force had found the floating island. No one knew the origin or details of this mysterious force, but it was true that it had sent a 9-star celestial emperor expert to the floating island. To be precise, in addition to the 9-star celestial emperor, there were 2 8-star celestial emperors, 3 7-star celestial emperors, and 5 6-star celestial emperors. It was said that when the 9-star celestial emperor appeared on the floating island, the sect master of the Dragon Spring sect and the celestial emperor of the Divine Path Mountain had both awakened from their seclusion and fought with the 9-star celestial emperor. However, both the sect master of the Dragon Spring sect and the celestial emperor of the Divine Path Mountain were seriously injured in the battle with the 9-star celestial emperor and entered seclusion again. It was precisely because of these powerful celestial emperors from the mysterious force that the floating island's influence skyrocketed, and its forces grew stronger and stronger. In the end, the floating island became the number 1 force in high heavens by many experts. Even after so long, there are still many people talking about the deeds of the sect master of the All Heavens shop. But then again, why did the mysterious force send a celestial emperor to the floating island? As far as I know, it has something to do with the death of the sect master of the All Heavens shop. To be more precise, it's for the missing emperor artifact. Even the Zero faction has given up on the emperor artifact, so why is this mysterious force still so persistent? What is it? Sky Market died because of it, and the sect master of the All Heavens shop died because of it. Ever since the sect master of the All Heavens shop died, the All Heavens shop has been silent for 100,000 years. Although his name is still at the top of the power rankings, there is almost no news about him anymore. Yes, the All Heavens shop refuses to participate in all the ceremonies in high heavens. Even the Celestial Emperor lecture from 5,000 years ago, the All Heavens shop didn't send any celestial emperors. In high heavens, many great beings from the Emperor region were discussing the All Heavens shop. At the same time, in the Emperor region of the All Heavens shop, within the main hall of the All Heavens shop, several figures sat in a circle. Other than Xiao Yang, Chen Nan, Tang San, Yi Fan, Shahao, Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, Golden Cicada, Sand Monk, Ao Lai, and Ancient Dragon Phoenix, there were 4 more people. 60,000 years ago, Hong Meng crossed the final hurdle and successfully stepped into the Celestial Emperor realm. 30,000 years ago, Linley stepped into the Celestial Emperor realm and came from the coiling dragon plane to the primal chaos domain. 20,000 years ago, Luo Feng stepped into the Celestial Emperor realm and came from the devouring star plane to the primal chaos domain. Right now, the 14 Celestial Emperors of the All Heavens shop were gathered together, discussing the results of the search for Chu Bei. None of them had any clues. Chapter 710. Could it be that Master has really fallen? It has been 100,000 years. If he's still alive, he must have returned by now. Xiao Yang let out a long sigh. As soon as he finished his sigh, his expression froze. Xiao Yang was not the only one. Chen Nan, Yi Fan, Tang San, and all the other celestial emperors in the Great Hall had a change in expression at this moment. Then, they all turned to look in the northwest direction at the same time. In the next moment, Xiao Yang, Chen Nan, and the other 14 celestial emperors appeared above the All Heavens shop at the same time. At this moment, a couple of figures appeared in the northwestern direction not far from the All Heavens shop. Their eyes landed on the spot where Xiao Yang, Chen Nan, and the rest were. Floating space, what's the meaning of this? Xiao Yang looked coldly at the red-robed man standing in the middle of the several figures in the northwest direction. Is there still no news about your master? You know that the force behind me is very obsessed with that Emperor artifact. The floating space celestial emperor looked calmly at Xiao Yang. What the force behind you is obsessed with has nothing to do with us. We only care about our master. As for the Emperor artifact, you can look for it yourselves. Xiao Yang's voice was indifferent. In the past 100,000 years, you have come to the All Heavens shop more than 100 times for the Emperor artifact. Every time, you came alone. But why did you bring them with you this time? After saying that, Xiao Yang pointed at the 10 people on both sides of the floating space celestial emperor with a gloomy face. These 10 people were the 10 celestial emperors who had transcended the mysterious realm. Among them, there were 2 8-star celestial emperors, 3 7-star celestial emperors, and 5 6-star celestial emperors. Xiao Yang, they don't want to wait anymore. This time, it's different from before. I came alone. The floating space celestial emperor shook his head helplessly. What do you mean by that? Could it be that they want to attack us? Is it just because of the Emperor artifact? If they're really obsessed with it, why don't they look for it themselves? Sun Wukong waved the Jingu Bang in his hand and stared coldly at the floating space celestial emperor. Don't forget that Master saved your life in the Emperor Fallen Sea. Are you biting the hand that feeds you? The floating immortal emperor heaved a sigh of relief. What do you think I can stop them from doing? The floating sky immortal emperor mocked himself as if he was a puppet being manipulated by someone. We've already given you 100,000 years. Since you can't find it, we'll take over your territory. First of all, if we imprison you, perhaps your master will reappear with the origin tool catalog if he's not dead. Second of all, our people need a place to settle down when they return to the outside world. This territory of yours is not bad. At this moment, an 8-star celestial emperor behind the floating celestial emperor suddenly spoke. Although his voice was calm, it contained a terrifying celestial emperor's aura. If Master was here, you wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Facing the pressure of an 8-star celestial emperor, Xiao Yang, Yi Fan, and the others were not afraid at all. Their auras began to rise. Although your master is strong, a 9-star immortal emperor is not invincible. Cultivation is profound, and the Tao you think of is not the end. The 8-star celestial emperor seemed to know something. He glanced at Xiao Yang, Yi Fan, and the others and harumphed coldly. Look in the direction of the All Heavens shop's emperor province. That's the floating sky immortal emperor. And those mysterious celestial emperors. Why are they in the All Heavens shop's territory? Judging from their auras, the situation doesn't look good. Are the floating sky immortal emperor and the mysterious faction going to attack the All Heavens shop's celestial emperors? That can't be. 100,000 years ago, the All Heavens shop's guild master saved the floating sky immortal emperor. If it weren't for the All Heavens shop's guild master, the floating sky immortal emperor would have died in the formation in the Emperor Fallen Sea. If the floating sky immortal emperor led his people to attack Xiao Yang and the others now, wouldn't he be too heartless? Powerful auras burst forth from every corner of high heavens. Countless gazes were cast at the Emperor district of the All Heavens shop. Their voices were filled with shock. The Origin region. The most powerful region in the Chaos multiverse. The Origin Sky Pavilion's headquarters was located in the central region of the Origin region, and it was the #1 Emperor-grade faction in the Chaos multiverse. This day still came. I wonder if the All Heavens shop can survive this calamity. Impossible. The All Heavens shop's guild master isn't here, and Sun Wukong and Xiao Yang are only 2 stars celestial emperors. How can they fight against that mysterious faction? Speaking of which, how many transcending factions are there? Where do they exist? Murmurs echoed from the main halls of the Origin Sky Pavilion's peaks, carrying the aura of Emperor Dao. In a certain region in the northwest. On a sacred mountain shrouded in immortal mist and surrounded by a river of stars, a graceful figure stood on the mountain peak. Her eyes were lively, as if they had never been baptized by heaven and earth, an endless great Tao intertwined in them. It's been 100,000 years. Is the All Heavens shop going to enter everyone's sight again? How interesting. The graceful woman seemed to be able to see through thousands of great regions with a single glance, and she understood all karma. A smile appeared on her exquisite and flawless features. In a certain region in the southeast. In a barren land, there was no sign of life. There were only a few fallen leaves on the grayish-brown ground, and it was cold and lonely. Desolation and emptiness coexisted, and there were a few huge rocks scattered on the ground, which looked like tombstones at first glance. The sky was dim, and a faint black mist added a gloomy feeling to this barren land. It was quiet and dead, and there was no sign of life. Is that Emperor artifact called the Origin Tool Manual? What exactly is it? In the depths of the boundless earth, a distant and low voice sounded. In a certain region in the extreme north. Splash, this was a boundless sea of blood. It seemed to be the convergence of the blood of a supreme expert after his death, and it carried a pungent fishy smell. Amidst the soul-stirring splashing sound, a loud bang suddenly rang out from the sea of blood. The surface of the sea seemed to have been cut in half by a giant sword, and then a terrifying aura that surpassed that of an 8 stars celestial emperor overflowed. Origin tool? What is that? A seemingly thin figure came to the surface of the sea from the depths of the sea, and a pair of cold eyes looked at the sky. Everything shook, and the long river of time collapsed. At this moment, even in the other most powerful regions, there were high-level celestial emperors who woke up from their seclusion, and they looked in the direction of the All Heavens shop. On the other side, Chu Bei was still wandering aimlessly, like a walking corpse. As if there was some kind of guidance in his subconscious, he used 1,000 years to come to this space-time, to the immortal mountain that he was currently at. In front of him was a passage shrouded in sparkling light. Chu Bei walked forward, and the long river of time flowed behind him, carrying with it the sound of Emperor Dao. Chapter 711. When Chu Bei reached the end of the passage, he could not help but stop. When he saw everything in front of him, he was stunned and subconsciously took a deep breath. This was a terrifying battlefield. To be precise, it was a battlefield where the killing had ended and only corpses were left. The reason why Chu Bei was stunned was because every corpse on the battlefield was surrounded by Emperor Dao runes. Even though he did not know how long they had been dead, the corpses still had the aura of an immortal emperor lingering around them and could not be touched. Just as Chu Bei was in a daze, an earth-shattering roar rang out from the battlefield. In the next moment, Chu Bei only felt a terrifying aura rushing towards him. At this moment, Chu Bei seemed to be in the battlefield of the immortal emperors. In his eyes, there were many scenes of immortal emperors killing each other. It was the scene of the collapse of a great world. All kinds of supreme Emperor Dao techniques were decreasing as the number of corpses increased. Chu Bei walked through the battlefield. Every time he passed by a corpse, he would pause for a moment. This was because he could use the corpse to feel the attacks that the corpse's owner had suffered before. Chu Bei squatted beside a corpse. Unlike the other corpses, this corpse gave him a very special feeling. Of course, its aura was far from that of the other corpses. What was even more special was that even though it had been dead for an unknown number of eras, Chu Bei could not see its appearance clearly. Curious, Chu Bei stretched out his hand and tried to push aside the hazy fog above the corpse's head to see the formation under the fog. But just as Chu Bei's hand landed on the fog, there was a buzzing sound and Chu Bei's body suddenly trembled. In an instant, the figure of a man in purple appeared in front of Chu Bei. The man in purple was not very tall, but his golden hair was scattered. Only his eyes were not covered by the fog. His gaze was as sharp as cold lightning, inexplicably chilling. He's clearly dead, but he still has such power. Even such a person can die. Looking at the blurry figure in front of him, Chu Bei's hair stood on end and he felt a sense of suffocation. He was absolutely certain that the figure in front of him was a supreme existence that surpassed 9 stars when he was alive. Kaila. All of a sudden, this terrifying phantom entered the space between Chu Bei's eyebrows. Chu Bei's body trembled. In that instant, he saw what the phantom had looked like when it was alive. He stood in the void, surrounded by boundless starfields. It was as if many ancient universes were revolving around him, and he was standing at the center of the world. As his golden hair fluttered, the galaxies behind him were destroyed and dimmed until they disappeared. He seemed to be fighting against some kind of power that he couldn't see clearly. In the end, he was defeated and fled with heavy injuries. In the end, he fell on this battlefield. Where is the end of the Tao? Chu Bei muttered to himself as he recalled everything that the person before him had experienced. His expression was a little absent-minded. Kai. Before Chu Bei could ponder any further, strands of dim light flew out from the corpses in this mysterious and boundless battlefield. They were densely packed and swarmed towards Chu Bei from all directions. What made Chu Bei feel incredulous was that when these dim lights arrived in front of him, they actually lined up in an orderly manner and entered the space between his eyebrows in succession. Every dim light was a supreme emperor when they were alive. Chu Bei experienced these emperors' lives again and again. Fortunately, this was not a cycle of reincarnation. Every emperor was different when they were alive. Although this was not what Chu Bei wanted and he was experiencing the emperors' lives uncontrollably, he did not feel bored. In fact, during this process, he even witnessed countless emperors' Daos. Vaguely, he seemed to have grasped the connection between thousands of emperors' Daos. Of course, this connection was very faint. Just when Chu Bei thought he was about to grasp it, it quietly disappeared. Unknowingly, Chu Bei closed his eyes and his body lay horizontally in the sky above this battlefield. Several gloomy balls of light floated around him. It was a very strange scene. If there was an outsider present, they would definitely be shocked. That was because with just the naked eye, they could see that Chu Bei's body had become transparent. Every single bone was clearly visible, and they were emitting a beautiful fluorescent light. As for Chu Bei himself, at this moment, he felt as if his spiritual will had already left his physical body and was roaming the worlds of the Supreme Emperors one after another. What he did not know was that the seal on his own power seemed to be slowly opening. The power fluctuations that leaked out from nothing were also rising bit by bit, becoming stronger and stronger. At the same time, the turbid area in his sea of consciousness slowly became clear. He could vaguely see branches and leaves swaying and releasing clear light. As for the floating black brick, it also began to form a strange phenomenon. Above it, there were 18 vague phantoms. Although he could not see the exact appearance of the 18 phantoms, he could roughly judge that they were 18 different mysterious objects. In the great domain of the Chaos Heavens. In the Emperor District of the All Heavens Shop, the atmosphere above the All Heavens Shop became increasingly strange and silent. Countless experts looked over from all directions, and sighs could be heard from time to time. Xiao Yang, Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, and the other celestial emperors of the All Heavens Shop stood side by side, coldly staring at the 8-star celestial emperor from the mysterious transcendent force opposite them. Since you can't hand over the origin tool manual and don't have the whereabouts of your master, there's nothing more to say. As the indifferent voice rang out, 130 drops of Genesis heaven power appeared around the 8-star Celestial Emperor's body. This amount of Genesis heaven power was comparable to Celestial Emperor Qian Kang's. Sensing the Genesis heaven power pressuring them, the faces of Xiao Yang, Sun Wukong, and the other Celestial Emperors of the All Heavens shop instantly darkened. Although they were a little solemn, they were not afraid at all. Boom! Chen Nan, Yi Fan, and the other Celestial Emperors burst forth with Celestial Emperor power at the same time, jointly resisting the Genesis heaven power. A loud noise sounded. Including the floating Celestial Emperor and the others, a boundless world battlefield formed in the starry sky above the All Heavens shop. Yi Fan was at the very front. With a wave of his right hand, lightning containing Celestial Emperor power descended. Emperor Dao aura surged, blasting murderously towards the 8-star Celestial Emperor. Above Chen Nan's head, a dazzling expanse appeared. Endless light particles gathered into Celestial Emperor tribulation light, releasing kai-kai sounds. In front of Shi Hao, a giant hand appeared. The 5 fingers moved, tearing apart the heavens, slapping towards the 8-star Celestial Emperor. Around Zhu Baji, yellow sand danced about, every grain of yellow sand carrying Emperor Dao symbols. Tang San's hands moved, all types of mysterious artifacts carrying Emperor might smashing outwards. Behind Golden Cicada, a great Buddha appeared, golden light dazzling. Terrifying scriptures appeared from its mouth, interweaving together to form a Buddhist staff, directly descending towards the 8-star Celestial Emperor. Sand Monk took action, snowflakes fluttering about, freezing the heavens, chilliness pervading the air. Aolai took action, a scarlet-red expanse appeared. Within the red radiance, there were irregular scenes of ghosts weeping and gods howling. When the world battlefield formed, the 14 Celestial Emperors of the All Heavens shop took action at the same time, directly activating their most powerful attacks, attacking the 8-star Celestial Emperor together. Chapter 7:12. The strongest is only 2 stars. What's the point of having so many of them? A smiling voice drifted across the starry sky. Following which, the 8-star Immortal Emperor waved the 130 drops of Source Heaven energy around him and directly met the attacks of Xiao Yang's group of 15. Rumble. 130 drops of Genesis Heaven power exploded and turned into a terrifying energy wave. It instantly annihilated the attacks of the 14 people including Xiao Yang and the others. Pu. 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 Xiao Yang and the others, the arch-armors shattered as the Genesis Heaven power invaded their bodies. Their faces turned pale as blood spurted from their mouths. Their breathing became chaotic as they fell to rock bottom. The outcome of the battle between Xiao Yang, Yi Fan, and the others against the 8-star Celestial Emperor had been decided in an instant. Even if the former had the advantage in numbers, the difference in cultivation base was too great. It was useless. Brother, don't you think it's too much to bully others like this? Just as the 8-star Celestial Emperor from the mysterious force was about to attack Xiao Yang, Yi Fan, and the others again, a deep and powerful voice sounded in the battlefield. Then, a figure appeared in front of Xiao Yang and the others. It's Celestial Emperor Lan Hui from the Genesis Heaven Pavilion. Why did he make a move? He has never interfered in the affairs of the major forces in high heavens. Perhaps Celestial Emperor Lan Hui can't stand it anymore. Celestial Emperor Lan Hui is also an 8-star Celestial Emperor. Since he has made a move, the crisis of the All Heaven shop must be resolved. The experts watching the battle exclaimed in unison when they recognized Celestial Emperor Lan Hui. Their faces were filled with shock and astonishment. The 8-star Celestial Emperor represented a mysterious transcendent force. Even some of the forces that were on good terms with the All Heaven shop did not dare to make a sound at this moment. However, they did not expect Celestial Emperor Lan Hui to intervene. What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to stop this Celestial Emperor? The 8-star Celestial Emperor from the mysterious force narrowed his eyes as he stared coldly at Celestial Emperor Lan Hui. It was as though he did not care about Celestial Emperor Lan Hui at all. If you need that Emperor artifact, go look for it yourself. What did this have to do with the All Heavens shop? Don't you think it's shameful for you to deal with a group of celestial emperors who have just stepped into the two stars realm? Celestial Emperor Lan Hui snorted coldly. He did not have the respect that he should have when facing the so-called transcendent forces. My business has nothing to do with you. The mysterious 8-star Immortal Emperor glanced at Immortal Emperor Lan Hui and said, although the Origin Sky Pavilion is the strongest faction in the Great Regions, don't think that it's truly the strongest faction. We still have to fight when it's time to fight. Speak less. Immortal Emperor Lan Hui waved his hand, and several balls of Genesis Heaven power shot out from his body and hovered around him. As for the amount of Genesis Heaven power, it was the same as the mysterious faction's 8-star Immortal Emperor, 130 drops. Rumble, in an instant, a new world battlefield was formed. It was a battle between 8-star Immortal Emperors. Xiao Yang, Yi Fan, and the others shifted their gazes to Immortal Emperor Lan Hui as they watched the terrifying collision of Genesis Heaven energy. Their faces were filled with gratitude. Then, they looked at each other and immediately began to regulate their own injuries. How interesting. It actually turned into a battle between 8-star Immortal Emperors. Immortal Emperor Lan Hui really treats the All Heavens shop well. Could it be that Immortal Emperor Lan Hui has a close relationship with the All Heavens shop's sect master? Otherwise, why would he not hesitate to offend a transcendent faction? The surrounding cultivators began to discuss as they watched the terrifying battle between the two 8-star Immortal Emperors. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Bei's floating body suddenly fell from above the pile of Emperor corpses. With a loud bang, he created a deep pit on the ground. At this moment, the light hovering in front of Chu Bei had all disappeared. To be more precise, the light had entered Chu Bei's glabella and finally dissipated. In the deep pit, Chu Bei let out a long breath as if he had experienced thousands of reincarnations and awakened from a deep sleep. He slowly opened his eyes. It's like a dream. Chu Bei muttered softly as he felt the majestic power in his body that seemed to have been unlocked by a key and connected to his sea of consciousness. Host has gone to the otherworldly evil monarch plane and signed a contract with Jun Mo Xie. Host's reputation in the otherworldly evil monarch plane has reached 80. Side mission. Host has broken through the barrier between the otherworldly evil monarch plane and the chaos heavens. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Chu Bei's lips curled into a smile. The system had also woken up. In the next moment, Chu Bei stepped into the wheel of time and space. Otherworldly evil monarch plane. Tianxiong Empire, Jun residence. In the depths of the residence, in a rather lavishly decorated room, a young man lay flat on a huge bed. This young man looked a little immature. His face was a little thin, and his eyes were a little slender. He gave off the feeling of a pretty boy. But at this moment, the young man's eyes were tightly shut, as if he had fainted and did not have any consciousness. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes and instinctively slammed his right hand on the bed. But just as he was about to jump up, his arm went limp, as if it was too weak to support his body weight. With a bang, he fell back heavily. In the next moment, the young man let out a shrill cry of pain. Hey! I'm still alive. I'm actually not dead. The young man quickly recovered from the pain. As he muttered to himself, a look of joy and excitement appeared on his face. Clang! At this moment, the door opened. A graceful figure seemed to have heard the commotion and hurriedly ran in. Young master, you're awake. What was that sound just now? What happened to you? The person who ran into the room was a young girl of 15 or 16 years old. She was dressed in a maid's outfit and her voice was a little timid. Young master, who are you? What's going on? Hearing the voice, Jun Mo Xie stared at the maid in front of him, then looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings. At this moment, a wave of unfamiliar memories suddenly rushed up from the bottom of his heart. Pieces of unfamiliar information surged into his mind like a tide. In an instant, Jun Mo Xie felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was stunned. Have I possessed a body and been reborn? And it's a completely unfamiliar world. Have I reincarnated without drinking Granny Meng's soup, or have I reincarnated in someone else's body? Jun Mo-sier came in front of the mirror and stared blankly at the face he had seen for the first time in a trance. For a long time, he did not move, as if he had lost his soul. "Young master, are you all right?" But just as the young maid reached out her hand and waved it in front of Jun Mo-sier's eyes, he suddenly cried out in ecstasy. "Ha ha. Indeed, good people have good karma. Although I can't figure out what's going on, I'm still alive. I must have accumulated a lot of good karma in my previous life, which moved the heavens and gave me the opportunity to come back from the dead." Jun Mo-sier's cry of surprise was like a madman's cry, which frightened the young maid. She trembled and hid to one side, her pretty big eyes staring at Jun Mo-sier in panic. Chapter 7:13. Young master, don't. Especially when Jun Mo-sier walked towards her, the girl's petite body was trembling, and her face was incomparably pale. She looked like a frightened little quail. Obviously, the previous Jun Mo-sier was like a nightmare in the eyes of the girl. What kind of person did the previous owner of my body become? Looking at the frightened appearance of the girl, Jun Mo-sier shook his head and no longer paid attention to the girl. Instead, he composed himself and began to examine the condition of his body. However, this examination left Jun Mo-sier dumbfounded. His meridians were stagnant, his muscles were loose, his joints were stiff, and there were many injuries on his ribs. It could be said that this body was simply a waste. It was extremely bad. If I want to recover to the peak of my previous life, it would be impossible without 8 to 10 years. Jun Mo-sier sighed and sat on the edge of the bed. In his previous life, he was an assassin. Moreover, he was a super ace assassin who stood at the peak. Since his debut, he had never failed. His success rate was unparalleled. In less than 5 years, he had become the #1 assassin on the list of assassins. In addition to being the #1 assassin, his own bounty was also firmly at the top of the bounty list in his world. No one could shake it. No one dared to accept his bounty. No one could accept it because he was strong enough. He was a legend in the world of assassins. As the #1 assassin, Jun Mo-sier had his own style of doing things. But because of his style, the other assassins gave him the title of Evil Monarch. When Jun Mo-sier was still alive in his world, his name of Evil Monarch was a deterrent to all big and small forces. Although many people knew the name of Evil Monarch, almost no one knew what this #1 assassin looked like, whether it was a man or a woman. "Well, since I'm here, I'll just take it easy." After a long sigh, Jun Mo-sier accepted his body. At least he was glad that he didn't possess a woman's body. Moreover, this body had the same name as him. As for the Jun Mo-sier of the past, he was just a good-for-nothing who idled about, loved ease, hated work, and only ate while waiting for death to befall him. In short, he was a typical parasite with no value. As for Jun Mo-sier's background, his grandfather, Jun Zhongtian, was the Blood Orchid Grand Duke of the Empire. He was also the #1 figure in the military. His father, Jun Wuhui, had once been an imperial great general. 10 years ago, he had died on the battlefield. His mother had died of depression 9 years ago. His 2 elder brothers, Jun Mo-yu and Jun Mo-cho, had died in a great battle 3 years ago. Her uncle, Jun Wu-yi, had also been seriously injured in the war 10 years ago. Although he had managed to survive, he had been paralyzed from the waist down, and had been reduced to a cripple. The Jun family was one of the largest families in the Tianxiong Empire. However, it was a pity that Jun Mo-sier was the only one left in his generation. Moreover, he was a debauchee who didn't seek to improve himself and only knew how to idle around. Actually, if I think about it, being a second generation isn't that bad. Jun Mo-sier suddenly grinned as he recalled the various deeds of his previous master. However, just as he finished muttering to himself, a cold voice sounded from outside the door. "Hedonistic second generation? It seems that our Jun family is going to decline in your hand. You are a disgrace to the Jun family." A wheelchair entered the room, and a thin middle-aged man in his 30s was sitting on it. He was leaning against a wooden support, and his legs were covered with a thick layer of satin. His pair of turbid and clear eyes were coldly staring at Jun Mo-sier. His eyebrows were like swords, and naturally carried an inexplicable cold and murderous aura. This servant will take her leave. Seeing the thin middle-aged man in the wheelchair, the young girl bowed respectfully and then trotted out of the room. John Mosier sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the middle-aged man who had come in. Although the other party was physically disabled, his eyebrows revealed a powerful aura. He must have been a decisive general who commanded thousands of soldiers and horses. He must have been an unyielding hero. Third uncle? John Mosier tried to recall the memories of his third uncle, Jun Wuyi, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Then, he tried to call out to him. In Jun Mosier's memory, Jun Wuyi was a useless person who was sitting in a wheelchair waiting for death to claim him. But at this moment, Jun Mosier could feel a murderous aura coming from the other party's body that even he was moved by. Jun Mosier stared at the middle-aged man in the wheelchair, and his face was full of astonishment. The other party's murderous aura was unique to an iron-blooded soldier who had been through hundreds of battles all year round. He had fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It was like a peerless sword that would never be buried by dust even if it was broken. It exuded an aggressive aura. However, because of the wheelchair's existence, this peerless sword was hidden in its scabbard. "Do you still see me as your third uncle?" Jun Wuyi glanced at Jun Mosier and coldly snorted, "You still have the older generation to protect you. But when they're gone, how will you survive? The other families will give you some face if the older generation is still around. But when they're gone, you'll be nothing but a waste in their eyes." Jun Mosier didn't take Jun Wuyi's words to heart. He knew that Jun Wuyi was actually concerned about him, and that Jun Mosier had expected better from him. "Third uncle, even if the older generation is gone, won't you still be protecting me?" Jun Mosier asked. "Are you mocking me?" Jun Wuyi's face darkened. "Third uncle, I have a way to cure your legs." Jun Mosier pointed at Jun Wuyi's legs. Hearing Jun Mosier's words, Jun Wuyi shook his head and turned his wheelchair to leave. Obviously, he still thought that Jun Mosier was making fun of him. Looking at Jun Wuyi's lonely back, Jun Mosier wanted to say something, but hesitated. He wanted to chase after him to say something, but in the end, he didn't take a step. He could indeed cure Jun Wuyi's legs, but with the cultivation of his previous life, he couldn't do it with his current body. Judging from the situation of his current body, it would take him at least 10 years to reach the level where he could cure Jun Wuyi's legs. This was also the reason why he didn't catch up with Jun Wuyi. After all, it would take him at least 10 years. If it wasn't for this terrible body, I wouldn't have to start from scratch. Jun Mosier let out a long sigh. But just as he was sighing, a huge boom rang out above his head. Then, a pitch-black circular gap appeared. Looking at the purple-clothed man slowly falling from the gap, Jun Mosier's pupils suddenly shrank. His mouth opened wide, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Chapter 7:14. Who are you? Jun Mosier came back to his senses, and subconsciously swallowed his saliva as he stared blankly at the man in purple. This man in purple was Chu Bei from the Xianhuang continent. While Jun Mosier was sizing up Chu Bei was also sizing up Jun Mosier. After a few seconds, Chu Bei seemed to recognize Jun Mosier, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. Jun Mosier looked at Chu Bei's malicious smile, and inexplicably shivered. This was a feeling he had never felt in his previous life, even when facing hundreds of assassins. "Who the hell are you? What do you want to do?" Jun Mosier looked at Chu Bei with great vigilance, and then looked at the black hole that hadn't disappeared yet. His body tensed up, and he stepped back. "Little guy, is this body still used to it?" Chu Bei suddenly opened his mouth with a playful tone. How did you know?" Jun Mosier heard Chu Bei's words, and he felt as if he was facing a great enemy. "Don't be nervous." Chu Bei looked at Jun Mosier with a smile. "You're still alive, and it's not a coincidence, and it's not because you've accumulated good karma in your previous life." "Then what is it?" Jun Mosier asked, and his tensed body relaxed, but his eyes were filled with confusion. "It was I who brought you to this world in passing." Chu Bei coughed softly and lied in an incomparably calm manner. "What? You brought me back from the dead, and brought me to this strange world. Jun Mosie's face was full of surprise, and he exclaimed. In your previous life, you were called the evil monarch. What is evil? It is said that you killed an evil trafficker, but couldn't find the victim. So, you had no choice but to ask for a copper coin from the little girl who was being trafficked. You also said that you had never done business without a reward, and that there would be no exception. What is evil? There was once when you cleared out all the paper towels in the latrine. When the old martial arts teacher who taught you went to squat, he found that there was no paper towel and asked him to send some paper towels over. In the end, you asked him for 50 taels of gold as a reward. Why would he submit? It's because you called all your fellow apprentices to the entrance of the latrine that day, and even invited a woman from the outside to visit. Stop talking. I believe you. Jun Mosie quickly came back to his senses as he listened to the man in front of him narrate the story of the evil monarch in his previous life. At this moment, he completely believed what the other party had said. Otherwise, how could the other party know what he had done in his previous life? Master, I know that there's always someone better than you out there. Just like you, with your ability to bring the dead back to life, you're definitely an existence that stands at the peak of the martial way. Jun Mosie had completely relaxed his state of mind. Facing Chu Bei, he no longer had the slightest bit of vigilance. With a flattering expression on his face, he said, "But why can't you resurrect me on the spot? Why do you insist on living in this world?" He even possessed a crippled body. This is a blessing, not a curse, Chu Bei said with a smile, and pointed a finger between Jun Mosie's eyebrows. In the next moment, Jun Mosie's body trembled, and a translucent ripple flew out from between his eyebrows. That was the spirit. To be precise, it was the spirit of Jun Mosie's previous life. Suddenly, the scene before Jun Mosie's eyes changed. In the blink of an eye, he followed Chu Bei and appeared in a vast starry sky. Chu Bei strode across the starry river, and Jun Mosie followed behind Chu Bei in the form of a spirit. You think that you've already stood at the peak of the strong in your previous life, but in reality, on the path of cultivation, you can't even be considered an ant. Chu Bei's indifferent voice fell. With a wave of his right hand, countless stars around them shifted positions, and a soul-stirring river of stars surged over with a monstrous aura. Rolling 9-colored lightning intertwined in the starry sky, and all kinds of gorgeous light exploded, extremely dazzling. Not only that, all kinds of strange phenomena appeared. There were ghosts crying and gods howling, fairies dancing in the sky, dragons soaring in the sky, and the evolution of the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. Looking at the strange phenomena around him, Jun Mosie was speechless. His entire body froze, like a block of wood. Not to mention the memories of his current body, even in his previous life, he had never experienced such a scene. Inconceivable, unimaginable. Wang, at this time, with a buzzing sound, the vast starry sky disappeared, and Jun Mosie's spirit returned to his body. Looking at the environment in the room, Jun Mosie regained his senses. When he looked at Chu Bei again, his throat twitched. He knew that the scene he had just experienced was not an illusion. It was real. The strength of this purple-robed man was at a height that was far beyond his imagination. Do you want to reach this seat's height? Do you want to have this seat's methods? Chu Bei looked at Jun Mosie with a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with Jun Mosie's shocked expression. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Jun Mosie was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted and nodded heavily. Yes, of course. In his previous life, Jun Mosie was a person who pursued the peak of martial arts. Otherwise, he would not have become the #1 assassin in just 5 years. This seat is fated to accept you as a disciple. What do you think? Seeing Jun Mosie's attitude, Chu Bei went straight to the point. Hearing this, Jun Mosie was startled, but he quickly cupped his hands and replied, "This disciple greets master. To become this seat's disciple, you need to do a short ceremony." Saying this, Chu Bei waved his right hand, and a proxy ring appeared above his palm. "Disciple, drip a drop of blood into the ring." "Yes, master." Jun Mosie looked at the proxy ring, and under the other's signal, bit his index finger and dripped a drop of blood into the ring. The host has successfully signed a first-level proxy Jun Mo Xie. A first-level proxy gift package has been issued. When the signing was completed, the system sound rang in Chu Bei's mind. Jun Mo Xie, since you've already addressed me as your master, then I'll give you a gift. Chu Bei opened the gift bag, which contained a sparkling and translucent pill. It smells so good. Jun Mo Xie took the pill and sniffed it. Then, he and Chu Bei glanced at each other before popping it into their mouths. Master, what did you feed your disciple? I seem to have mastered a magical energy. Jun Mo Xie opened his eyes wide. Puff, puff. The moment Jun Mo Xie finished eating the phantom beast pill, a little blue mist began to appear on the surface of his body, and his body began to change. Almost at the same time, a series of mechanical sounds rang in Chu Bei's mind. Contractor Jun Mo Xie, signed successfully. Master, my body has changed. Am I still human? Looking at his changing body, Jun Mo Xie swallowed his saliva and looked at Chu Bei in horror. At this moment, he had turned into a bird beast made of blue flames, with a wisp of red flames on top of his head. Chapter 7:15. Don't panic. Chu Bei calmly looked at Jun Mo Xie and said lightly, the fruit you ate earlier is called the phantom beast pill. Now you have the ability of a phantom beast. As for this ability, you will have to explore it. With the improvement of your development, your strength will also undergo earth-shaking changes. As for your current form, it is called the immortal bird. It has a terrible recovery ability. In a fight, this form is almost invincible. Master, I feel the magic of this flame. It's amazing. Gradually, Jun Mo Xie seemed to have found the trick. With a thought, he switched between the immortal bird and the human form several times. During this process, he also deliberately cut his right arm in the human form, causing blood to flow. However, when he turned into the immortal bird, the blue flame instantly healed the wound, leaving no scar. Maybe it won't take 10 years. I can cure third uncle's leg injury now. After the initial control of the phantom beast pill, Jun Mo Xie seemed to have thought of something and an eager expression appeared on his face. Master, I am going to find third uncle. Jun Mo Xie respectfully looked at Chu Bei. Let's go. I will accompany you. Chu Bei put his hands behind his back and smiled. Jun residence, lobby. Jun Zhongtian sat at the head of the table. Although he was over 60 years old, his hair and beard were still black and shiny, making him look like a man in his 40s. Stinking brat, it's one thing for you to fool around outside, but now you even dare to mock your third uncle? Do you know how many military exploits he had on the battlefield when he was your age? How many enemies he had beheaded? Seeing Jun Mo Xie come to the lobby, Jun Zhongtian didn't even look at Chu Bei and shouted at Jun Mo Xie. His dignified face was full of anger. Jun Zhongtian was born poor and became a general at a young age. He dominated the world and made the enemy soldiers of various countries tremble in fear. Not only was he excellent in civil and military strategy, but he was also one of the few Sky Shen experts in the Tianxiong Empire. His character was calm and determined. He had always been calm and collected. From a humble pauper to the current Blood Orchid Grand Duke, it took him less than 40 years. Although it was said that the times created heroes, looking at the entire history of the continent, there were very few of them. On the battlefield, Jun Zhongtian didn't bat an eyelid in the face of the enemy's million-strong army. But he would fly into a rage whenever he saw his only surviving grandson. Jun Zhongtian really couldn't figure it out. With his bloodline and high-pressure management, how could there be such a good-for-nothing among the younger generation? The grandson in front of him, whom he loved and hated at the same time, was neither proficient in literature nor martial arts. When he picked up a book, he fainted, and when he heard that he was practicing martial arts, he ran away. Other people's sons and nephews were either talented or had already entered the right path in their cultivation of Xian Qi. At the very least, they were at the 6th level or above. On the other hand, his precious grandson's Xian Qi cultivation was only at the pitiful 2nd grade, and that was after he had spent countless treasures on him. The main reason why he was so angry today was that the other party had started to use Jun Wuyi's legs as an excuse. Thinking of this, Jun Zhongtian's tyrannical aura became violent, and the anger in his eyes was about to burst out. "Father, it's not worth it to get angry over this kid." Seeing that Jun Zhongtian was about to go berserk, Jun Wuyi quickly opened his mouth. Although he also hated iron for not becoming steel, he still didn't want to see Jun Moxie get beaten up. "Grandfather, I didn't laugh at third uncle. I really can cure third uncle's legs," Jun Moxie said. Hearing Jun Moxie's words, Jun Wuyi's face became gloomy. He sighed and looked at Jun Zhongtian. "Father, you should hit this kid hard." However, just as Jun Zhongtian's fist was about to fall on Jun Moxie's body, the latter's body unexpectedly turned into a blue flame. The flame surged and turned into a blue bird. This. Looking at Jun Moxie, who had suddenly turned into a blue flame bird, Jun Zhongtian's fist stopped in the air, and his face suddenly changed. His whole body seemed to have been hit by a bolt from the blue, and his face was full of confusion. Sitting in a wheelchair, Jun Wuyi was also the same. He looked at the blue flame bird in a daze, and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His face was at a loss, and he looked like a clay sculpture. Jun Moxie's change came too suddenly, and caught them off guard. "What's going on?" Jun Zhongtian and Jun Wuyi were dumbfounded. Their brains seemed to have lost the ability to think, and they stood motionless like wood, staring blankly at the scene in front of them. "Third uncle, grandfather, don't worry, I'm in the form of an immortal bird." Jun Moxie's voice sounded, and the next moment, he spat out a blue flame from his mouth, and in a flash, it engulfed Jun Wuyi's legs. Seeing his legs being burned by the flame, Jun Zhongtian's expression suddenly froze. But just as he was about to stimulate his Xian Qi to extinguish the flame, Jun Wuyi raised his hand to stop him. "Father, don't move. My legs are starting to feel, and I can feel the pain." Jun Wuyi's expression began to become excited, and his expression was incomparably excited. "I can feel that the energy in this flame is healing my legs that have been crippled for 10 years. "What? You can feel it?" Hearing Jun Wuyi's words, Jun Zhongtian's face was full of astonishment, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Jun Wuyi nodded heavily. "This flame really has a miraculous effect." The blue flame burned, and the joy on Jun Wuyi's face became more and more intense. The expression in his eyes when he looked at Jun Moxie also changed from disappointment to surprise, and then to gratification. After an unknown amount of time, with a bang, a tyrannical aura burst out from Jun Wuyi's body. His hands patted the wheelchair, and the wheelchair split open, and he stood up. Then, his feet stepped on the void, and he actually bounced a few meters away in the hall. "Ha, I never thought that I, Jun Wuyi, would be able to leave the wheelchair one day." Jun Wuyi cheerfully walked back to Jun Zhongtian's side, and tightly grasped the latter's arms, his body slightly trembling. "Father, your child is fine, really fine." "Well, I saw it, your father saw it." Unknowingly, Jun Zhongtian, who had remained calm in the face of the enemy's million-strong army, had become red-eyed. The murderous aura that had been on the battlefield for a long time had completely disappeared. What was left was a joyful expression that an old man should have when he saw that his child, who had been crippled for 10 years, could stand up again. "Moxie, how did you do it? And what's the matter with this immortal bird?" After being happy, Jun Zhongtian and Jun Wuyi recovered and looked at Jun Moxie, their eyes full of confusion. In their eyes, Jun Moxie was a complete debauchee waste. He couldn't study, and he couldn't practice martial arts, but he was proficient in eating, drinking, and gambling. However, after experiencing the scene just now, they found that Jun Moxie wasn't exactly what they thought. Suddenly, they found that they couldn't see through Jun Moxie. Chapter 716. Grandpa, third uncle, I don't want to hide it anymore. Jun Moxie took a deep breath and looked up at a 45-degree angle. He sighed. "When I was 3 years old, I met a master who accepted me as his disciple. But because of the secret method I practiced, I couldn't show it in front of outsiders, so I could only cover it up by pretending to be a good-for-nothing. But recently, I succeeded in my cultivation, and my master finally allowed me to show my strength. Jun Monsieur sighed faintly at this point. Grandfather, third uncle, do you know how lonely Monsieur has been all these years? Jun Zhongtian and Jun Wuyi listened to Jun Monsieur's words, and their eyes were full of regret, as if they regretted that they didn't see this grandson of theirs who had been enduring all this time. As for Chu Bei, the corners of his mouth twitched, and after glancing at Jun Monsieur, he cursed in his heart. Monsieur, Grandpa has wronged you all these years. Jun Zhongtian stepped forward and hugged Jun Monsieur, who had changed back to his normal appearance. Monsieur, what is your real strength? Jun Wuyi asked. Master gave me the inheritance, and it can't be measured by the ordinary cultivation system. So, I don't know what level I am at now. Jun Monsieur shook his head. Then let third uncle try it for you. Jun Wuyi's voice fell, and he punched towards Jun Monsieur, and a tyrannical Xian Qi spurted out from the surface of his fist. Seeing this, Jun Monsieur's eyes narrowed, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly used the ability of the mythical beast fruit to transform into the phoenix form, and clawed forward. Bang! A low sound was heard. Jun Monsieur, who had transformed into the phoenix form, was shaken back, but he didn't suffer the slightest injury. Gold Xian! Jun Wuyi retracted his fist, and stared at Jun Monsieur with a face full of astonishment. Wuyi, you're not joking. Monsieur is a gold Xian. Jun Zhongtian laughed like a madman when he saw Jun Wuyi solemnly nod his head. Heavens, you've finally opened your eyes. A 17-year-old gold Xian, the #1 person in the Tianxiong Empire. My Jun family has a successor. Jun Monsieur looked at Jun Monsieur again. After experiencing Jun Wuyi's punch, he truly felt the horror of this phantom beast pill. He had just swallowed it, and hadn't even had the time to develop it. But he already possessed the strength of a gold Xian. Monsieur, where is your master? All these years, he has trained you to be so outstanding. We must thank him properly. You wouldn't have your current strength and means if it weren't for him. And Wu Yi's leg wouldn't have healed either. Jun Zhongtian seemed to have thought of something. So, he quickly opened his mouth to speak. Grandpa, the master I speak of is far away on the horizon, but he is right in front of us. Jun Monsieur said. Jun Zhongtian and Jun Wuyi stared blankly when they heard this. Then, their gazes fixed on Chu Bei's body, and their mouths opened wide. You are Monsieur's master. Jun Zhongtian's eyes were filled with shock as he swallowed his saliva. He simply couldn't connect this 20-year-old youth with Jun Monsieur's master. He thought that the person who could teach Jun Monsieur such a heaven-defying method must be an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years and hadn't cared about the affairs of the world. Chu Bei looked at Jun Zhongtian and Jun Wuyi, and nodded slightly. Third uncle, who was the one who injured your leg? Jun Monsieur asked Jun Wuyi. Then, he looked at Jun Zhongtian. Also, how did my parents die? Jun Monsieur searched through the memories of the previous owner of his body, but couldn't find any answers to these two questions. Jun Zhongtian and Jun Wuyi looked at each other when they heard Jun Monsieur's question. After a short discussion, they shook their heads. Monsieur, it would be better if you don't know with your current strength. Our enemies are too strong, too strong, too strong. How strong are they? Jun Monsieur asked. In front of them, my strength is nothing. If you want to know, then you must first enter the Earth Xian realm. Jun Zhongtian still didn't answer Jun Monsieur's question. Then, Jun Zhongtian looked at Chu Bei and asked very politely, "Excuse me for asking, but what is your strength?" Jun Zhongtian and Jun Wuyi were not the only ones who were curious. Jun Monsieur also looked at Chu Bei. He was also curious about his cheap master's cultivation. In the Xian continent, Xian Qi was ranked from the 1st to the 9th level. Above the 9th level was the Silver Xian, followed by the Gold Xian, Jade Xian, Earth Xian, Sky Xian, and above the Sky Xian was the Spirit Xian. Above the Spirit Xian was the Supreme. Of course, there were even higher levels of cultivation above the Supreme. When one's Xian Qi reached the Earth Xian realm, they could extend their life with the help of Xian Qi. When one reached the Sky Xian realm, they could live for 150 to 200 years. If they could go one step further and reach the Spirit Xian realm, they could extend their life, but they couldn't live for more than 350 years. When one reached the Supreme Realm, it was possible to live for 500 years. As for the Supreme Realm, it was natural that they could live even longer. It was said that when one's cultivation reached a certain level, they could return to their youth. It was impossible to tell their true age from their appearance. Judging from Chu Bei's methods, Zhang Zhongtian naturally didn't think that the other party was really a youth in his 20s. He must have reached the realm of returning to his youth. As for how strong he was, Zhang Zhongtian didn't know. At least with his Sky Shen realm strength, he couldn't return to his youth. My cultivation? Without a comparison, I don't know. Chu Bei smiled knowingly. He didn't deliberately want to be mysterious, this was indeed the truth. Hearing this, Zhang Zhongtian and Zhun Wuyi looked at each other and didn't ask any more questions. They obviously thought that this question was Chu Bei's taboo. Ta. Just as Zhang Zhongtian was preparing to entertain Chu Bei, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the hall. Then, a panicked soldier ran in, gasping for breath. Don't you see that there are guests here? How can you lose your composure like this? Zhang Zhongtian looked at the soldier who ran in and shouted. Master, something big has happened outside. The sky is falling, the soldier took a deep breath and said quickly. Say it in one breath. Zhang Zhongtian frowned. The Shen beast tide is coming. A large number of Shen beasts are running out of Tianfa forest. They are attacking and destroying the city like crazy. It's chaotic outside, the soldier said anxiously. What? The Shen beast tide. Our Tianxiong Empire has never had anything to do with the Shen beasts of Tianfa forest. How can they invade us? Come, let's go out and take a look. Just as he shouted, Zhang Zhongtian's Shen Qi burst out, and he stepped out of the hall. His speed was extremely fast, and Zhun Wuyi followed closely behind. Master, how can we miss the fun? Zhun Moxie looked at Chu Bei. But before he could finish speaking, Chu Bei interrupted him. Then, he waved his sleeve and disappeared from the hall. Chapter 717. All kinds of terrified screams could be heard in the Tianxiong Empire's imperial city at this moment. The originally peaceful streets were now filled with people who were fleeing with big and small bags on their backs. Among them, there were also soldiers in exquisite armor who were running towards the easternmost side of the street. Zhang Zhongtian's speed was very fast. Every time he overtook an army, the leader of the army would salute him respectfully. Zhang Zhongtian arrived at the border between the Tianxiong Empire and the Tianfa forest in less than a quarter of an hour. Rumble. As far as the eye could see, countless Shen beasts were madly swarming towards the human domain from the Tianfa forest. It was a black mass of beasts. They seemed to have received some kind of order. Their roars shook the sky, and the earth shook violently. Groups of capable soldiers were holding spears in one hand and shields in the other at the edge of the imperial city. They were resisting the Shen beasts without fear of death. Look! General Zhun is here. General Zhun is here. These Shen beasts won't be a problem. The soldiers who were desperately resisting the Shen beasts cheered excitedly when they saw Zhang Zhongtian arrive. It seemed as if they had found their savior. Bang! Zhang Zhongtian soared into the sky, and a tyrannical aura burst out. He appeared directly in the middle of the Shen beast's army. Zhang Zhongtian was like a fierce tiger in a flock of sheep. Several Shen beasts' bodies exploded with each punch, and turned into piles of minced meat. Bang! 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 Perhaps they were afraid of Zhang Zhongtian's methods. These intelligent Shen beasts began to avoid Zhang Zhongtian, and took a detour towards the imperial city. Look! His Majesty has also arrived. The Emperor of the Tianxiong Empire had also arrived at the edge of the imperial city. His face was full of worry. General Dugu has also joined the battle. The soldiers became more and more excited with the arrival of more and more experts from the imperial city. Their morale soared. Third Uncle Wu Yi, how did your legs recover? At this time, a somewhat playful girl of 15 or 16 years old came to Zhun Wu Yi's side. Her mouth was wide open, and her finger was pointing at Zhun Wu Yi's legs. Her face was full of astonishment. Xiao Yi, third uncle will explain it to you in a while. Jun Wuyi rubbed Dugu Xiaoyi's head and jumped into the battlefield. Scum of the Jun family, what are you doing here? Aren't you afraid that those Shen beasts will eat you? Dugu Xiaoyi looked at Jun Moxie with a face full of disdain. She then looked at Chu Bei and said, "This person looks very unfamiliar. Is he the debauchee you just made friends with?" Jun Moxie was about to get angry when he heard Dugu Xiaoyi's words. But he was startled by Chu Bei's words. "Don't be angry. This is one of your 8 future wives," Chu Bei said with a smile. "What are you talking about? Bah. Why would I, Dugu Xiaoyi, marry this debauchee? Even if I were to go blind and break my leg, it would still be impossible. One of the 8 wives. A toad still wants to eat swan meat." Dugu Xiaoyi glared fiercely at Chu Bei. Her face was filled with anger, as if Chu Bei's words were a great humiliation to her. "Master, are you telling the truth?" Jun Moxie took a deep breath and said, "This little girl looks pretty good. If what you say is true, then this disciple will have to teach her a good lesson in the future, so that she won't dare to be rude to you again. Scum of the Jun family, if you dare to speak nonsense again, I will cut off your tongue." Dugu Xiaoyi drew a thin sword from her waist and waved it in front of Jun Moxie's face. Jun Moxie smiled and no longer paid attention to Dugu Xiaoyi. Instead, he looked at the battlefield. Roar. The invasion of the Shen beasts began to slow down as more and more experts joined the battle. More and more Shen beasts were killed by the experts. "Elder Jun, do you know what's going on? Why are these Shen beasts invading my Tianxiong Empire?" Tianxiong's emperor looked at the incomparably brave Jun Zhontian on the battlefield and asked, "Your Majesty, I'm afraid you don't know. It's not just our Tianxiong Empire. All the empires bordering the Tianfa forest have been invaded by the Shen beasts." Jun Zhontian hadn't spoken when a warrior replied, "What? This is a full-scale disaster. Is the Tianfa forest crazy? Do they want to declare war on the entire human race?" Tianxiong's emperor frowned deeply. "The Shen beasts won't stop if you don't hand over our Tianfa emperor." At this moment, a vigorous voice resounded like thunder. The next moment, a 5-meter-tall strong figure appeared on the battlefield. He was in human form, but his whole body was covered with exuberant hair. Beast King Big Bear. Jun Zhontian, Dugu Sheng, and the other experts of the imperial city were startled when they saw the appearance of the robust figure. They were full of astonishment. The moment Big Bear appeared on the battlefield, the crazy Shen beasts prostrated themselves on the ground as if they were kowtowing to him. "Bear King, are you the one who instructed them to invade our human territory?" Jun Zhontian and the other warriors looked at Big Bear with a dignified expression. Big Bear was one of the 12 beast kings of Tianfa Forest. He was a genuine great master. In their Tianxiong imperial city, the strongest person was only a Sky Shen expert. In the eyes of a great master, this didn't constitute any threat. "When you hand over our emperor, we will withdraw our troops." Big Bear's voice was cold. "Tianfa emperor? How could it be in our human territory?" Jun Zhontian questioned. "You'll have to ask the Shuehan Manor," Big Bear shouted coldly. His voice was filled with monstrous anger. "Since it's the Shuehan Manor's matter, you should have just gone to them. Why did you invade our Tianxiong imperial city?" Jun Zhontian was dissatisfied. "This is the matter of the entire human race." Big Bear's body erupted with a terrifying aura, shaking the void and making a kai-kai sound. "You humans have been looking down on our Tianfa forest for the past few years. Now, you even dare to have ideas about our emperor. If she hadn't failed to break through and was in a weakened state, how could you have succeeded?" Big Bear's voice was filled with anger as he punched out. Suddenly, a terrifying Xian Qi rushed out, shaking a wave of Tianxiong imperial city soldiers and sending them flying. They spat out blood from their mouths. "Big Bear, you've gone too far. You can't afford to offend the Shuehan Manor, so you're venting your anger on us?" Jun Zhontian clenched his fists as his aura began to condense. "Do you think the Shuehan Manor is in a good situation? If you can't see the emperor, then all of humanity will be destroyed." Big Bear's eyes flashed with killing intent as he continued to attack, causing a large number of soldiers to die. Do you really think we're soft persimmons? Jun Zhongtian pulled out his sword. Old man Jun, don't be impulsive. This is a great master. Du Gusheng quickly restrained Jun Zhongtian from attacking. A mere Sky Shen expert is nothing but an ant. Big Bear looked at Jun Zhongtian with disdain. His feet stepped into the void, and he turned into a divine rainbow. Carrying a terrifying Shen Qi, he bombarded Jun Zhongtian. Chapter 718. Not good. Old General Jun is in danger. On the battlefield, the pupils of all the generals contracted rapidly. Big Bear was very fast, arriving in front of Jun Zhongtian in almost an instant. However, just as Big Bear's huge fist was about to land on Jun Zhongtian's chest, everyone heard a crisp cracking sound. Big Bear's figure inexplicably stopped. The space where he was standing had actually split open with a long and thin gap. At this moment, whether it was Big Bear or Jun Zhongtian, it was as if they were suddenly imprisoned by a force. What's going on? Looking at the scene on the battlefield, all the generals' faces were filled with confusion. The intelligent high-level Shen beasts crawling on the ground widened their eyes, their expressions filled with confusion. Humans and Nemesis Forest are on the same side. Your current actions are too extreme. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded in everyone's ears. Bang! Following the sound of this voice, the imprisoning force in the space where Big Bear and Jun Zhongtian were in disappeared. The two of them flew out inexplicably at the same time. Who is it? Big Bear's vigorous shout reverberated between heaven and earth. Just as everyone was looking around to find the person who had spoken, a man in purple appeared out of thin air above the battlefield. Who is he? Could it be that he was the one who spoke just now? He was the one who saved old General Jun. Is he the supreme expert of our human race? The gazes of all the generals were fixed on Chu Bei's body. They discussed animatedly, guessing Chu Bei's identity. Scum of the Jun family, he's not that. Recognizing the man in purple above the battlefield, Du Gu Xiaoyi stuttered incoherently. She stammered for a long time, unable to form a complete sentence. You still know that humans and Nemesis Forest are on the same side. Then take a look at what you're doing now. You actually dared to kidnap His Majesty when he was weak after failing to break through. I don't even know what you're planning. Big Bear's anger soared to the heavens. Once he finished speaking, he condensed a terrifying aura and launched a tyrannical attack at Chu Bei. Bang! Unfortunately, in front of Chu Bei, Big Bear was really no different from an ant. Before he could get within 10 meters of Chu Bei, he was sent flying by a force. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. During this entire process, Chu Bei did not even raise his eyes. It could be said that he did not move at all. Big Bear is injured. He's one of the 12 beast kings of the Nemesis Forest, a supreme being expert. Seeing this scene, all the battle generals were dumbstruck. Just who is this purple-clothed man? The generals looked at Chu Bei with even more curiosity and respect. I will give you justice for what you did to the Beast Emperor of Tianfa. Chu Bei did not pay attention to the discussion of the battle generals below. After glancing at Big Bear, he pointed a finger. Immediately, countless blue flames flew out from his fingertips. These blue flames surged and turned into hundreds and thousands of undying birds that flew toward the battlefield below. Wherever these undying birds passed, whether it was the heavily injured human soldiers or the Shen beasts of the Nemesis Forest, their injuries were all healed at a terrifying speed. This is too unbelievable. Is this even a human's ability? All right, they're all healed. Witnessing their dying companions being healed by the undying birds, the other soldiers and battle generals were all stunned at the same time. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that there was someone in this world who had such remarkable abilities. Justice? How can you give us justice? We don't know if His Majesty is dead or alive. The longer this drags on, the greater the danger she'll be in. Big Bear glanced at the healed soldiers and Shen beasts below. After a flash of surprise, he looked at Chu Bei and spoke. Chu Bei did not pay attention to Big Bear. He only waved his sleeve, and a ripple instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. In the next moment, the Emperor of the Sky Incense, Zhun Zhontian, Zhun Wuyi, Du Gusheng, and the other generals, as well as Big Bear, felt a wave of dizziness in their heads. Then, everything in their line of sight changed. This is the territory of the Shuehan Manor. He actually took us from the Tianxiong Imperial City to the Shuehan Manor in an instant. This is not the ability of a great master. Could it be that he is an existence above the great master level? The battle generals came back to their senses. When they recognized their current location, they stared at Chu Bei with astonishment written all over their faces. Look below. 7 Xian Beast Kings. The Shuehan Manor and the Nemesis Forest have already started an all-out war. Could it be that the Shuehan Manor really took away the Emperor of Tianfa? Zhun Zhontian, Du Gusheng, and the other battle generals were floating in the air. When they saw the scene below, their pupils suddenly dilated. Bang bang bang. At this moment, the outer area of the Shuehan Manor had been turned into ruins. The intensity of the battle was far beyond what had happened in the Tianxiong Imperial City. Innumerable 7th and 8th level Xian beasts were fighting with the Shuehan Manor's experts. Rivers of blood were flowing, and wails of grief could be heard everywhere. The most intense battle was between the 7 great masters of the human race and the 7 Xian beast kings of the Nemesis Forest. Blizzard Silver City's City Lord, Blizzard Supreme Han Feng Shui, Heaven's Equal Peaks Heaven-Seeking Supreme Mo Wentian, Cold Blood Supreme Lei Wu Bei, Shanxi Empire's Life and Death Supreme Shichang Xiao, Blue Supreme Meng Hong Chen, who lives in seclusion in the Blue Light Sea, Prairie Eagle God Solitary Falcon, Hurricane Sword God Feng Huan Yun, Zhun Zhontian and Du Gusheng recognized the 7 great masters of the human race. They looked at each other and announced their identities. Snake King, do you really want to fight to the death? Heaven-seeking Supreme Mo Wentian looked at a woman with a graceful figure and shouted coldly. This battle will only end when I see my elder sister. Snake King Green Hunter replied expressionlessly. You insist that the Shuehan Manor has kidnapped the Emperor of Tianfa. But, you've searched every nook and cranny of the Shuehan Manor. And, you haven't found any trace of the Emperor of Tianfa, Cold Blood Master Lei Wu Bei said. That's right. You people of the Nemesis Forest want to frame my Shuehan Manor, and use that as an excuse to invade the entire human race, the great elder of the Shuehan Manor shouted. The complexions of the 7 Xian Beast Kings became extremely ugly when they heard this. Some of the Xian Beast Kings even transformed into their true forms. They opened their bloody mouths with ferocious expressions on their faces. Since your Shuehan Manor has nothing to do with this, then where is Li Jutian? When he kidnapped my emperor, I even fought with him, but I wasn't a match for him. That's why he kidnapped my emperor, a spirit Xian beast said. Li Jutian? That's ridiculous. That guy failed to cross his tribulation 3 years ago, and died. How could a dead man kidnap the emperor of Tianfa? This reason is too absurd. That's right. Everyone knows about Li Jutian's death. Our human army won't be afraid of you if you insist on fighting to the death. The faces of the great masters of the human race became gloomy when they heard the spirit Xian beast's words. Their anger soared to the heavens. Chapter 719. Li Jutian is dead. How is that possible? The one who fought with me that day was definitely him. As he spoke, the divine profound realm Xian beast in human form tore open his clothes and revealed his chest. There was a sunken palm print on his chest. The inside of the palm print was pitch black. Isn't this the bloodthirsty palm of your Shuehan Manor? The divine profound realm Xian beast pointed at his chest and shouted coldly. You're really unscrupulous in order to find a preposterous reason. The Shuehan Manor's great elders' eyes narrowed as he spoke. The other great elders frowned as they looked at the palm print on the Xian beast's chest. In the next moment, he soared into the sky and attacked the Xian beast without holding back. Kill. Chase away these invading Xian beast. After the great elder of the Shuehan Manor made his move, The other Shuehan Manor experts could no longer restrain their killing intent. "We won't rest until we're dead. Save our emperor." The 7 beast kings of Nemesis Forest were also enraged. They roared as their eyes became bloodshot. "Let's stop here." However, just as the 2 armies were about to fight again, a calm voice came from the sky. The voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to have some kind of magical power. It clearly reached everyone's ears. Whoosh! At this moment, whether it was the human side or the Forest of Nemesis Forest's army, everyone subconsciously raised their heads to look at the sky. Who is that guy? Beside him is the Emperor of Qianxiong and a group of generals from the Qianxiong Empire. Look. The one on his right is the Beast King of Qianfa, Big Bear. How could someone from the Qianxiong Empire be with the Beast King of Qianfa? Could it be that the Qianxiong Empire surrendered to the Forest of Nemesis? Damn it. If that's the case, then they're a disgrace to the human race. The gazes of the group of human experts were fixed on Chu Bei. Then, they recognized the Heavenly Incense Emperor and the Beast King, Big Bear. Their brows furrowed tightly. "King Bear, why are you with a human?" Seeing the scene in the sky, the other Beast Kings of Nemesis Forest questioned with gloomy expressions. "There are some things that I can't explain in a short time. Let's wait for now." Big Bear looked at the other 7 Beast Kings, then pointed at Chu Bei beside him and gave his response. The other Beast Kings of Nemesis Forest looked at each other when they heard Big Bear's words. They then looked at Chu Bei with even more confusion. They knew Big Bear very well. It could be said that he was the one with the most violent temper among them. But he was able to keep his composure at this moment. The 7 great supremes of the human race looked at each other as a strange look appeared in their eyes. It was as if the scene before them was not what they had imagined, the Qianxiong Empire surrendering to the Forest of Heaven's trial. Their emperor was indeed robbed by Li Ju Tian. Chu Bei's words were like heaven-shaking thunder. "What did you say? You, a human, actually helped the Forest of Heaven's trial to frame my Shuehan Manor. 3 years ago, the death of the old Manor Lord was known to the world. How did he kidnap the Emperor of Qianfa? This guy must have betrayed the human race. Kill him as well." The experts of the Shuehan Manor stared at Chu Bei with eyes full of resentment as they reacted. Some of the Spirit Xian experts became aware of the gaze of the great elder of the Shuehan Manor. They seemed to have understood the meaning behind his gaze. So, their imposing auras burst forth from their bodies as they attacked Chu Bei. Chu Bei's expression didn't change in the slightest as he looked at the dozens of Spirit Xian experts from the Shuehan Manor. He merely shot a glance at them. Suddenly, the bodies of those Spirit Xian experts froze in midair. Then, they exploded with a bang. This entire process could be said to have happened in the blink of an eye. The Spirit Xian experts of the Shuehan Manor didn't even have time to issue mournful screams. Piles of flesh and blood fell from the sky. And the air was filled with a nauseating smell of blood. The 7 great masters of the human race and the 7 beast kings of the Forest of Heaven's trial were stunned as they witnessed this scene. They stared at Chu Bei as if they had lost their souls. Their eyes were full of disbelief. Their faces were full of shock. They hadn't even seen how Chu Bei had attacked. But these dozens of Spirit Xian experts had died a violent death. They were great masters. But they couldn't have done such a terrifying thing. How can this be? The great elder of the Shuehan Manor trembled as he smelled the smell of blood in the air. He looked at the purple-clothed figure in the sky, and an indescribable feeling of dread emerged in his heart. The Emperor of the Sky Incense and Jun Zhontian's expressions changed the least. They had already seen Chu Bei's methods before this. First, he had injured the Beast King Big Bear as if he was blowing off dust. Then, he had carried them across hundreds of kilometers in an instant. Moreover, they were certain that the purple-clothed man would have already died if he had wanted to kill the Beast King Big Bear. Who the hell are you? The heavenly-seeking Great Master Mo Wen Tian, the cold-blooded Great Master Lei Wu Bei, the azure Great Master Meng Hong Chen, and the solitary falcon subconsciously opened their mouths to ask. Chu Bei glanced at these great masters of the human race. But he didn't give a response. The great masters of the human race shuddered when they met Chu Bei's gaze. In fact, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They remained silent, and didn't ask any further questions. The 7 beast kings of the Forest of Heaven's trial exchanged glances. Then, they seemed to have come to a unanimous decision. So, they didn't take any action for the time being. Bang! The battlefield gradually calmed down. Suddenly, an explosion sounded in the sky above the Shuehan Manor. In the next moment, the sky seemed to have been forcefully torn apart by a terrifying force, and a pitch-black hole appeared there. The great masters of the human race and the beast kings of Tianfa didn't wait for them to react. Then, they saw 2 figures fly out of the hole. And, they arrived on the battlefield with a shua sound. My emperor, elder sister, Big Bear, Snake King, Green Hunter, and the other beast kings of Tianfa saw the appearance of these 2 figures. Then, they fixed their gazes on one of them. They condensed a dreadful imposing aura at the same time. However, the 8 beast kings of Tianfa were about to join forces to kill the other figure. But, their bodies were suddenly confined by an invisible force. The 8 beast kings of Tianfa looked at Chu Bei. They knew that this was his doing. Li Ju Tian. He's not dead. He's the one who kidnapped the emperor of Tianfa. His fall 3 years ago was fake. He deceived the world. Damn it. The entire human race had almost started an endless war with the Tianfa forest because of him. The 7 great masters of the human race frowned as they recognized Li Ju Tian. They were burning with anger. The great elder of the Shuehan Manor's complexion became extremely unsightly. It seemed as if he had known that Li Ju Tian wasn't dead. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.